I know, a little melody. Welcome, family, friends, loved ones, enemies, frenemies, wizards, witches, muggles, people of all four houses of Hogwarts, people of Middle Earth, dwarves, elves, men, orcs, all the people who live in Mount Doom. I'm running out of things. Welcome to another episode of Disguise Coverage, part of the Cover One Sports Network. Merry Draftmas. It is a big night tonight. We are live here for night one of the 2021 NFL Draft. And if you are keen with your eyes and your ears, you will have noticed that I said we, because even though I am your regular host here on Disguise Coverage, I am not alone. I am here with Anthony Romeo of the Hoof Podcast, also part of the Cover One Sports Network, who you have all seen before. And also here is Russell Brown, also of Cover One. Awesome draft content, tape breaker downer. That's not proper grammar, but you know what I'm getting at. He published his big board on the Cover One website, and it is a resource that I have time and time again turned to. You should all be turning to that resource time and time again. We are extremely pumped and happy to have someone of your caliber on the show tonight, Russ. So I know I gave you a little intro there, but introduce yourself to the people and what you do and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, you're far too kind, dude. I'm just a dude that watches football, to be honest. But I appreciate it. I'm happy to be joining you guys. First time we've ever done anything together, the three of us. But it's always fun getting, a little bit of every different type of, I don't want to say brand because we all represent one brand, but kind of each different grouping of our brand at Cover One. You got me on the draft side. You got you with the Bills breakdowns for Disguise Coverage. You got the Hoof Podcast and the great stuff that you guys do. Just the topics that you guys come up with crack me up every single time. And just everything that you guys have is so much fun. So it's just a lot of fun. And I know we're going to do a lot of Bills stuff. I'm sure I've already seen the questions come in. Russ, who do you want the Lions to take?
Yep, I was going to pull it up already.
And
they're
it's
on
like,
you, man.
Yeah, it's like, man, I don't care what they do. Just win a freaking game, please. But no, look, I'm pumped. I've been literally just not screaming, but I've been going back and forth upstairs and like just yelling really loud. And my wife's like, well, you got problems, dude. And so it's going to be fun. So that's a long enough intro.
Yeah, it was good. And holy hell, already. Pulling up the super chat
already.
Well,
we're warming it up, baby. This fire's getting hot quick.
I know, right? I cannot I say it every time, and I feel like a broken record, but I cannot express our gratitude. Even just the fact that we have people who regularly watch and digest our content in all of its forms, but to have the actual physical monetary donations, it means so much to us. Thank you so much already, Buffwagon. I also like the name. Really appreciate that and that shout out. And yeah. Loving all the energy in the chat already, all the excitement. And it's hard not to get excited. It is Draftmas. It is draft time. And it's something that I've said it multiple times. The draft was always such a huge thing for me. Like as a Bills fan growing up, when you're always bad, the draft,
trust me, I know.
Dude, I was like, you get it. The draft is always especially being a big college football guy, which I am, the draft was always that promise of new hope. And what could we get? And who could we get? And
what jersey am I going to own for the next 3 years before I have to burn it?
Who's going to be the next guy? And
but
first,
it's true.
That's 1,000% true. And the first draft I ever got into was the Peyton Manning Ryan Leaf draft. And obviously that turned out to be so momentous and historic. And it just carried through that. So I've always been so pumped to watch the draft and get excited for it. And now being a part of Cover One and being able to break things down with you guys, it's hard not to get excited for the draft, whether you're a content creator or watcher of the NFL or anything. It's just such a great time. It represents hope and promise and all these things that for a lot of us never come to fruition because, that's an actual cool, I like this question. We're going to pull this up.
I was just pulling that up myself. I was like, dude, nice. Do you see that? That's a great question.
That's a great question. And I would say, Russ, do you want to go first? What's the worst jersey that you owned?
For the Lions, the first Lions jersey I owned was Jermaine Crowell, 82. Then after that, it was Stafford and then Calvin Johnson. So those are the only Lions ones that I have. I had random ones that I think my parents got from thrift stores when I was a kid because I loved jerseys, right? 10-year-old didn't love jerseys.
Yep.
And so I had Steven Davis, I had Terrell Davis, So I had some classics in there. Probably the worst one, I'll say. Oh, there you go, Sammy Watkins, right there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's the one. Funny story on Sammy Watkins, real fast. When I got that jersey, I got it off of Dick's Sporting Good. I was like, man, been doing this Bills stuff for a little while. I'm going to go get this jersey, and I'm going to rep the brand and everything else. And I go and I get it, and I kid you not, it was like super cheap. And I was like, oh, that's weird. I'll take it, whatever. And it's like the stitched jersey and everything. And I kid you not, 2 days later, he was freaking traded.
$100.
Dick's Sporting Goods knew that he was getting traded.
Yeah, they were like,
down
okay.
The trade. I love how Eric posted before you even answered. He was like, Russ, didn't you have a Sammy Watkins? Oh,
I'll love it.
Yeah, I'll turn my eventually I'll take a break and I'll go upstairs and I'll put it on real fast.
That'd be sick. I mean, also some of the other someone had a Avonte Davis jersey.
Oh
no way.
They didn't make it long enough. They didn't print them. It's tough for me to say it's a worst because that's the thing about being a Bills fan. When I bought these jerseys, I was 100% confident in putting that jersey on my back. So I saw you just pulled up one that I was going to mention, Trent Edwards.
Oh, yeah. You had a Trent Edwards?
Oh, I had a Trent Edwards. I had a JP Losman. Yeah, I mean, you go through the bumps and bruises, but, you still wear it proudly. Yeah. I'm not one of those guys. Personally, I believe, like, when they're done with the team, I don't wear that jersey anymore, right? Unless it's something like Jim Kelly or one of the classics. But, yeah, JP Losman, when he was here, I wore it. I repped. And then when it didn't work out and he was no longer in the NFL, I never wore that jersey again. So I see it's funny always going to the stadium and seeing some jerseys that pop up and you're like, wow, all right, still rocking the JP Losman or the number 5 Trent Edwards and like all these old, not exactly lauded players anymore.
Yeah. I like that a lot. I have, if we're including all sports, so football, baseball, hockey, and basketball, and soccer, I have easily over like 50 something jerseys. I'm a big jersey guy. And my worst Bills one, and especially because I've had some of like guys who were my favorite in college, and when they were drafted by the Bills, I loved it. So I've got a CJ Spiller. I've got 2 CJ Spillers. I've got one with the 21 and another one with the 28. I've got a Willis McGahee jersey. I've got a Paul Posluszny jersey. Yep.
Dude, I love that dude.
Posluszny?
I love that
dude.
Yeah.
Dude, he was so guy. Sick at Penn State. Then he tears the ACL and he goes back for college for another year. Yep. And then when we got him in the second round, I was like, I was, on my way to the moon. Like, I was so pumped because I thought the value was great and I loved him. And he had a good career for the Bills. He just didn't re-sign. And then he went to Jacksonville. But I was so over the moon. That's the phrase I was looking for. When the Bills got Posluszny, I couldn't believe it. And I had a Posluszny. I'm probably going to say Stephon Gilmore, not because he was bad, just because how he trashed Buffalo on the way out.
Lucky I didn't buy that one.
I've got a red color rush Stephon Gilmore because I loved him and the red was so dope. And then I'm not one to like throw jerseys out or like burn them, but when he trashed the Bills on his way out, every time I'm in my closet and I just like see it, I just like scowl at it and just, oh.
My friends as a gag gift bought me a Dan Carpenter jersey. So
oh my God.
That was one that I was laughing and was like, all right, this is pretty good. Like a nice one too that they got on eBay for probably $5 because it was, when we were getting rid of him, but still.
Oh, damn. Danny, again, greatly appreciate the donation, but the kind words as well. I'm sure I owe you more than this, but let's get this donation ball rolling. Best Bills coverage by a county mile. Country Mile is also good. I appreciate you, Danny. We appreciate you. You also had some great comments and donations in last week's episode. Yes. Oh, man, that's going great. Actually, and oh, man, I was really taken aback by that. That was great, Danny. Thank you so much. Russ, I want to pivot back to you. I know you mentioned it a little in the lead-in, but as people were shouting you out there and they mentioned some things for the Lions, let's start with that a little bit. We're here talking about our Bills fandom, but as a Lions fan, what if you had the board falls perfectly, what comes out of the first round for you? Also including like if you wanted to trade back, perfect scenario as well. But what is your perfect round 1 for the Detroit Lions?
You want what I would do or if I was if I'm thinking of what,
let's hear it both. Yeah, come on,
both. Okay, so if it was me, I would be taking a quarterback. I'd be taking Justin Fields. I've got this new regime. It's a rarity that you get these coaches and GMs to these 5 to 6 year contracts, and that's what they got.
Right.
So you're given somewhat of a bit of a longer leash. So thanks, Ron. I'm rooting for I'm rooting for the Bills as well, outside of the Lions. So with that, I mean, I'd be taking Justin Fields. That's the guy that I would want. I mean, obviously Trevor Lawrence would be great, but if Fields is going to fall to me, which I think he's going to be available at 7, if that's the case, I'm going to run to the podium. I'm going to take that guy. But realistically, I think it's going to be Penei Sewell. And if it's not that, I think trading back is the option. And I don't understand why the hell there's a concert going on TV right now. But can we get to the freaking draft?
I knew that was going to happen. That's why I was
this is what we're here for, though. People don't want to watch this. They want to hear about football.
I'm not here for the football. I'm here for the concert series.
That's right. Yeah.
That's what I came for.
But, man, I'm sorry. I was just like looking up and I was like, dude, it's 8:11. What are we doing? So that's crazy. Holy moly.
Dude, my jaw just dropped. Matt DiCenzo. Wow. I'm going to go with how the last name is pronounced. I don't think it's nowhere but down from here. I think we should just stop the stream. Thank you, Matt, so much again for the donation. That's ridiculous. Thank you so much. But also, I got a water next to me. I am gonna cheers to that. Right? Cheers to you, man. Yes. Holy hell. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Damn.
But also for the kind words, best Bills content I have ever enjoyed.
Yes. Cover one, bring in it, baby.
Man. Feel free to keep going there, Russ. Yeah, so we've talked about that. I know we all got kind of sidetracked and rightfully so.
Rightfully so. I mean, that's awesome. The guy's not lying. That's for sure. There's no doubt about it. I would take the content that is on our website up against anybody. But realistically, I think, trading back is a strong possibility, especially considering the fact that, Fields is probably going to be available, maybe Mac Jones, maybe Trey Lance. I mean, I don't know which quarterbacks are all going to be there. But with that, I think a team like the Patriots, they've been rumored so much of trading up that it just feels like they're going to move up. And obviously that is concerning, being that we're, so many of us are Bills oriented. So it feels almost like they're going to move up and get that quarterback. So if they move back and they can somehow land either Rashawn Slater or Micah Parsons, I'd be happy. I'd be happy with that.
Let me ask you a question, because you started to touch on it briefly with Justin Fields. So I have gone heavy into draft prep this year. Previous years, before I was with Cover One, it was all unfortunately highlight based. But this year, and knowing people who know people, I went so hard into the all 22 for so many prospects. But I didn't really spend a ton of time with the QBs because I knew the Bills weren't going after a QB. And a lot of the QB tape that I saw was when I was scouting other players. And we know about Trevor Lawrence and where he's there. And then we've seen that Zach Wilson is going to be projected to the Jets. Justin Fields, why we've seen such a juxtaposition of him in terms of where he is for one analyst versus another. Some people think he's the hands down the third or even the second best QB. Other people think he's fifth. And we've seen so many projections where he's the last QB off the board. Where do you have him, and why do you think there's been such a differing amount it takes when it comes to his projection?
Well, I think it's one of those where I think people want to be different. And if there's a guy that they feel like maybe there's always that boom or bust, right? Everybody wants to talk about that. I think if there's a quarterback that you might say, hey, this guy's going to be a bust, and you feel safe about that, maybe that's Justin Fields. I could care less about boom or bust. I've learned over 11 years of doing this that it doesn't matter about boom or bust. Just go with the player, trust the tape. And if he fits a specific scheme, mention that scheme, go through those things. So he's my second ranked quarterback. I think he's a top 5 player in the class. I think truthfully, he's the consolation prize to Trevor Lawrence. In any given year, we're talking about him number 1 overall, maybe Zach Wilson. Other than that, I don't know if we're talking about another quarterback. And that's not throwing shade at anybody else. But I will say, I think the biggest issue that people have is how slow he processes. And I think when you watch him, especially against like Indiana, and in that game, I have a clip, I could probably share my screen and pull it up. It's literally, you see him, he's going across, he's got Garrett Wilson going across the middle of the field on a crossing pattern. And then all of a sudden he's waiting and sitting on it. You can tell he's anticipating it, but he's not making the throw. And it's like, dude, make the throw. He's open. And then he makes the throw and it just kind of lobs there. So I think you see that consistently enough throughout the tape study. And it's like, hey, you know what? Maybe there's an issue here. And then I was talking to CP, Christian Page of our draft stuff as well. And he told me this. Yeah, he told me the same thing. He was like, man, I kind of agree. I think there's just times where he's just processing so slow. So I think that's the biggest thing. And then obviously the epilepsy thing came out and it was like, man, where are teams going to value that? So could he fall tonight? Could he go, somewhere to 10, 11, maybe 15 or something? Maybe.
Isn't it crazy that that's our definition of falling now for a quarterback?
Right?
You're only a top 15 guy.
Yeah, but
crazy.
when you can,
but it's true,
yeah, but when you put the value to him and you do everything else, it just, to me, it makes, I think he's going to go, I think his value is going to be fine. I think he's going to go 7, 8, 9, somewhere in that range tonight. I would be a little bit surprised that he's not. And we are finally on the freaking clock. Thank God.
Right?
Here we go. Yeah.
It's funny that you mentioned the Indiana game for Fields, because that was one I was watching it for Jamar Johnson, safety from Indiana. And that was one of the games that people love to just rake Fields over the coals with for his performance in that game and throwing multiple picks. And it's
some bad bounces in that game, though. Some bad bounces.
1,000%. And it's, again, I didn't go down the rabbit hole with QBs, but from what I've seen, especially watching, granted, I don't like to go off a highlight tape. I like to go off the all 22, but it's such a dynamic athlete combined with the arm strength. And I just feel like there were so many things about him that even on ESPN earlier today, they were doing the whole watching QBs throw and tracing their motion. And for the top four, so for Lawrence, Wilson, Mac Jones, and Trey Lance, all of their motion was that perfect little C or the little candy cane, as Dan Orlovsky was saying. But then Fields had a couple little hitches and it was a little longer, and his time to release was 0.8. And for the other four, it was anywhere from 0.4 to 0.6. And Orlovsky was talking about how, that's the reason and this and that. And when you add it up with people, saying he's not committed or he's got attitude concerns, but then I'm thinking this is a dude who basically broke his ribs and then it just had him get taped up and went back on the field to try and win a national title. Granted, that doesn't mean you're going to have the best attitude. That's not the same thing, I guess. But I just felt like so much of his game has been so heavily criticized this offseason for a guy who has shown such strong traits. And I also get the processing thing. But it's interesting to have you break him down with that and note those areas where he needs to improve, but still have him as your QB2. He would be my QB2 as well. And I just don't get it.
Yeah. You guys are more of the X's and O's expert than I am, but I certainly watch the film on these guys just to see what I can interpret without being an expert in analyzing the tape down to the T. But the Justin Fields thing really surprised me. And I said this since the 49ers traded up. I've said that if the pick isn't Justin Fields, I'm confused. I don't understand this guy. For me, it's all about upside. And Russ, you could tell me if you disagree here, but with Mac Jones, I keep saying the same thing. You know what you're going to get with this guy. He's good. Certainly, I think he's going to succeed, but he's not going to blow me away. I'm not going to be, as a fan of the NFL, I got to watch this Mac Jones game. Yeah. No, he's already Jimmy Garoppolo, right? He's that guy already. He's not very impressive. Whereas guys like a Justin Fields, it makes me smile when Anthony was talking about, how people are breaking Fields down. Look at what they did to Josh Allen when he was coming out, right? Yeah. And now you're talking something different with Josh Allen when he has the strongest arm anybody's ever seen, right? And you're like, okay, maybe we can do something with that. But his accuracy was so bad and you could never fix accuracy. So now with Fields, it's okay, somebody like me who just watches this kid play can see that he has talent and ability and the intangibles that you want at quarterback. So why can't he get drafted to a team who can teach him things about his release point or his arm angle or whatever else, just like Josh Allen did, just like every quarterback does in the NFL that succeeds? You got to grow and process and take a step in the right direction. Same thing with a Trey Lance for me. I feel like he's gotten a lot of comparison to Josh Allen for obvious reasons. And there's still, he's not a polished guy. I don't think he's going to come in and light the world on fire day one, like the expectations are for the guy who's about to get picked right here. But it baffles my mind. Like, why would a team want Mac Jones over these super high ceiling guys? So obviously with Lance and Fields, my point here and what I was going to ask you about is with Lance and Fields, for me, they have a high ceiling and maybe a low floor, right? It could be a bust, but you got a super high ceiling. With Mac Jones, you have a lower floor, a higher floor, but a lower ceiling. And it's such a narrow window that he's never going to be, for me, this superstar guy. I just don't get that at all. I'd rather take a shot on the guy who has the potential to be a superstar than just know what I'm getting and say, okay, we like mediocrity and that's what we're rolling with. So I don't get it.
Well, I think the thing with Mac Jones is that, and I mean, again, he might not even go 3 tonight. I mean, it could very well be Trey Lance. Trey Lance became the betting favorite at some point today. Yeah. So it's one of those things, but, and by all means, I understand if they go Trey Lance. I mean, you need a guy to sit for a year, maybe learn under Jimmy Garoppolo. Eventually he'll get hurt and then you'll got Trey Lance ready to go. So that makes a lot of sense. And I agree with Ron. I would probably, I wouldn't take him over Fields, but I would take him over Jones. And so with that, I think with Mac Jones, the thing is just the comfortability he brings to an offense, especially like San Francisco, because he's, again, you think of Kirk Cousins 2.0, and I think that's the thing is that's what that's what it is, right? Like when you watch him, that's who he is. And he can make some of the throws down the field. He can make it at all 3 levels, but he's not going to make it as consistently downfield as the other quarterbacks in this class. It's just what it is. He operates great in script and in structure. It's one of those things where I think if you asked him to get out of structure, he's going to struggle. It's very evident.
And in today's NFL, though, that's what's thriving, right? At the quarterback position, it's not trending toward Tom Brady anymore. It's trending the complete opposite direction. You need a guy who can improvise. You need a guy who can make a play with his feet when there's something that goes wrong and you can't check it down or whatever. And I don't know if Mac Jones is that guy. It seems completely backwards to me.
But I think too,
it is interesting.
But I think too, it's one of those where with Kyle Shanahan, the early rumor was him going to San Francisco. And I think it was, maybe that's one of the first quarterbacks they got to know through the process. And I think maybe Kyle Shanahan was like, hey, you know what? Like this guy, he gets it. And it's a safe pick for me because he worked with Kirk Cousins. He knows, hey, I can get him to be that guy. So maybe there was that fear of taking a guy like Trey Lance or Justin Fields because they didn't pick up the offense. But then finally, maybe he got it all. I would go. I know, right? I would
start the show off with a bang.
I quit. I'm done. The show's over.
Somebody else said, "Why are they milking the clock?" And just as a note, every team milks the clock all the way down to the end, no matter what. It seems, they're just sitting there celebrating their pick before it even happens.
I think Russ, I think that's a good point on Mac Jones, especially if you're looking at it from a Niners perspective, right? A team that should not be picking in the top 10. Granted, they're at 3 because they traded up, but they have a really strong roster, very similarly to the roster that they had when everybody got hurt that landed them being in the top 2 so they could get Bosa. They are not a bad team. They're a team that just went to the Super Bowl. They even still had a decent year considering the fact that I feel like people don't really realize how everyone and their mother got hurt for the 49ers this past year, starting with that first game in the Meadowlands and the sticky turf. Everybody was tearing ACLs and big soft tissue muscles and we're done for the year. This is a good squad. And so to Anthony's point about the high ceiling versus low floor type of guys, you take someone like Mac Jones and like you said, Russ, he's like the safer pick. You know what you're going to get out of him. And if you want to add him to a team that you already know is playoff caliber and Super Bowl caliber, they're running back a lot of those same guys that took him to the Super Bowl. So you get a safe QB who also has not as much upside as other guys, but you know what you're getting. And I think maybe the thought process is, okay, he's got a low ceiling, but he's got a high floor. We know what we can get. We can win a division and maybe get to a championship with this guy because, all jokes aside, he plays that Kirk Cousins style, which is more safe, and you know what you're getting out of it.
But that's kind of to my point. Why are you drafting the guy you already have? We're saying Kirk Cousins, but Jimmy Garoppolo's that guy too. It's not like he's exciting. It's like he can make a few throws. He's consistent. He's comfortable. He's not going to make many mistakes for you. So why did you trade the world to come draft up to 3 to get the same guy you already have? It's got to be a Trey Lance or Justin Fields in my mind.
And there's the comment there, isn't Jimmy G a safe QB?
Yeah, same thing for me. I don't get it.
but Jimmy G can't stay healthy. That's the
That's
difference.
a huge point. Yep.
That is
And
very
it's like, if he can't, that's funny. Tebow re-enters draft.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, if he can't stay healthy, then you have to make your adjustments, and you have to go with CJ Beathard and Nick Mullen. And it's like, I mean,
I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't want to do that. So, I mean, maybe they just feel like Mac Jones is going to stay healthy enough for them to get those 10, 11 wins that they need to compete. So I don't know. We'll see. Again, the betting favorite has been Trey Lance, and I'm so intrigued. Obviously, we're going to see Trevor Lawrence here. I'd be floored if it wasn't the pick. And really, the draft for Jacksonville. Yeah, it starts at 25. So, are you guys going to play the audio? Or are you guys not doing anything like that?
No, we'll just be reacting to what happens when we play the audio.
Okay.
I don't know if I think if we want, I think we'd get maybe flagged for that. So I'm just going to take a chance. Yeah, we probably get flagged for that. And so the Jags go Trevor Lawrence, shocker. And this has pretty much been telegraphed since day one. And Russ, in your opinion, we've seen obviously a lot of QBs go first overall over the years, but Trevor Lawrence, I feel like he's been so highly touted ever since he came out of high school and stepped on the field at Clemson as a true freshman. It's almost like he was preordained as a number one draft pick in the NFL draft whenever he decided to go to the league. How would you compare him, or if we're talking about, because I'm trying to put him in the perspective of a surefire slam dunk number one that we knew what was going to happen. The last one really was Andrew Luck. Where would you rank him if you had to put him into that Luck discussion? Is Luck at this point, was he a much better prospect coming into the NFL? Is Trevor Lawrence in that tier, or is Lawrence maybe even potentially higher?
Yeah, I mean, it's close. Definitely he's in the same tier. I would have to say I'm just going to lead with more so of what I know now compared to what I knew, when Luck came out in 2012.
Okay.
So I'll say I'll go with Trevor Lawrence over Andrew Luck. But that's just simply because I feel a lot more confident now than I did in 2012 about this. And so with that, I mean, Trevor Lawrence he's been obviously put on this pedestal, but rightfully so. I mean, this guy came into a system in high school, and the tight end, I cannot remember his name. I'm drawing a blank on it, but he was the quarterback at the time at the school that he played at in high school was a 4-star recruit, highly touted guy playing quarterback, and actually ended up going to Alabama and moved to tight end because of Trevor Lawrence. So that's awesome. He's got that type of impact. Obviously, never losing a game in high school. He lost a couple of games. You can count it against his record or not. If you lose a national championship, you lose in a playoff game, it's a loss. You lost a game. So I saw that earlier on Twitter that he's never lost a game, and I'm like, that's a lie. But with that, I mean, look, he can make every single throw. He's for 6'6", 220. You don't expect a player like this to come in and move the way he does, and he does. And when you look at him, you see, and maybe it's the number 16, but he has the shades of a Peyton Manning to his game. And maybe it's because of the length and everything else. But again, he's got the shades of a Peyton Manning to his game. He's more mobile, and he's a smart kid. He gets it. And there was a video I put on Twitter that blew up of him breaking down, defeating a cover 2 invert from Notre Dame. It's like seeing that type of stuff is, to know it in the game. Some quarterbacks struggle with that, and to know it and then go to the NFL and continue to learn it, especially with Urban Meyer. I mean, I think he's in great hands to really take a step forward. So I'm super excited for him. And I think we're obviously going to be talking about him for a long time.
Yeah, I could see that happening too. He's just so talented. And then you mentioned the Urban Meyer system that he goes to. Urban Meyer now coach for the Jags. I'll say, Anthony, I'm going to pass it to you because I know you're not a fan of the Urban Meyer hire and what he represents.
Exactly. I think that, all offseason, when the coaches were fired at the end of the last season and we went into the offseason and people were talking about candidates and interviews and all that. And, one of the talking points we had was, which team would you want to take charge of? My immediate answer was the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, not only do you're getting Trevor Lawrence now, but you have some young, awesome talent on this team that has not been used in the right way. And if I'm a coach and they want to hire me, I'm like, even if every team wanted to hire me, I would take that Jacksonville job right now. You're starting from scratch, so there's no expectation of you got to come in and make the playoffs or you got to do this. You're the guy. You go in there, you start putting things in the way you want to. You have this talent around you. You can maximize it. You're going into this draft with lots of upside, lots of high picks. You got to maximize. And when they hired Urban Meyer, I was just kind of like, really? You went with a college guy in this situation? You went with Urban Meyer? I mean, I would have just gone with a more experienced NFL anybody who has that coaching experience, who's been around the NFL draft and knows how to handle it and what to do with it and knows how to evaluate talent better. Not that Urban Meyer doesn't know how to do those things. I'll tell you what he doesn't know how to do: put a staff together. He screwed that up in his first day on the job. It's like, are you an idiot? You're hiring this guy who's controversial. You're coming into a team and you want to hire anybody who's controversial. No, you don't do that. Bring in the safe people. Don't bring in somebody who's going to cause a stir and make you look bad on day two. So again, not impressed with Urban Meyer. He's really got to prove it to me. And that's part of what I was going to say is, now you have a guy like Trevor Lawrence. You have all this good young talent in Jacksonville. They're clearly going to take advantage in this draft and get some good players. But can they take advantage of that and take a step and start looking like a legitimate NFL football team who can contend in that division that they're in? And Urban Meyer is going to have to prove that to me at the NFL level, because, again, I wasn't impressed with him before the pick, and he certainly hasn't done anything to impress me since he's gotten the job. So I don't know. It's a tough uphill battle for him there, I think.
I'm intrigued by what happens in Jacksonville, especially just from an offensive standpoint with bringing in Trevor Lawrence, who is highly touted as he is, and you add him to an offense that has DJ Chark and Laviska Shenault and James Robinson, who had a really strong year last year, even though everybody knew he was going to get the ball on almost every single play, and he could do it out of the backfield running and receiving. You have a decent complement of weapons out there in Jacksonville in a division that has the Texans that are slumping, and you could potentially overtake them. A division that has the Tennessee Titans, who fell apart defensively last year and lost a ton of pieces. So you've got some potential.
Come on.
You've got some potential moving and shaking to be done. Indianapolis is a really strong quality unit. But, yeah, you could potentially do some things there. And we shift focus a little bit. The Jets pick is in. They are going to announce, I will assume, Zach Wilson. And
yes, the suit. You got to wear the draft suit, baby. I talked about my collection last time I was on with Prohaska and Greg, and this is one of the many. It's a full suit. You can't see the pants.
The man has over 100 suits.
This is true.
It's impressive.
This is true.
That's insane, dude. You're a walking Men's Warehouse over there.
It's pretty much, yes. That's what my closet looks like when you open it. But they're all unique. None of this like, oh, half of them are black or whatever. No, they all have personality. I don't know if you could see the pinstripes in
there's
this very
details
well
to that
in the
suit.
lighting.
It's classy.
But there we go. Yeah, definitely. Love it. Love dressing up. This is a good occasion to do so. When the season starts, I'll break out the suits for sure again.
Oh, and there we go. The New York Jets announced that they are taking Zach Wilson. Russ, I'm going to start with you because you are an AFC East outsider. So, get your honest and objective perspective here. Not that we're not objective, but people might be like, well, you guys are Bills fans, so it is what it is. How much does Zach Wilson move the needle for this New York Jets team?
Well, I mean, I don't want to say he's necessarily an upgrade because I think the unknown is still there with Sam Darnold. But it's a whole new look. It's a fresh start for an organization that clearly made a mistake with the Adam Gase hire. And here you bring in Zach Wilson, who's a fresh face and a player that can rejuvenate this thing. And I think he's a great fit for their offense. I think you're going to see a lot of throws, mesh concepts. You're going to see, I think, a lot of different like high-low concepts into this offense where, he can make the right reads, make the right decisions. And beyond that, he's going to show the ability to operate off script. And that's what makes him so special as a player, because that backyard style of play, and he's pumped up. Look at him. And it's one of those things where, it's one of those things where I think if you bring him in, and I mean, the backyard style of play, you've got Patrick Mahomes, you see it. That's what you're hoping he can be. You're hoping he can be the superstar. Maybe he can be. And even Josh Allen, I don't mean to throw any disrespect towards his way. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, they've got to build around him here. They've got that pick 23. I wouldn't be surprised if they moved up. I wouldn't be surprised if they moved down from that spot. I'm just curious, is it going to be a defensive player? Because that's obviously, I think, where the draft is going to start for them now.
Do you think you mentioned Sam Darnold? I don't know if I've ever said it on air, but I know I've said it in real life. I liked
inside
him
my
most.
head.
Yeah. Oh, I've definitely said it to people it definitely inside my head, but also like people outside of the pod world. Darnold was my favorite QB coming out in that draft. And obviously I love Josh Allen now and everything he does. But I am of the believer that if he had gone to anyone competent with any type of anything, he would be so much further in terms of the quarterback that he is. Do you also subscribe to that theory, or do you think, he is what he is, or that Adam Gase and that Jets situation really kind of brought him down and there's still hope for him to reach that potential that he initially had as arguably the QB1 coming out of that class?
Completely agree. I mean, I think it's one of those where if he goes into a situation to have a little bit more success around him, he would have been a successful player. I really think that Adam Gase did him no favors, and that team quit on Adam Gase. And
yes,
I mean, when you got your team quitting, how can a quarterback succeed? And when a team is not drafting offensive linemen, they wait until really the last year where they're all together to draft Mekhi Becton, who, I mean, was somewhat of a project. I mean, he's still a good player. It looks like he's going to be the guy, but they could have had Tristan Wirfs. They went Becton instead. So, I mean, look, it's one of those things. Wirfs might not have been anything in New York. I mean, he goes to the right spot. Everything happens for a reason for certain players.
Oh, yeah.
And for Sam Darnold, he's in Carolina and he's there for a certain reason. Maybe it's to be a bridge quarterback for a year if they take one at 8 tonight, or maybe he is truly the guy. If he's going to be the guy, he's in the best spot, because Matt Rule and Joe Brady, I don't think will let him fail.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm actually kind of with you on Sam Darnold. Before the draft, I didn't do like scouting or anything back then, but what position the team's looking for. So I watched those guys in college and I'm like, oh, Sam Darnold's the guy, right? The Bills are going to get Sam Darnold. And when the Jets skipped one over on us and traded to get ahead, I was like, shit, they got Sam Darnold. We knew it. I'm like, the Jets just conned us and got the guy we were going to get because they made the trade before we could. And I was kind of disappointed. I'm like, well, whoever they get, I'm rolling with. We'll see now, because Darnold was really, I knew I didn't want Baker under any circumstances. That was clear to me going into that draft. I still hate Baker. But I thought Sam Darnold was the pick for us. And when we weren't able to trade up, I'm like, well, who knows now? Whatever quarterback we end up with, they're going to have to develop. I'm going to have to trust in them just like I've done in the past and hope it works out. But I think Sam Darnold, exactly what you said, Russ. Situation is everything. Even tonight, I think we have to remember that where these guys go and become boomer busts when we're looking 3 years from now at this draft tonight, it's not necessarily about that player. It's about the player and the situation they go to and how they're going to, succeed in the NFL. So there's so many components of it there. And I think Sam Darnold got the short end of the stick, obviously, with one of the worst head coaches in NFL history, in my mind, and Adam Gase and the way he ran that organization. And, I'm hoping he gets a chance in Carolina. I think he still has that potential to be the guy and a franchise quarterback. And we'll see. We'll see what he can do there. This next pick is, what are we at? 337 now. This is going to be the interesting pick where things start to shift in this draft, right?
It's so I'm excited to see what happens with 3. Go ahead.
I was going to cut in on what Anthony was saying, and I agree actually with what you're saying. We have to remember the situations that these guys are in, and if we're talking about so far, I mean, just kind of assuming where the quarterbacks might end up going. Maybe Justin Fields goes to New England, maybe Trey Lance goes here, maybe Mac Jones goes to Chicago or something like that. If that's the case, the quarterback that's got the uphill climb is Zach Wilson, because Trevor. I mean, let's be honest. Trevor Lawrence going to Jacksonville, that's going to win them football games, because that team is not, it's bad, but it ain't that bad. They're not that bad. They were losing games because they saw that they were in a position, hey, if we lose to the Jets, we're going to get the first pick. So it's one of those, they legitimately tanked, and they had a bad quarterback situation. You bring in Trevor Lawrence, he might win you 5, 6, 7 games. And I say that because, look, I've watched Matthew Stafford for 10, 11 years. That guy single-handedly won us football games. Trevor Lawrence can do that for that team. And Zach Wilson could potentially do it for the Jets, but there's still a lot that's got to be done with that team. I mean, they've got to get some weapons there. They've got to revamp that defense a little bit because that defense is going to get a makeover. I mean, yeah, they've got some key pieces. Quinnen Williams is there, but ultimately there's a lot of work that needs to be done. They need a true number one corner. They need
big time.
They need a lot. So, I mean, obviously, you guys for Bills fans, it's going to be something that you'll pay a very close attention to.
We're very much close on this one.
Yeah. Oh, and the pick is in. I'm actually behind you guys on the picks. So
I am too. Mine still says on the clock, actually. So
I got pick is in.
I'm going to just refresh.
I'm still thinking. I mean, I picked it on the Hoof when I was a guest on the Hoof Tuesday night. My thought was Trey Lance. I'm going to stick with it. I think it's going to be Trey Lance, but I won't say what it is. I'll let everybody be surprised because I think I might be ahead of everybody here.
Unless Russ doesn't want you to, I'm okay with you giving it to us.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it really doesn't matter. I can't really hear it. I mean, I got it on like volume 2, so unless I mute and
turn on the closed captioning.
I will announce it when it goes down. And situation is so important. I'm glad we spoke about it. And that's also one of my biggest things for the people who are like, the Bills could have had Patrick Mahomes. I think Mahomes is great. I don't think he's the same quarterback he is right now if he goes to the Bills in that scenario. You are completely not appreciating having Alex Smith as your mentor, having Andy Reid and all those weapons and Eric Bieniemy. They helped him ascend to that level. And it is Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance goes third
Not Mac
overall
Jones.
to the San Francisco 49ers.
The first puff of smoke gets blown out here.
Damn, I'm 2 for 3 on the picks. But you know what? Good pick. And now we'll see where Mac Jones goes. If there's going to be a quarterback that falls, this is going to be the guy, I think.
Oh man. What's your Russell? And I'm gonna pass it to you again, especially with all this QB talk. Trey Lance, ceiling, floor, thoughts on him. Obviously, Fields was your number 2 QB, but and we spoke about Zach Wilson, but where does Trey Lance fall into those rankings, and what do you foresee for him as a prospect, but especially now going to a pretty good team in the San Francisco 49ers?
It's a great fit. I mean, it truthfully is. He's going to be able to do anything that they need him to do. And when you watched him at North Dakota State, he wasn't just simply a spread quarterback. He didn't come out in shotgun all the time. He was under center. He would go from I formation to single back. They'd come out in 13 personnel. They'd pound it with power, and they'd come out in empty sets. He can do it all. Everything that they need him to do, he can do. And that's what they do at San Francisco. They do so many different things, and he's going to fit that. So if he's healthy, everything's going to be good because Jimmy G can't stay healthy. Now, the biggest question mark is he's only played 17 career games, but he's never thrown an interception. And it's one of those things where he's never lost a game. So I think there's so much with him that he can be really good and exceptional, to be quite honest. He's built like a running back. He runs like a running back in the open field. I gave him a pro comparison of Josh Allen, and I think their play styles are pretty similar. And I think here at 3, we could see, maybe the next player to take over the NFC.
Nice.
Ooh,
high praise. And that's what I said earlier about the high ceiling that I love with these, with Lance and Fields. And Lance is certainly a good pick here. Much better than Mac Jones would have been, I think. But the question now becomes, Trey Lance could probably be one of those guys who could benefit from spending a year on the bench. I don't think just because they picked Lance here, it means that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to find a new home today or tomorrow. I honestly think that the right move for them, as Russ alluded to, is keep the guy you got, Jimmy Garoppolo, start him, let Lance start to learn, get to know things. And then if Jimmy G goes down, you have a surefire guy ready to go that you want to be your guy. You picked him to do exactly this. And then, you can obviously you're not going to re-sign Jimmy G after this if you believe that Trey Lance is your quarterback of the future. So it makes more sense for me, at least, that they keep both of these guys and move forward into this 2021 season with Jimmy G as a starter and the mentor for Trey Lance, no matter how unwilling it might be for him.
I think you could see that scenario, and that's a very interesting one. So is this offense all of a sudden with Trey Lance, the athleticism, right? Russ, you talked about it, the way Lance plays and how he's like a running back in the open field. You add him to an offense that has Deebo Samuel, he's like a running back wide receiver hybrid, especially with the way he gets the ball. Brandon Ayuk, kind of in that similar mode. You have George Kittle, you've got Wilson, and that backfield combined with the Shanahan run scheme where you plug in, it seems like anyone and they're going to be successful. All of a sudden you've got with a potential QB like Lance who can run and throw, you've all of a sudden got this added dynamic to an offense that seemingly was kind of system-based and schematically could do certain things, but now you have a dual threat QB with a big arm to get the ball downfield to go with a running scheme and system that succeeds, combined with, I just start to think of what Debo and Ayuk can do down the field, but also now their ability to work underneath and what space can be opened up with Lance's arm and the threat of going downfield. Because no one was ever scared of Jimmy G being like, okay, well, Jimmy G's going to throw like a 50, 60-yard bomb and go downfield. Lance could potentially do that. He's got a cannon. And that threat, you might be able to send some people deep and open up more underneath space for Ayuk and Debo or George Kittle over the middle, and those option routes underneath and those mesh concepts and the drags and things that they like to do off of their play action scheme. I'm very intrigued.
It's a great fit. I mean, he ran for over 1,000 yards, 2 years ago. So it's one of those things, man, where he's got everything. And I had Scott Bischoff, who does a lot of work here in the local Detroit sports teams, and I thought that was Justin Fields for a second on the phone talking to Atlanta. I was like, wait a minute, what? We're getting a surprise.
I need it to be Pitts for Atlanta, because if he falls to Miami, I'm going to be
That's right. We did our mock on Tuesday, and we said exactly that. First of all, Kyle Pitts is, to me, the best player in this draft. That's not a quarterback or otherwise. Coming in day one, he is the best player in this draft. So I think Atlanta has to pick him here. And if they don't and they decide to go QB with that information that we talked about also about Kyle Pitts himself said he thinks the first 4 picks were going to be quarterbacks. So when you said that, I got nervous for a second too. And again, the idea being that we don't want Pitts to fall to Miami at 6.
No,
Russ,
I think
he'll be on there with what? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'll say I think Kyle Pitts will be the pick here, but
I hope.
What the hell was I rambling about? Oh, him just running for. Oh yeah, and so I had Scott on my show, and we were talking, and we've known each other for a little while, and we were talking about just the ceiling that is there, the potential that is there for Trey Lance, and I mean we talk upside all the time about every single player, and for the quarterbacks, there might not be a player with higher upside than Trey Lance, to be quite honest. And he goes to a place. Wow. And you mentioned some great names: Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. Oh, okay. The clock reset to 10 minutes, and then I was like, "Are we getting a trade?"
A little bluff there.
Yeah, but the pick is in, so we'll see what Atlanta does. But I think there's just so much there, like you said. There's so much for him to be successful. The offensive line is intact. You've got Trent Williams. You've got Mike McGlinchey, who is, I think, really good. And Atlanta has 40 million reasons to take something besides a quarterback.
Matt Ryan's contract.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a $73 million dead cap hit.
Crazy.
Who structured that?
It's so bad. I was looking at
this team no matter what.
Oh, that makes me feel old, and I'm not even that old.
Oh, yeah, I'm not that old either, but that makes me feel old. Oh, wow. Man.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, thanks, Chris.
So you're saying I can't enter the draft next year? Is that what's going on?
Oh, boy. Pick is in. Goodell is walking to the podium slowly but surely.
Are you on ESPN? Selection.
No, I got NFL Network on.
NFL Network, okay.
Yeah,
oh boy.
Well, I don't have that.
I might switch my coverage.
Here we go. Kyle Pitts. Whew, thank you.
Whoa, hey! Now, what I love about this is now we could talk about offense, right? You want to talk offense? I know there's been murmurs of them wanting to trade Julio Jones if they got Kyle Pitts. But to me, you've got Matt Ryan. You've got weapons on that team. Matt Ryan has always made it work with a speedy number 3 wide receiver in Julio Jones. And that's it, And now you give them Kyle Pitts, and this immediately becomes one of the best offenses in the NFL. And it's exciting to watch. And I'm so glad that Kyle Pitts is in the NFC. So
that's
I can
my main thing.
Cheer for him and know that he's not going to be playing against the Bills until the Super Bowl, at least.
Have we talk about the trajectory or the career development of what it takes for tight ends. And usually the kind of median range is usually takes like 2 or 3 years for guys to develop. That's been what a lot of Dawson Knox fans have been hanging their hat on for the Bills, talking about, he was already raw coming out of Mississippi, and it already generally takes 2 to 3 years for a tight end, yada, yada, so on and so forth. But Kyle Pitts does not, I don't think, fits into that. Well, 2 to 3 years. The man is basically a wide receiver who is a willing blocker and a capable blocker and is in this mold and size of a tight end, just a matchup nightmare. Your proverbial too fast for safeties and linebackers, but too big for corners. He is a consistent and constant mismatch. Russ, how does he fall into in terms of like guys that you've scouted that have just looked so amazing? Go ahead.
I want to specifically actually ask you about a Detroit Lion, TJ Hockenson. Right?
Oh, very good.
Because this is a guy who was another very highly lauded tight end, very highly drafted, right? In terms of the top 10. But obviously, I mean, I've watched Kyle Pitts tape. I didn't necessarily do the scouting back then for Hockenson, but Pitts to me is like far and away a number one tight end. And so maybe you can do that comparison for us. I know you're a Lions fan, so you probably got the goods on that.
Yeah, unfortunately, my team's dumb enough to draft tight ends twice in the top 10. The only team to ever do that. But look, I hate the comments made by certain people that say, Kyle Pitts is going to play. He's a tight end / receiver or whatever. Like, no, he's going to be listed as a tight end because he can be an inline blocker. He can be effective at it. Now, sure, he's not Tommy Tremble from Notre Dame in this draft, but he's a player that can move around. And you see where he played. They just showed the graphic. He plays, he had 19 receptions at tight end. He had 12 reception out on the slot. They show him, showing off his speed in one-on-one situations on the outside. And you see him go with this arm over the club with the arm over and seeing how effective that is. I mean, the guy's like a walking pterodactyl. His arms are like out from like the length of my house. And it's one of those freak of nature type of players that he is. And he's going to come into a scheme where Jonnu Smith was a big focal point for Arthur Smith. Now he's got Kyle Pitts, who is, let's just be honest, far and away better than Hockenson, far and away better than Ebron, far and away better than maybe any tight end we've seen in the first round. I mean, let's be honest. He's the highest drafted tight end in the history of the draft. So there's going to be some high expectations. Does he meet it? Maybe, maybe not. But if they move Julio Jones, he's going to have to meet it. And I think, there's a lot of like, hey, Trevor Lawrence, rookie of the year, running back, rookie of the year. Don't be surprised if Kyle Pitts doesn't end up with 80 receptions and 1,000 yards.
I said it on Tuesday.
Anthony, give your prediction there.
Tuesday, I said this guy will be in the conversation for offensive player of the year.
That's
rookie of the year is, I'm saying offensive player of the year. He's going to be a touchdown machine. You get this guy the ball, he scores. You get this guy the ball, he makes a play. So 100 yards a game is going to look like an average day for him. I mean, it's going to be super, super stats. And he translates so well to the NFL. He's more of a dynamic wide receiver, as you've said, than really a tight end at this point. But that's kind of the point here, right? Wide receivers do translate pretty well early on in their careers a lot of times. And Kyle Pitts just has everything you want. Just if you have not seen a highlight reel of Kyle Pitts, turn one on and you'll understand why everybody's so hyped and excited about this guy.
I'm
definitely high on that train. Offensive player of the year.
He's tremendous. I really just want Russ, you mentioned it, Anthony, you mentioned it in a different way. We all see the highlights of, and I appreciate you, Nicholas. We show all the highlights of him lined up out wide and how he's beating different coverages and the moves that he's doing. I think people really need to comprehend how, especially considering how good of a weapon he is in the receiving game, how good of an inline blocker he is, considering how good of a receiving threat that he is. And more importantly, how willing of an inline blocker that he is. Like, he may not be the best, but he does not shy away from it. He does his job. He plays his role. And when you've got somebody like that, as much as I hate talking about him, Rob Gronkowski was like that. He was a phenomenal blocker, and he could do so many things. And that allows you to be so versatile when you have a guy that doesn't indicate, okay, well, Pitts is in there. Okay, he's not blocking. Or it's a mismatch if we get this guy lined up over Pitts. Or, well, he's in, we know they're going to throw, so on and so forth. He just adds another layer. And I don't love Matt Ryan tremendously, but I want to see them keep Julio. Give me Kyle Pitts and Julio and Calvin Ridley and newly signed Mike Davis from Carolina, who is a really nice piece coming out of the backfield, especially in the receiving game. That offense, which has already been kind of high flying in Matt Ryan's career with Julio. Oh man, like we talk about the dynamic receiving options and like receiving duos and who's got the best complement of this and so on and so forth. Kyle Pitts and Julio Jones might be the best pure receiving duo in the NFL. Like, and I don't think that's an exaggeration.
Yes.
Like, that's ridiculous. And then your third option, technically, your third option is Ridley, who is also sweet.
Yes. Super. Yeah. Great slide guy.
And I mean, Russell Gage came on last year for them as well. So
beautiful.
I mean, it could be one of those things where they just try to outscore everybody. They realize their defense is going to be somewhat of a piece of work, and they're going to have to get it right. But their defense came on late last year as well. So, and again, I don't know if that was Raheem Morris, or I don't know what that's going to be, but we'll see what happens there. I'm pumped for Kyle Pitts, and I remember talking about him back in July, August, and I went out and basically said he's got the it factor, and here we are 7-8 months later, however long it is, and the guy's the 4th overall pick, and everybody loves him. So I'd like to just label that guy as one of my guys.
Bengals pick is in.
Good. Yeah, the Bengals pick is in, but they went to commercial. Thank you, Justin, for the donation and the super chat. Appreciate you, Justin, and his comment too. Good work, guys. Better than listening to them. I will 1,000% say that. I don't even think it's biased. I think we're better than that. Where did you say we were watching the announcements? I have the NFL Network on. I have it streaming on my iPad. Normally, I'm a sit in the living room TV draft guy, but since we are live here tonight on Disguise Coverage from Cover One, I'm in the office, and then I've got my iPad connected to the stream, and so I'm watching it on the NFL Network. Maybe that's potentially ahead, and then combined with streaming and stuff, you never know.
I actually can't get my ESPN stream to work, so I'm watching through ABC, and I'm definitely behind you on the announcement of the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming it through Hulu, and I've got ESPN up, and it's still behind you. So I will say this: when the Lions are on the clock, nobody say anything.
Yeah,
you know what we should do?
Wait for you to see that one.
As soon as Miami announces their pick and Detroit comes out, we'll all just be completely silent.
The chat's going to be like, "Oh, it's the kicker from Wisconsin."
Oh my god,
dude! I mean, they've made some good draft picks. Don't get me wrong, but to the Bengals here, their pick is in, and I know that I've seen the comments.
Receiver, offensive line. What are we doing?
I don't think they can go wrong. To be completely honest, I mean, you got the best offensive tackle or the best receiver. I don't think you can go wrong. You just have to hope that if you take receiver, an offensive tackle is available in the second round. Like, they had T. Higgins fall to them last year. Maybe they get lucky, and maybe Alex Leatherwood falls to them or something. Maybe Dylan Radins out of North Dakota State, if he's there, that's a no-brainer to me. So I think there's definitely a couple of different options.
Pick is in. Jamar Chase.
Oh, there it is. He
makes sense.
Paired back up with his college teammate.
To Russ's perspective, you can't go wrong. I understand the Chase aspect, and I don't think it's bad. Again, I think he was my wide receiver number 1, had a killer year. He's got the Burrow connection. He can do everything vertically and underneath, route running, hands, toughness, love it. From my perspective, I like Tyler Boyd and I like T. Higgins. I would have rather protected Joe Burrow up front because I think that weaponry is good enough versus how good the offensive line is. I think it would have been better suited to upgrade the line versus the weaponry. That said, I don't think that's a bad pick. And now you've added Jamar Chase to Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins, and all of a sudden you have a very strong young receiving core to go with a very strong young QB who was the top pick in the draft a year ago. Really, 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 really interesting pick in terms of what they can do. And as Nicholas said, as Jamar Chase walks up, that drip is pristine. Oh, Russ, what did you have?
I just pulled up Tyler Boyd's contract because I was just really intrigued. I knew he had signed an extension. He's now, and I'm not saying they're going to trade him or get rid of him or anything like that, but I will say he has a potential out in 2021 where he would only count as $4.2 million in dead cap money. So maybe after this season, if they feel like he's just not a fit, or they just feel like maybe they can move him for draft capitals or maybe an offensive lineman. I mean, we just saw Orlando Brown get traded. So obviously there was picks involved, but we see player swaps. So maybe they feel there's an offensive lineman out there and they can get them that way. But again, I like this trio of receivers, and this is my clear-cut number one receiver. So I love this fit. And look, at Joe Burrow with an offensive line, without an offensive line, if you're a fantasy person, you might want to start considering this guy.
Oh boy, yeah.
Well, it's funny because the Dolphins are on the clock now, and I think this could be another reunion of quarterback and wide receiver here if they go that route. But to talk about the Burrow and this Bengals team now, I think you're right that they obviously still have their mind on offensive line, and they have to acquire guys there because if you can't protect Joe Burrow, doesn't matter who he's throwing to. But there are viable options later in this draft that they could get. They're picking early in the second round and third round, obviously, as well. So they can definitely move around and target guys and get some good offensive linemen to help this squad as well and still protect Joe Burrow. But yeah, that offense, those two together again, I mean, you can't ask for it any other better way if you're Joe Burrow. I already have the chemistry with this guy. I can close my eyes and throw him the ball, right? And we know what those two did together in his Heisman season. So it's going to be exciting to watch once Joe Burrow is healthy and back.
Yeah, and I also like too is as I pulled up one of the comments, these are two potential people. Well, in Chase and Pitt's weaponry that we did not want to get to Miami's pick to have them go there. Not that Waddle isn't fantastic or Devonta Smith,
I love Waddle.
Or even if they decided to take Sewell or something like that. But yeah, Jamar Chase is sweet. And it was interesting to see all the people that started as we went forward. Some people started having Jaylen Waddle as their number one on the board. And I get it, like dynamic. And you start throwing around those Tyreek Hill comps. And it's like, oh my God, look at this guy. And he's so fast and so on and so forth. But Chase was the guy. And I love the fantasy talk there, Russ, because that could be especially with a defense that lost William Jackson, lost Carl Lawson. I know they added Trey Hendrickson, but
not excited about that one.
No, he had a lot more cleanup sacks than he did, things of his own accord. That's a defense that potentially could be giving up a lot of points. And I don't know, garbage time for that Bengals offense, and you're Joe Burrow, and you're just slinging it around to three really solid wide receivers potentially. And also, nice call on the Tyler Boyd contract out. Very interesting. Maybe we see a day two potential trade or something like that as we get outs. And now
still a good wide receiver. I mean, there's a lot of teams that would love to have Tyler Boyd.
I would take Tyler Boyd. He's super underrated. I think just because the Bengals have been floundering the last several years, and they've always had someone like AJ Green or Joe Mixon, who's more, I guess, superstar-y level and talked about. But Boyd doesn't get talked about enough. And
he's got a good contract. I mean, he's really got a good contract. It's a very movable contract. It's good on your books if you have it, and he's an efficient player. So I've always liked Tyler Boyd. I'm glad he's finally developed into the player that he should be. But again, him and T. Higgins are number twos. They're not number ones. Jamar Chase is a number one, and that's what he's going to bring it. And my buddy Matt, shout out to him, and I doubt he's watching this, which shame on him. But
yeah, what the hell, Matt?
He just sent me a Snapchat, and he was like, man, the Bengals are gonna bangle. We should have got Sewell. And I was like, dude, I told you, I mock drafted Jamar Chase. You should have.
You should have listened to me.
You should have listened, dude.
It's a legitimate weapon.
I would be stoked to have Jamar Chase right now, and that's my team who needs everything. So
And see, that's in our mock draft on Tuesday, I think he fell, and we gave him to Detroit.
Yeah, hell yeah. And I think, again, like I would have preferred Sewell, but I don't think you can be upset at getting Jamar Chase. Like, no. That's a tremendous pick. He's phenomenal. And if you're just thinking, again, I think so many things are reactionary, and you have so much recency bias. What's the last thing you really remember as a Bengals fan? Joe Burrow tearing his ACL and getting hit. And the last thing from Jamar Chase was from 2019. And so it's the opposite of the recency bias. So I think a lot of people just kind of gravitate towards offensive line support. And I get it, especially as a Bengals fan, but it's hard not to be excited for Jamar Chase to go to that team. And Goodell has walked up to the podium.
What do we think it's going to be? I think Jaylen Waddle.
I have been calling Waddle for a while. Sewell would make sense here, but
Jaylen Waddle
Yeah, it is. All right. See, there's another reunion,
Waddle.
as I said, and it
5,
makes sense.
4, 6, baby. I'm 5, 4, 6.
I've nailed everything so far. I'm 6 for 6. I'm pretty excited. Not that I like Kaiir, but I'm a little excited.
Nice.
So we spoke about this. Actually, we spoke about this Tuesday night on the Hoof because I had the Dolphins and I gave them Jaylen Waddle. Russ, will lead with you again here. My thought with Waddle and adding him to this offense, again, when we did the draft, our mock on Tuesday, I had Chase ranked above Waddle, like I mentioned, but I gave Waddle to the Dolphins because of the fit and what Miami already has. Devontae Parker, even Preston Williams, Gesicki, what they're able to do over the middle. Now you add a guy who, although his route running, I think, is a little underrated because his deep threat capability is talked about, and Waddle can work underneath, but you add just straight burner who can get downfield, stretches the defense, and now those guys who can work underneath have even more room and space to work underneath, especially for a quarterback like Tua who likes to work underneath. I think as much as I hate Miami, I think that's a good pick in terms of what it does for their offense. What are your thoughts on Jaylen Waddle and how he fits into this Miami offense?
He's going to be a great fit for this offense. He's going to play as a slot receiver, and it was great to see right there. He had Mac Jones come up and congratulate him. He just had Devonta Smith come up and congratulate him. And, he's just so explosive after the catch. And you can play him, I think, honestly, anywhere. And an offense that needs that home run threat that's going to take the tops off of a defense and get just in the open field for you, Waddle can be that guy. So I really like this fit. I mean, you've got Devontae Parker on the outside, even though he can't separate to save his life. He's very good in contested catches. The Lions pick is in. I'm going to be taking my headphones out.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn the camera off real fast to grab a beer. I'll be back. I'm going to mute this, and then we will all laugh at me.
All right. Sounds good, man.
See you in a minute, Russ. Take a breath.
It'll be okay.
This is Anthony.
Hey, Waddle.
Go ahead.
We got to talk about Waddle because this is, again, I'm not an X's and O's analyst, but when I turned on to analyze who I thought were the top 5 wide receivers, I had Waddle number 1 because,
and also not to cut you off. John, love you as always and appreciate the super chat. But Anthony, I wanted you to potentially put this in your thought here because again, John lives in Miami Beach. The Finns wide receivers and tight ends had the worst separation stats in the NFL. Waddle helps, but they really wanted Pitts and a Jamar Chase trade down from, but lost both. But yeah, Waddle helps that separation aspect. And so Anthony, again, continue into how Waddle fits into Miami and potentially what that means for the Bills now.
Yeah, exactly, right? This is another now dynamic wide receiver whose hands are excellent. He can catch the ball. So this is a guy, when you think of Trey White, one of the best corners in the NFL, he can see the play happening as it unfolds. He knows how to cover a guy. But Trey White against Waddle is going to be a competition because Waddle, you can have the guy right on top of him, and he snatches that ball and takes off.
Here's my other concern now.
He's one step away always from just making a play and scoring a touchdown.
And that point there, not even on the outside, not only on the outside, Waddle can also go in the slot. And I like Taron Johnson, but he is not the most fleet of foot and is not the fastest. Waddle presents certain mismatch opportunities for that Bills defense. Pull up the super chat, super sticker right there from John. Thank you so much for the donation. And then to everyone, even if you're not donating, rolling live with us. The chat has been fantastic. The energy has been great. Just everybody being here, let alone the actual engagement and the donations. Super appreciative of all that, as always. But yeah, it's like Waddle's a good ad for Miami, a team that didn't have that necessary elite speed on offense. And you add that guy. And I love the point there. I love Trey White. I think we all do. He's so good. But he's not great from a pure athleticism standpoint. He's good from a technique, hands, footwork, placement, mental standpoint.
Anticipation.
Exactly. But sometimes, as great as you are with those things, and I've said it so many times, if you slightly misstep or you're slightly off because you run a 4.4 closer to a 4.5 and you're against a guy who runs a 4.2, he might be able to just get by you. And
and what's been one of our talking points all draft analysis and coverage here about the Buffalo Bills,
running back in the first round.
Besides that one, a cornerback that is athletic and speedy for this type of reason. Now we've seen it. It's fact now. Jaylen Waddle is a Miami Dolphin. They have a dynamic, speedy, athletic pass catcher who can do a lot of good things in that offense. And we need to counter that now with somebody who is speedy and athletic. Not saying that we can't roll with the guys we have now and stop them. And let's not forget, this is still Miami Dolphins. The biggest question mark holding this team back is their quarterback position in Tua and if he's the guy or not, right? Waddle can be a superstar all he wants, but we talked about going to the right location. And if Tua ends up being a bust, Waddle isn't going to have the opportunity to do much. So in the end, it's all on Tua's shoulders. But this is a red flag for the Buffalo Bills. All right, Miami's now made that first step. We have to counterpunch.
I'm very intrigued. I pulled up a couple comments for the support for us, and Tony, your kind words are awesome. Everybody's kind words are awesome. I can't say it enough. And also, I want to pull this, Danny. So I have some red, white, and blue garland that I wanted to decorate the tree and make it Bills-ish. I couldn't get it off the thing, like to unpackage it and get it on the tree. And I was like, screw it. I will have it up for tomorrow. I'm going to have the wife do it because I guess I'm not smart enough. But I'm going to have the wife deck the tree out in some more Billsy colors. But no, those are still the Easter colors, the pastel blue and the pastel yellow that you can see there. But yeah, I don't think this – I had assumed that Miami was going to take Waddle. I don't think this necessarily throws me in the direction of like, we need speed and we need corner, but I'm definitely still like concerned to a degree. I would like that speed upgrade for the Bills. And this is cool. Charlie and Collins say hello from the UK. Got some viewers in from the UK. I love that you guys are staying up late with us and love everything there.
It does say pick is in now. Let's talk about who it could be, right? We know that Penei Sewell's still on the board, probably the best player available on most people's boards at this point. Would it be a surprise to see them pick him? Because when you can end up with that kind of guy, you just do it. They could also go quarterback here, although that would be somewhat surprising, I think, for most people.
I'm with Russ on this, though. I would like Fields for them, but continue.
Yeah. And then there's, the possibility that they were trying to trade down. If it says pick is in, I'm assuming that means they have the pick.
I know who the pick is. I'm not saying anything about it.
We got Russ's celebration. All right. Pump that fist. Here we go.
Let's see. Because some of the reaction was that people were sad for Russ. I do like the pick as well. Russ, going straight to you, man. How do you feel?
Penei Sewell, you can't go wrong there, right?
Oh, I don't think his headphones are back on. Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong.
Oh boy.
I wanted to say he's not the best tackle in the draft, and you like Rashawn Slater.
Long term. This is a team that's rebuilding, right? They're thinking long term, and the biggest thing on Penei Sewell is everybody said he's going to be a good starter for the next 10 years. And anyone in the NFL would sign up for that. But a team that is in a specific position like the Lions definitely can benefit from having that kind of guy as their centerpiece. What is the old cliche? When you're building a team, you do it from the lines out, that offensive line, and go from there. So this should be a celebratory pick for Lions fans.
Russ, you hear us now? How do you feel, man?
We saw the fist bump.
We were just watching pure like
champagne.
This was your face the whole time. It was just pure, and we were like, "Oh, is he dreading it? How does he feel?" And then we saw, the Tiger Woods fist pump. So you like it? How do you feel?
Oh, well, 6 for 7, and
wow,
I'm loving it. Thanks for everybody.
Everybody's super pumped for you, by the way. They all like it.
Thank you. You guys respect my misery. I appreciate it. I promise you one day I'll make it to Buffalo, fully vaccinated now. So we will be jumping through tables, my friends. Wow. So look, I love this pick. This was my second ranked player. This is my top offensive tackle, and it fits, right? This is a team that wants people biting kneecaps. Look at these maniacs and get it, you fucking maniacs. Let's go.
I love how celebrate.
And it's one of those things they want, guys with an attitude, right? Dudes with an attitude. Let's get it, man. This guy's going to bring it, and he can play left tackle. Screw Taylor Decker. Move his non-vaccinated ass over to the right side where he rightfully belongs. And Penei Sewell, left tackle. Let's go.
So athletic.
I am so
putting
pumped
on the hat
now.
here. That is a nice sight.
He was a guy who, man, Sewell was one of those people that before the 2020 college football season started, he was one of those like way too early mocks that was in like the top 3, top 5 for everyone. And then even with opting out, he consistently stayed through. It was the opposite of Gregory Rousseau, edge for Miami. He was in that top 5, and as the draft process and season went, he's fallen down. Sewell has stayed there, and when you put on the tape, just technique and athleticism is the calling card.
Yes.
But as Russ mentioned, he's nasty. He's physical. He's got some violence in his hands. He's got violence in his pads. He plays with a good pad level. He's good out in the open field. He demolishes guys when he's in the open field, when he's pulling. I'm 1,000% going to watch this back and snip it, just the pure smile and smirk that is on Russ's face. You've just got this like kid on Christmas looking at a new toy in his hand smirk. Like, I'm so happy for you, dude.
Thank you, guys. I am pumped. I am
finally
a draft pick that is correct. God, dude, I've been waiting 29 years to say that.
Leadership.
Good start for
we've been there, man. We've been there, and now we know that you can make some good picks too. The clock is ticking down on the Panthers here, and this is an interesting position because my guess is
it says the pick is in.
It does say the pick is in. Okay, I'm at 54 seconds over here. Okay. My guess is they did everything they could to try and trade out of this position, right? That's why these teams are using every second. This is the lowest the clock has been yet without it saying the pick is in, at least on my end.
I'm thinking either I would still.
That's what I was going to ask. I have 2 picks wrong, but I had them switched. I had Jamar Chase going to the Lions and Penei Sewell in his spot. So this pick now, I actually had the next offensive lineman coming off the board. Slater. So I don't know where you guys are at with this pick. Obviously, they could go quarterback, but they made the trade for Sam Darnold, as we talked about earlier. What do you guys think? Tackle makes the most sense to me. You got Darnold. Don't be like the Jets. Do something to protect him.
Oh, I'm a little torn. I still believe in Darnold, but I would like if they went Fields. But I think Slater is the safer pick, especially if you believe in Darnold. Russ, what are you thinking?
Well, even though it says the pick is in, they can still technically they can announce a trade here. So
very true.
We will see what happens. Thank you, David. You're the man.
Yes, David. That's my brother, actually. Yeah. So he's a Dallas fan. He's tuning in, waiting for his team's pick. But Dave, thanks for watching.
Appreciate you.
Don't like the Cowboys. They shouldn't have beat the Lions in the playoff game, but whatever. No, I'm just kidding. So if they stay at this spot, Rashawn Slater makes a ton of sense. Let's be honest. Devonta Smith makes a ton of sense.
Man, you add him to Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore. Goodness gracious. And Christian McCaffrey.
They lost Curtis Samuel, so that makes sense. Yep. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were really enamored by a corner, and I wonder if it's Jaycee Horn. I think Jaycee Horn might be potentially that.
Get him before, because that's a guy a lot of people have going to the Eagles in a couple of picks here.
And to Russ's point, when they did the mock on ESPN a couple nights ago, the beat writer for Carolina from ESPN, he gave them Caleb Farley. Again, that was maybe a day before more injury stuff came out, but it'll be interesting. Let's see what they do. The selection is in. Carolina Panthers select. Oh, Russ, you nailed it. Jaycee Horn.
Wow, look at that. This is why he's a draft expert, ladies and gentlemen. What have you gotten one wrong so far?
He's right on it. Russ is fantastic. If you guys didn't know, now you know. I think it's so funny. Jaycee Horn. So I've said it before. Jaycee Horn was the first corner that I scouted this offseason in February. I had seen him during the regular season. I started out watching the game against Florida, watching him go toe-to-toe with Kyle Pitts. I liked him so much, and I was like, oh, you know what? I like his edge. I know he's a little grabby, and he might get flagged a bit here and there, but his tenacity, his toughness, his scheme versatility, his size, I liked it all. Give me it. Combined with the speed, give me that for the Bills. I was like, this could happen. And like with each passing week from that time in February, he just kept moving up the board and moving up the board and moving up the board. And now to see him go top 10 and into Carolina, a defense that already has someone really sweet in Jeremy Chin from last year's draft, and now you pair another young stud like Jaycee Horn in there. I like this pick a lot for Carolina. And Russ, you just spoke about it before they did it, kind of, gauging your thoughts there and what could happen. So what do you think of Jaycee Horn as a prospect and how he fits with Carolina?
Before I get into that, I have a quick question. In my mock draft, I had the Panthers trading down and getting Jaycee Horn at 15. Does that still count for my picks?
Counts.
It's like a half a point, right? Because
I'm giving him the full
to the team, right? But who did you have trading up? Out of curiosity, I'm guessing for a quarterback.
I had the Patriots. So, and again, we could see that here. Just Just judging by the
Broncos pick, you mean? So being the guy who's in Denver, that's where I live. There's a lot of buzz around quarterback. I know they just made the trade, but man, Fields is still on the board, and I can tell you 100% that Broncos fans want Justin Fields. This is the guy they wanted to fall to them. I mean, obviously, if they had the first pick, they might have made a different decision, but it's nonstop on the sports coverage here, on the radio, the fans. They want Justin Fields. So I can tell you, no matter what happens here, if the pick is not Justin Fields, Broncos fans are going to be mad. I don't care if they trade down and they end up with some amazing player later on. Justin Fields is on the board for the Broncos pick. If you're a fan, to me, they have no other choice but to pick him. Obviously, nobody knows what the organization is thinking, and they have other needs, and they could very much go other directions. Micah Parsons is somebody who I know a lot of people have talked about to the Broncos, and certainly sounds like a really good fit for them. But this is I'm on the edge of my seat for this one, being in Denver and knowing what these fans are like, and hearing all the time about we want Justin Fields, and the faith in their quarterback has gone downhill. So Drew Lock probably doesn't have much of a future here in Denver either way, no matter what happens here at this pick. But
yeah, we'll see what happens with Drew Lock. I mean, I've seen some rumblings of him possibly being dealt and maybe by the end of the weekend. So if it is Justin Fields here, maybe they move Drew Lock. Maybe it's to a team like Minnesota. Maybe it's to maybe it's to a team like New England, But with that being said, I do want to elaborate on the Jaycee Horn stuff. I agree completely with your evaluation on him. And look, he's a physical player. Teams love, we just saw it, Sewell. We love dudes with attitudes. You love guys that bring it every single play, get in the face of receivers or in front of the defender. So with Jaycee Horn, I think he is, one of those players that he's got the explosiveness, the athletic ability. He can play through the catch point. He can do every little thing that you need him to do. Can he get grabby? Sure. Is he going to have, PI calls against him? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, these type of lockdown corners are so valued in the NFL, and that's what he could become with Carolina. They stick with the trend. Last year, every single pick for Matt Rule and his staff, defense. Here, they started off with defense. So I like it. I think probably tomorrow, the rest of their draft could be very offensive heavy. I'm a little surprised. I will be honest. I'm a little surprised they didn't go Rashawn Slater, but everything I came across, they were doing as much homework on quarterbacks as they were cornerbacks. And they fell in love with Jaycee Horn. He's right down the road in South Carolina. So he's right down the road. They got to know him very well. We saw that last year, Atlanta Falcons, AJ Terrell. He grew up in Atlanta and was basically stuck there. And that's how they got to know him, and they fell in love with him for the first round. So we'll see what happens here with Denver. I would love to see Justin Fields. I think it's a great fit. But we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if a trade down happens. A trade has to happen.
You mentioned that Drew Lock might be on his way out, but the Teddy Bridgewater situation, I think, lines up very nicely if you pick Justin Fields here, right? Think about what those skill sets are and how Fields could learn from a guy like Bridgewater in his situation. And obviously he's been all over the place and found a way to still succeed and keep a starting job. So I think I like that situation a lot more than necessarily a Fields Drew Lock kind of playoff to see, competition to see who's going to be the starter here. And again, if they don't pick Fields, I'm worried Denver's going to be on fire tomorrow. So I really hope.
I hope that's not the case for you. But I will say, I hope.
There's a lot to unpack from the last little. Like even just Carolina, I like their young core now on defense. Jaycee Horn, Jeremy Chin. They took Brown, the defensive tackle out of Auburn last year in the first round, and he had a quality year. You add him with Brian Burns, who has been a terror off the edge. Suddenly that defense is interesting. Also now, them not taking a QB and then getting rid of Bridgewater, you would think Carolina seems to be committed to Sam Darnold. Yep. And he might be the guy of the future. And to your point about Denver, as there is 53 seconds on the clock and it's still counting down, I don't see how they don't take I don't see how they don't take Fields, especially with that young core. You got Judy, you got Fant, you got Cortland Sutton, you got KJ.
Fields wants to go there with the weapons they've got. Any quarterback.
Send him to Denver where the air is thin and let him just gun the ball 90 yards downfield.
Unless, of course, they try and trade for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I know we didn't get a chance to talk about that hullabaloo that went down today, but the rumor mills
it's so
spreading that he wants out and all that. It's crazy. It's draft day. We know there's a lot of nonsense going around, but one of the teams that was allegedly mentioned was the Broncos for that reason. There's lots of weapons here. This is a really good team. They're a quarterback away from competing. It's got to be the quarterback here.
I can confirm Justin Fields will be available beyond this.
Oh, shoot. Did they trade?
They've been looking. So.
If New England gets Justin Fields, I'm going to slam my face through this computer.
No,
just saying it now.
This worst case scenario, that is absolute horror.
What's up with Bills fans wanting to slam things all the time?
It's just
to your computer.
I've been this way for a very long time. So before it was cool to slam yourself through stuff, I've been doing that for a long time. No, but I think it's just think when you have the years and years of pent up like disappointment and paranoia, your natural reactions are just visceral and it's just impulsive. And it's like, okay, this went bad. What can I hit? What can I slam? What can I break? Like it's just
Yeah. Now I'm actually surprised somewhat that we have not seen a trade yet in this draft at this point. Obviously, there was already there was a pre-draft trade between the teams that have already picked San Francisco and Miami in different positions. But with the quarterbacks still out there was a lot of rumors going around about who's going to trade up to get those quarterbacks. It could have been the Lions, it could have been the Panthers, it could have been the Broncos. We have seen now, at least it says pick is in for the Broncos. I don't know if that means
Roger Goodell is walking.
There we go. So it's got to be something.
Oh, this comment is for you, Anthony. The only thing that'll make me slam things is a trade up for a running back from us. Anthony's on the same board.
If that happens, that would be the dumbest thing ever.
The Broncos take Patrick Surtain.
Oh,
after spending money on corner in the offseason as well. Interesting.
The Cowboys.
That's also funny. I like Surtain, and I did not want him to go to Dallas. So
they just robbed Dallas. That's kind of funny, though, because Dallas was, in the Jerry Jones conference, I think it was yesterday, he's saying, we're going to trade down. We really want to trade down. And it's like, why is he talking so much about trading down when everybody has mocked to them Patrick Surtain? And I guess maybe he saw the writing on the wall that teams above them are also interested in this special kind of cornerback. And now here it goes, right? We saw Jaycee Horn go. Now we see Surtain go. There's a lot of good cornerbacks in this class. One of the bets, I'm a gambling man, one of the bets I made was over 4.5 cornerbacks. I thought that was ridiculously low for the first round. So we're already 2 in at this point. And wow, Surtain to the Broncos. So
with all the Caleb Farley news, I think it was a pretty clear cut. Patrick Surtain II was the number one corner on this board. He's almost as polished as you can get as a corner coming out. He's got good length. He's got good size. The biggest knock is maybe despite running in the 4.4s that he doesn't have the best long speed, but his technique is there. He's so scheme versatile and especially in press. Like I liked him a lot. I knew there was no chance he was going to fall to the Bills, but he was my corner one.
I can't stop laughing right now because Patrick Surtain is an amazing football player. Like you just said, the consensus number one defensive player in this draft, probably. And
scheme versatile,
a lot of teams
great
would
ball
love
skills.
to have this guy. And Denver is going to be so pissed that they got him. I cannot wait to listen to the radio and the news and see the fan reaction because Fields is the guy they really, really wanted. They thought that they could start building a future and start winning now if they drafted him, whether that's right or not. And certainly a core piece of the defense like this, a top-notch defensive player, talk about best player on the board. Everybody wants to say that. This is legitimately probably their best player on the board here, and that's who they got. But my God, the blowback's going to be tough.
And I think that's the thought here. And Russ, I'm going to pivot to you here because Patrick Surtain is fantastic. But would you have gone Fields here? And then what do you think of Surtain's fit for Denver, given what his strengths are as a corner?
Yeah, I probably would have gone Fields just simply because I don't trust either quarterback that I have on my roster. But with that being said, you look at their roster, they added Kyle Fuller. They have Callahan. Outside of those two guys, I mean, I think they're both on, Fuller's on a 1-year deal. They're on the, whatever. The longevity of their cornerbacks is not where it needs to be. And you bring in Patrick Surtain, who, let's be honest, cornerback position takes a while to develop. They don't necessarily get it year one. And he might, because again, the apple might not fall far from the tree there, but with him, he's going to be able to come in. He's going to take his time. He's going to learn the defense. He's going to learn from some very good veterans. And with that, I think it's a great fit. I think Justin Fields, again, I thought we would have seen Fields here, but we're seeing Fields and Jones fall. And for whatever those reasons are, and I said it on radio shows all over, we're going to see quarterbacks fall. We're not going to see 5 in the top 10. It's just not going to happen. This has so far been probably the biggest surprise so far, because I thought if they were going to go anything, maybe it was Parsons or maybe it was Rashawn Slater. But Surtain makes a lot of sense. I like the fit. We'll see what Dallas does here. Maybe they go Micah Parsons. Sean Lee just retired, so maybe Parsons. But I don't know. I'm sure they're on. I'm sure they're on the phones right now.
We already talked about there's a lot of other cornerbacks in this draft that they could pick here. There's certainly a lot of routes they could go. Yeah, and the whole thing that I said about the press conference where they were talking, Jerry Jones just couldn't stop saying, yeah, we could trade down. We could trade down. I don't know if he's just envisioning that they need more pieces and that their maximum value is to trade this pick down and get more guys in that situation. But there certainly is a lot of value still on the board here at this pick for the Cowboys.
I love your brother being in here and just messaging
He's
his
a Cowboys
every
fan.
thought. Yeah, he wants defense. He was upset about Surtain going. He's doing the head scratching, waiting anxiously. I love.
We've all been there, right? We've all been there. So
Eagles are trading up.
With Dallas.
Yep.
Interesting. Devonta Smith. That's just my guess. I don't know. All I see is that it says trade on the bottom. Philly has moved up to number 10. I always
be Devonta Smith.
It
could be Slater too. A tackle here for them. It could be.
I would like them to go offensive line, especially with their whole team. Just their whole offensive line got decimated last year. Injuries galore. But if you're thinking Hurts is the guy, help him with some better weaponry other than going with what they have now.
Jerry Jones was not kidding about trading down, huh? Because he did it now, and he did it with one of his rival teams, which is an unusual thing to happen in the NFL draft.
Anthony,
if you see the compensation, if one of you gets the compensation, we could talk about that. For sure.
I love how when we announced it, your brother went, "What?" for the trade down.
Exactly. Within your own division, this is interesting because no matter what happens here, you are going to have to say we could have had that guy if he succeeds on this team.
We have the trade details. So the Eagles receive the 10th overall pick. Dallas receives the 12th overall pick, obviously in this first round, 2 picks later, and then a 3rd round pick, which is 84th overall. So
not bad,
but also
pick to go down 2 spots.
Yep, solid. Get another top 100 pick. You only move down 2 spots, especially if the guy you really wanted is gone. But I always think, Anthony, you mentioned it. It was mentioned in the chat as well. I always find interdivisional trades being weird. Even as a Red Sox guy, when we got Adam Ottavino this offseason from the Yankees, I was like, what? What's going on? Why are we okay trading with each other? Those things always kind of throw me a bit for a loop. But I think that's a good move for Anthony. I know your brother is still probably upset.
Yeah.
And sorry,
David.
But
here's another point.
Good move.
These are 3 back-to-back division teams, right? It was the Cowboys, the Giants, and the Eagles. Cowboys and Eagles switched, so now it's the Eagles, the Giants, and the Cowboys. In my mock draft, at least, and Russ, maybe you can let us know some insight into yours. I actually had Devonta Smith going to the Giants at the next pick, which would make sense here why the Eagles would say we need to get ahead of the Giants, because that's really all they're doing. They're going ahead of the Giants. So whoever they pick here, they certainly felt like the Giants were going to take him if he was still on the board there. So that tells me it's, probably not quarterback. I know there's been murmurings about that, but it makes more sense to me to either be the offensive tackle or more sense that they would want to jump the Giants to get Devonta Smith. Is that how you saw it going down similarly, Russ?
Your assessment's not wrong, but I think here the rumor has been Kwity Paye, and the Giants have been the team that has been somewhat linked to an edge rusher to fit their odd front scheme, and he makes a lot of sense. And it came out the other day, Philadelphia loves Kwity Paye. The only way they can get Kwity Paye is to get in front of New York. So I'm curious if that's what this boils down to, if it's Kwity Paye. Devonta Smith, makes a ton of sense without questions. but they're showing the guys, in the war room without their, with their phones. And there's Micah Parsons. He's not talking to anybody. At least it doesn't look like he's talking.
Parsons is also maybe kind of like a prick, and I could see him being like, I'm not picking up the phone.
Mac Jones.
Yeah.
If it was Mac Jones, I would laugh so hard.
I mean, no, it's not going to be Mac Jones.
That would be so funny.
But he's sitting there doing nothing. It looks bored. Yep. There's nobody around him. Where's his family, man? They're in the green room, I guess. Yeah.
But I think there's going to be some sad Mac Jones memes after this. Sorry, go ahead, Russ.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. There's going to be some memes for sure. But Devonta Smith was sitting there and nobody was on the phone. Yeah. So again, I think it could be Rashawn Slater. I think it could be.
I would like that for them.
I think Kwity Paye. My first mock draft, I had Rashawn Slater go. That was when they were picking 6th. So in this draft that I had them, I actually had them trade. I didn't have them trading up. I had them trading back. I had them swapping with Chicago. Okay. And I had Philly drop to 20, getting Christian Darrisaw, and had Chicago taking at that point Trey Lance, because I thought Mac Jones was going 3. And like I said, I think there's going to be a quarterback that fell. I wasn't giving up on Justin Fields, but here we are. Both quarterbacks are available. I don't think it's going to be a quarterback here. I don't know. I could be wrong, but
no, I don't think so either. I know we're not there yet. I just think New England's going to get Justin Fields.
Stop it.
Not going to be pleased. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The Chicago Bears are going to mortgage the farm to come up and get Justin
Please
Fields.
Do. Like, I would love that.
Come on,
pick us in. Goodell is walking to the podium.
Here we go.
I'm not looking at I've seen multiple people in the chat ask for people in the chat to stop spoiling picks, so I'm not going to look into the chat. I'm also hoping people aren't spoiling. Let's see. Russ, Kwity Paye was your number 1 edge, if I remember correctly?
That is correct.
Yep. We'll talk about him maybe shortly, but Eagles with their pick. With the number 10 pick. Oh, my God. Nobody wants to hear you. Just go faster. They told the Heisman Trophy winner goes to Philadelphia. Boy. And now that offense, speed with Jalen Reagor, speed with Devonta Smith, Miles Sanders coming out of the backfield. If they use him correctly, even though they didn't last year and decided to, hurt my fantasy team, because I guess whatever. Jalen Hurts' big arm and his mobility. You've still, for the moment, got Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert. You've got a very good tight end connection. You've all of a sudden got some interesting pieces brewing there in Philly. Russ, as we have done, we're going to pivot to you. Heisman Trophy winner, tons of speed, weighs about as much as a wet blanket does. What do you think his fit is in this Eagles offense and what he is as a player?
I like the fit, and I think Philadelphia gets a player that they're familiar with, Deshaun Jackson. I think comparable, that's a player that he's very comparable to. And he's maybe the best route runner in this draft class, if we're being honest. I mean, he is so fluid with his lower body, and he's got the speed to run vertically up the field and do everything that you need a vertical threat to do, but also I think a number 1 receiver to do. I don't think Jalen Reagor was going to be that guy for them. I think they realized that, and they kind of maybe forced their hand a little bit just to get a weapon for Carson Wentz last year. Well, they've got to build around Jalen Hurts, and they do so. They've got Reagor, they've got Goddard, they still have Zach Ertz, and they've got Miles Sanders out of the backfield. Now you add Devonta Smith, and I like this fit a lot. Again, they don't know what the Jets board or the Giants board is, so they're not exactly sure if he was going to be the pick at 11. I mean, that was a rumor a few weeks ago that they really liked Devonta Smith. And again, they might have liked Devonta Smith because they knew the Eagles liked Devonta Smith.
Right.
But ultimately, they get their guy. They needed a receiver. You can't be mad at them for it. So I look, if I'm an Eagles fan, I'm happy with the fact that my team got a receiver. Maybe it's not the best receiver in the draft, but it's still a quality pickup for an offense that needs him.
It's crazy that we have the Heisman Trophy receiver who went 3rd and went after 2 people. Sorry, Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, right. And he's, you're talking about 3 amazing receivers in this draft who are probably all going to do well. But to my brother David's point, who's the Dallas fan here in the group, if you're Dallas, now you're thinking, well, he could have gone to the Giants. So you'd rather him go to the Eagles. Sure, that makes the Eagles better. But if he went to the Giants, now you're talking one hell of an offense in for the Giants there. So it's probably better for overall that there's progression here.
Oh, we got a trade. The Bears traded up to 11, and I got goosebumps. I'm really hoping they take Justin Fields.
Baby. I called it. I said they were going to do it.
Please.
Are you kidding me?
I just said this was going to happen.
Dave Gettleman traded back?
The what? Yeah, Gettleman traded back, right?
Oh my God. Dave Gettleman didn't take somebody.
I got goosebumps right now for really, really, really. It has to be a QB, and it has to be Justin Fields,
come
right?
on.
Please,
Chicago.
Mac Jones.
What was the other day on ESPN when they said Chicago's number one need in the draft was hope? And guess what? I think hope just paid off for them because they waited and they waited. They're like, we only have so much capital that we can offer to come up so many spots. And this seems like the perfect fit here. This has got to be Fields.
Part of me, I don't want Fields to go to New England. That's it. I don't want Fields to go to New England. So I would like the Bears to take him. But the other part of me, I want the Bears to take Mac Jones to just watch Chicago burn overnight and just be absolutely distraught. But Russ, as a Lions fan, I'm assuming you would like the Bears to take a punter here or Mac Jones, so that way the division doesn't get stronger.
Yeah, and let me just say this. I know we're all kind of ripping Mac Jones. I mean, look,
he's still good.
he can still be a good player. And
I don't want him in New England either. That's
and Mac Jones could still be a good player. If he ends up going here, it makes sense. I think it's going to be Justin Fields, and it makes sense for Chicago to go get a quarterback. All they have is Andy Dalton, and the rumor earlier in the winter was that they were going to go get Russell Wilson, and that was going to be their guy, and they were offering the farm. I'm curious what the compensation will be here for this pick.
We got it. So the Bears get 11th overall. The Giants get 20th. They get a 5th rounder, and it went away. They got 4 things, including if you include the 20th pick in the first round of this year, they got 3 other picks after that.
Okay, because when you said 5th, I'm like, that's not enough. But obviously, if there's 3 other picks there, even if they're late rounds, that's still pretty good.
Yeah. Sorry, Russ, continue. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. And I will say this for the Giants, which actually I need to be writing this stuff down because that way I don't have to go back and do it. Which is why I have all these notepads in front of me. But I will. I was going to go with so many different things here because I was grabbing beers and you guys were talking about Dallas. So, okay, Chicago, it's going to be Justin Fields. The guy's not even sitting on his couch right now. It's going to be Justin Fields. This guy's running through walls probably right now. And I'm happy for him. I don't want to root against the kid. I'm going to have to root against the kid. He's going to Chicago, no question about it.
And I would also, I'm sorry again, Russ, but I would also hope because at this point, so the Bears gave up pick 20 this year, pick 164 this year. They also gave up next year's 1st and next year's 4th. So I would hope it's for a QB of Justin Fields' caliber. So that adds even more to your point, Russ. I'll let you take the notes there and then go. But the Bears basically traded next year's 1st to move up 9 spots. And you would hope it would be, if you are the Bears or a Bears fan, you would hope it's for a player with the perceived ceiling of Justin Fields because you just gave up a significant pick, especially considering you came off of years where you didn't really have any picks because you gave up a lot to get Khalil Mack. So you didn't really have guys coming in. So you would think it would be Justin Fields. And obviously he could potentially add a lot. Again, apologies for us to cut you off there with the breaking news.
You're good. So we all ripped San Francisco for giving up draft capital up to go get Mac Jones earlier. Well, we should be ripping Chicago if they go up and spend this type of capital for 4 picks to get Mac Jones. So this will be Justin Fields, no doubt about it. He's going to learn from Andy Dalton, and maybe he ends up playing by Thanksgiving. And I'm a little bit terrified because I'm going to have to play this guy twice a year, probably for the next 10 to 15 years. So I'm hoping it all works out for him because he's just such an easy kid to root for. And I mean, I'm getting all these trades kind of right. I mean, so that's what I'm stumbling on.
It's almost like you know stuff about the NFL draft.
I had Chicago moving up. I had Philadelphia moving back, but Philadelphia moves up. And I will say this: you guys were talking about Dallas. That's just where I was going to pivot. And I know we're about to announce the pick here, and we'll talk about where he fits and how he fits and all that in a second. But you guys mentioned Dallas, and this is more so to your brother. Look, don't be and I don't know if he is upset. Maybe he's texting you. Maybe the chat's going off.
He said he was good after he heard the pick. Like, okay, we didn't need a wide receiver. So yeah.
So, and you know it's going to be a quarterback here. So you can still get Kwity Paye. You could get Micah Parsons here. I think there's a lot. You could take a corner in the second round. You can take offensive line help in the third round. You got 2 picks now in the third round. So I like this for Dallas. And obviously now we got Chicago. The pick is in, confirmed. Justin Fields.
There we go. Yes, sir.
Officially announced.
Which would make a good pick. And I like that for Chicago. And we said it, made the joke, like you can't draft hope. The Bears kind of got some hope in this draft. And
that's what I mean. They hit their jackpot here. This is what they needed more than anything else in this draft. Chicago's a good team on paper. They have a great defense. They've got some playmakers on offense. They're a run-first team that has a great pass catcher, and it just couldn't put it all together. So if they can maintain this now with a guy like Justin Fields in the building, that certainly puts them back into contention. And that's exactly what they needed more than anything. Hope. And it really worked out for them that these quarterbacks didn't all go in the top 10, and they were able to trade up and get them.
Well, I think the last time Matt Nagy was in a room where a team traded up for a quarterback, it was Patrick Mahomes.
I was going to say Mahomes.
So, and I mean, they did that at 10th overall. Here we go, 11th overall. You get a guy, I mean, a little bit of a different dynamic. He's got the mobility. You're going to see, I mean, you hear the word RPO all the time, this concept that everybody loves to use, but they don't use it properly. They can use these RPOs with this quarterback. And
I love that. Praise be to Dick Butkus, the Bears.
Yo, you should
from
change
Fields
that.
to New England.
change the ticker to praise to be to Dick Butkus.
I know. I really should just leave it there. Praise be to Dick Butkus, the Bears.
Wow. But it's a great fit. He's got Allen Robinson, David Montgomery, Tariq Cohen. There's a lot to work with. So I mean, he's going to be a Bear. I'll root against him twice a week, but for every other week, I'm going to be rooting for him because he's a great kid, and he's got such a good story. And for him to drop to 11, I mean, it's a crime, but it is what it is.
I think with now what's interesting from the Giants' perspective in trading out, so they get the 20th pick in this year, so they move down to 20. For a team that is starting to rebuild and do some things, they get an extra first next year. You still think they're probably looking at edge, and there still should be some quality edge players there left at 20. So a potentially good move from the Giants as they acquire more picks. They get a real quality pick in next year's draft. I think that's a decent move for them, especially considering who they are going after. And we mentioned it earlier, and I wanted to pivot to some talk about him because, Russ, a lot of Bills fans have been talking about Kwity Paye. They've seen him on the draft boards as the number one edge guy for a lot of people. As we mentioned earlier, he was your number one edge. What is it that you like about Kwity Paye? Why is he your number one, and what do you think he brings to the NFL?
Well, there's not much in the. I mean, it's a good edge class, but I thought from every edge rusher that I studied, I felt like there was just so much to work with, and I thought his tape was probably the most consistent. And if you get him in a scheme, and I think if he ends up falling, and I don't know if that's going to be the case, if he ends up falling and Baltimore somehow gets him, he is going to be the steal of the draft if he goes to Baltimore. But that being said, I love he's an athletic specimen. He's so explosive, and he's got that ability to, speed to power. He can rush standing up. He can rush with his hand in the dirt. And I love the flexibility from him. But what I liked most, I think, was just how well he used his hands and to engage on blocks and still hold at the point of attack. You don't always see that. There's times that you watch Jaelan Phillips, and he's getting just dominate against Syracuse, against Louisville. I mean, some of the smaller schools.
Syracuse is me. That's where I'm from. That's my team.
But yes,
not exactly known for their offensive prowess, if you will.
Exactly, and they got three defensive players.
Great defenders.
I can go into detail on those, but I'm just saying they're not playing against the Alabamas of the world, and you're watching Jaelan Phillips get absolutely destroyed. So I think Kwity Paye is a player that just makes sense for a team that needs an edge rusher. I think there's just a lot to work with him. And I think I was going to just finish on the point of the Michigan coaching staff not really putting him in a position to succeed, I don't think. But
very good point.
So he's better than what he even projects on tape.
And like, he wasn't healthy, don't get me wrong. I mean, he didn't play that much this year. He was hampered by a groin injury, but ultimately, I think you take him in the first round, and with all the tools and the athleticism, you just can't teach that stuff. And I think you can get him refining technique. It's
interesting the way the board worked out now. I think that Dallas could have chosen to trade down again and still ended up with a guy like Kwity Paye if they went down enough spots here. But it looks like, at least I'm seeing, pick is in.
Well,
Don't
now
see any news
we're
on
really
trade,
into. No, yeah, I'm still at pick is in on NFL Network. Now we're into the weeds, really, of this draft. Had a lot of unpredictability just in general. The draft kind of always does, but especially now with the COVID year in 2020, things this year with medicals not 1,000% being there and guys opting out, all these things. There's so much volatility really starting around pick 10, going all the way through the end of the first, that you can make a case for multiple guys from multiple teams as we go through so far. And I think Dallas really starts. Dallas, you really thought was going to get Patrick Surtain, and then he goes, and now you're thinking, okay, they still need several things. And you even mentioned, like, if they wanted Kwity Paye, they could potentially trade back and grab him. But then you never know, like, maybe someone else has Kwity Paye as their number one edge. Someone else might have Jason Oweh or Phillips or something. There's so many different moving pieces. And I think that's what's made this draft so much more exciting than previous years, because there's so many, like, yeah, well, they could take this, but they're most likely going to take this. It's been the opposite for, like, so many teams. There's like a 30% chance for like 3 guys for every single team. We have a lot, and Goodell is at the podium. He's speaking. He's talking. He's talking about something else. He's talking about partnering with Mental Health America to support resources. They're doing some good things. Talking about stuff. Plug in that. I'm not looking at the chat.
It's all anticipation for you.
Is it all anticipation? Because also I'm not turning this way because I know someone is still commenting spoilers in the chat, and I don't want that. So I'm just going to sit here and wait till it's revealed. So I'm not going to look left. Goodell seems to be passing the mic to someone he's thanking for their service and for all they do to help others during this challenging time. I have the closed captioning on, so that's how I know exactly what he's saying. And now
I was going to say, dude, how the hell do you know that?
I'm a lip reader. It's my profession. That'd be sweet. Okay. Oh, it's a U.S. Army veteran and licensed social worker who's making the pick. That's really sweet. I love when the NFL does things like that. Oh, Micah Parsons.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So,
wowzers.
I mean, Dallas fans have a lot to be excited about with this pick for sure. Talking again, one of the hot names in this draft, linebacker position, dynamic playmaker.
Runs a 4.3.
Exactly. Speedy. I mean, everything you can want in an ideal linebacker for sure. Russ, interested to hear your breakdown on this one.
I was
going
to say, two questions.
If somebody as simple as me who watches the tape and says, wow, this guy pops, like, this guy's good, you can probably explain it a lot better than I can.
And how does he, and especially for the people out there who don't know, we've spoken about it briefly on the show, but so 2 things. Parsons is tremendously versatile. Where do you think he slots best in the NFL in terms of where he lines up at linebacker? And 2, do you think the potential off the field issues and concerns with him that date back to high school and have continued throughout his career, do you think those are seriously red flaggy or just kind of stuff that can be blown by the wayside?
No, I mean, those are serious red flags. And I think that's why we didn't see him get taken inside the top 10, because I think he was the best defender in the draft, but he goes to a place where he doesn't necessarily have to be the guy. There is great players around him. Jalen Smith, Leighton Vander Esch, if he can't stay healthy, I mean, Leighton Vander Esch could be done. I mean, let's be honest. The guy just can't stay healthy. So I think ultimately you're going to play him probably in some type of Mike role, and he's going to be utilized in the middle of that defense. He's going to attack. He's so good at attacking upfield. He can rush. He can blitz. And that's what set him apart from so many different players. Just watching him when they were playing against Memphis. I mean, this guy came up and just was blitzing with ease. And it was like, how does he know how to do that so well? So I love this addition I mean, let's be honest, this team needed a playmaker. They needed a player in the middle of this defense. It can't just be Jalen Smith all the time. So Micah Parsons is going to be that playmaker. He can drop into coverage. He doesn't necessarily have to now. He can play in the box at the line of scrimmage. Jalen Smith can do all that other stuff. And this is a great fit. If the off the field stuff is clear, he's going to be a stud, I think, for this defense.
Yeah, you hit it on the head there. All of a sudden, I've loved always, obviously as a Bills fan, the ranginess of Tremaine Edmonds and Matt Milano, but the ranginess, sideline to sideline, coverage ability, and come forward ability now from Micah Parsons and Jalen Smith is, and again, if Van Der Esch is healthy, fantastic. But even if we're just taking with the two known commodities of Smith and Parsons, good Lord, the speed at the second level, the aggressiveness at the second level, that all of a sudden becomes a really fun thing to see. And I think that's why Anthony's brother, the unfortunately Dallas Cowboys fan, that is Anthony's brother, he is happy with that. It would be a good addition. Yeah, Russ, I think you hit it right on the head. He's somebody who, again, if we're looking at all things considered and we're just looking at pure talent, he's so talented, so much ability. But around this time, we always get the things of, reports that come out, and he had a lot. Like, there were stories dating back to high school of just less than ideal things you want for a person, especially if you're going to spend high draft capital on someone like that. But that's also there. That's spot on there. Ron Dallas.
I was just about to make that point.
No, I was going to say, the multitude of people, including Greg Hardy. That's a road I don't want to get down, so I'm going to get upset. But yeah, that pivot away, just like Ross and Friends. Pivot. Yeah, that's. But if you're just going
great clip.
Yeah, so great. And so relatable, because everybody's been in a moving scenario like that where you just can't get the couch the right way or a mattress or whatever. Yeah, that's a great show. I think that's a really good pick for Dallas, just on a pure talent.
Right. And I think you're right that the off the field concerns or the stuff that's been put out there for them. Look, I'm a believer that all these guys, they're kids. They're coming out of college. They've done stupid stuff. I mean, some stuff is unforgivable, but if it's something that they can come to the NFL, give this guy a chance, and some teams say, no, we're not going to do that. The Bills are leaning more toward that way recently. Like, hey, we're not going to deal with this character that's going to, cause a scene or whatever. Dallas is the perfect position where a guy like that could come in, get his chance, learn from the guys that are there, and no matter what he does, he's pretty much never going to be the biggest center of attention on a team like Dallas. So I think it's a good fit for him overall. He'll be able to learn and grow there. And like I said, give these guys at least a second chance to prove or show who they really are. If they show that character, if it comes up as a problem.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very
now
true.
with the Chargers on the clock, this is
Slater. It's got to be Slater.
It's got to be. I was just about to say, to be in this position and still have so many great offensive linemen on the board. I forget who I had. I had him picking an offensive lineman here, but Slater was certainly already off the board for me at this point. So this is I mean, it's got to be. I'd imagine Slater is.
It's got to be Rashawn Slater. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's not, I mean,
and I think we're in a similar boat here for the Chargers, except it's an easier decision based on how the board fell. A similar situation to what the Bengals were in, where you got a really good young quarterback. You've got some weapons already established around him. Good night to Anthony's brother as he heads off to work. Appreciate you riding with us, even though you're a Cowboys fan. Appreciate your support tremendously. I'm glad you enjoyed your Micah Parsons pick there. And the pick is in for the Chargers. We'll wait and see what gets announced there as the stream here goes to commercial. But you would think Justin Herbert comes out of nowhere, starts a little sooner than what was anticipated going into the 2020 season, gets thrust into a starting role because, the trainer decided to stab Tyrod Taylor's heart with a needle and make him not be able to play. So Herbert gets thrust into a role, really kind of sets the world on fire, especially from a fantasy perspective. But they got some good weapons. They got some good pieces, could use some work on the line. I would think it would have to be Rashawn Slater, especially considering how strong he is, his positional versatility up front to honestly even flex into center potentially, not just guard and tackle. But I think he's a strong tackle. Some people had him ranked ahead of Sewell as the draft process went through. I would think that would be the pick here. Russ, what would you think?
I think it's going to be Slater as well. I mean, that's who I had them
at 13.
I had them taking Slater. At first, I thought maybe I had them trading back, but no, I have them taking Slater. And I mean, I think at this point in the draft, I mean, he's one of the best offensive linemen in the draft. I think the biggest question mark with him is what position is he going to play? Is he going to play guard? Is he going to play tackle? And I'll be honest, I've got burnt on this before, and it's credit to the Bills coaching staff for making their left tackle one hell of a left tackle in Deion Dawkins, because when he came out of Temple, I thought he was a guard. And I feel the same way with Slater, and I think he's very comparable to Deion Dawkins. So he could come in and play left tackle for the Chargers. He wouldn't surprise me. So roll the dice there, let him play it. Don't get me wrong. I think he can do it. But I mean, I think he's best suited to play guard. I think for immediate success, you play him at guard, and I think from day one, you might have an all-pro left guard or right guard. Right. And he was recruited to play guard when he was coming out. He was a guard in high school. So
is Darrisaw your next tackle on your board? Because that's the only other name of tackle that I could see here. But I mean, I think the pick is Slater as well. They're in an excellent position to take him, but that's the only other name I could imagine picking here. And positional wise, I mean, I don't even see him going in another direction unless they go edge. And you know, that would be shocking to me at this point if they don't go tackle.
Yeah, I will say my offensive tackle grouping is probably a little bit different than most. It's not Christian Darrisaw, and I don't have Slater listed as a tackle. I have him listed as my top interior offensive lineman.
Okay. But they'd still take him here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, they would still take him
put him at that position. Yeah.
I mean, and honestly, the next two picks could be interior offensive linemen off of my board. It could be Rashawn Slater and Elijah Vera Tucker.
You bite your tongue on AVT. He's going to fall to 30, and the Bills are going to get him. How dare you?
I'll be honest. I think the latest he lasts is 21, 22. Yeah, I think very comparable to like Andre Dillard when he was coming out of Washington State, went to Philly at 2021 or whatever that was. But I'm throwing comps, and I'm not even a comp guy. I hate
I hate doing it too. I hate it.
I try to let the guy be himself, and that's something I've learned. But with that being said, what was the question that was asked? I can't even remember.
Who's the number two tackle on your board?
If it wasn't Slater, who do you think they would pick at tackle? If it's a tackle?
I should be more professional than drinking beer on live YouTube.
Hey, it's Draftmas, man. How many years did you say you were waiting for a good first round pick? Let's go.
29. I'm 29. So they're showing Rashawn Slater before the pick's even in. So spoiler alert, the pick is Rashawn Slater. Unless that was him at the draft. Okay, anyway, so my offensive tackles here is Penei Sewell, then it goes Alex Leatherwood, and then it goes. I gotta pull this thing.
Eichenberg?
No.
Tevin Jenkins?
No. Dylan Radins, I think is number 3. I don't have it offhand.
Chargers go, and then they went Rashawn Slater.
Yep.
There we go. So as we broke down the fit, I think so. So given that, I think we spoke about Slater at length, and as Russ starts to pull up his tackle rankings there, and Russ broke down what his better fit is. We spoke about the need for it on the Chargers, whether he's playing tackle or guard. That's a solid addition, solid add. You protect Justin Herbert. I wanted to answer the question that got pulled up here. And a good question from Danny. How are you liking the draft for the Bills so far? Knock on wood, because I am very superstitious. To quote Michael Scott, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. I like it so far. A lot of the guys that we are wanting are still on the board, especially for certain positions that I'm not going to speak of because I don't want to speak it into existence.
I was just about to say, this next pick, the Minnesota Vikings is the first one where I'm holding my breath a little bit because I'm like,
I don't want to say anything. I'm also hoping that
they need a
quarterback. Take Mac Jones. Like I'm hoping, give me more quarterbacks. Like what I want out of the next
running backs. Come on, where are the running backs?
Well, Travis Etienne's going to go at 30 to the Bills. We already know that. So from pick 14,
somebody already tried to poke the bear in the chat, and I ignored it. So
from pick 14 through 29, I would love to see Mac Jones go, and then give me more wide receivers going. Give me more things that the Bills don't necessarily need right now.
Give them.
That's fine. I am okay with all that. So as of right now, I think it's shaping
There's
up.
A lot of names right here, though. I have a feeling that no matter who the pick is for, they could go a number of different positions, the Vikings here. But no matter who it is, I have a feeling I'm going to say that's one of the guys on my board. So that I was hoping that would fall to the Bills.
And I think we should let's start to shift here a little bit towards Minnesota. Because they've got they're almost not in a similar situation in the Bills, but they've got these positions where they could go here, they could go there. They don't have huge holes, but they do have some needs. Russ, what are you kind of forecasting here for the Minnesota Vikings? What are your thoughts?
The Before I get into Minnesota, offensive tackle, top 5. Sewell.
Yep.
Leatherwood, Ray Dunes, Darisaw, Tevin Jenkins. That's the top 5.
Okay.
So, and a lot of those guys, and then it goes Liam Eichenberg and et cetera, but a lot of those guys are in that 30 range. I like those guys in that 30 range. I mean, I liked a lot of their tape. I loved a lot of their tape, to be quite honest, but comparing it to some of the receivers, the corners, even some of the quarterbacks, it was like, I don't know. I think some of these skilled position guys are a little bit better. And then, of course, some of the interior offensive linemen like a Rashawn Slater, Elijah Vera Tucker. So going to Minnesota, Kwity Paye's still on the board. Jaelan Phillips is still on the board. They need another edge rusher in their defense to go opposite of Daniel Hunter. And I think there's a chance here we see an edge rusher, maybe the first one off the board. But again, I'm going to stick to my guns. Elijah Vera Tucker, if he's there, they need to get that offensive. They need to get that offensive. They got to get that offensive line better, man. And I think AVT is.
A lot of people have AVT going here, and we don't want it to be them.
The Jets traded up.
Oh,
not Najee Harris.
Take Etienne.
Oh, running back. Please. Smoke screen effective, baby.
Unless
screen effective.
Unless they're going edge rusher.
I was just about to say.
Interesting, yeah.
Mac Jones.
Yeah, another QB, two QBs.
I was going to say that in our mock draft on Tuesday on the hoof, I had them picking Jaelan Phillips because he was still on the board here for the Vikings. Obviously, they've now traded. So the pick is to the Jets. They also need an edge rusher. And again, you mentioned it, Russ. This is a good spot. There's all the top edge rushers are still there. So whoever you want, you got them. And I think that's got to be the direction the Jets are going here if their leadership sends them in the right direction. But in my mind, I'm thinking, let's see, who's the worst player they could pick here? Well, I don't know, but
punter.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I'll go with 3 options here. I'll go with Kwity Paye. I'll go with 4. Kwity Paye, Aziz, unless they're going up for Caleb Farley, which would be a shocker at 14.
I was thinking corner. I was thinking Greg Newsome, but Farley would be shocking here.
Oh my God, that one hurt too. Right? If they take Newsome, we know we're both high on Newsome, so that would be it. He's the next cornerback on the board, most likely, depending on how you feel about Caleb Farley. Yeah. So trading up to get Farley might be a shock at this point, although the Cardinals are 2 picks away here, and they need a cornerback as well. So it might have made sense that the Jets thought, if we have this cornerback that we want to get, the team we needed to jump was the Cardinals, and they did that effectively by coming to 14.
Well,
interesting.
That makes sense. I don't think Caleb Farley's going to go tonight. I'm going to be honest. I really don't.
Oh, interesting.
Medical.
I think the back injury is a big thing. I think a lot of teams think he's going to have to get a second back surgery. Also, the COVID stuff just came out. So, I only say that, and I get it. There's a lot of people that overcome it. But look at Rashad Bateman. The guy lost 20 pounds. He still felt the side effects of it. Could Caleb Farley have that same type of deal? So for the Jets, real quick before the pick comes in, I mean, Jaelan Phillips, Kwity Paye, Azeez Ojulari, or I'm gonna throw it out there.
Okay,
Greg Rousseau, the guy that everybody talked about before the season as the top edge rusher. Now he didn't play this year. His tape isn't great. He's versatile, though. That's the biggest thing that you see, and he's got a wingspan. If you look back at Robert Saleh with his defenses, DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead, you're talking 6'7", 260, 270-pound defensive end. Greg Rousseau's got length. He's versatile. I mean, there's a chance here. And, again, they probably could have stayed at 23 and got him. That's what we feel. But, again, the NFL – and I will say this. Greg Rousseau was on the – Move the Sticks podcast with Bucky Brooks and Daniel Jeremiah, and he was impressive. I was very blown away. So, and I'm just some average dude. So I can only imagine, though, all the questions that the NFL got to ask him through hour-long Zoom sessions and everything else. So it's one of those where I think they could say, hey, this guy is impressive. He fits. And they got to talk X's and O's with him. So you say you're fine with it until he's bringing down Josh Allen. So I don't know. We'll see. And that's not me throwing shade, but I'm just saying.
It's interesting with Rousseau.
I can't come up with a name that I want them to pick here. Like, there is no good outcome for the Buffalo Bills right now. at this pick. There's no good outcome unless they go do something absolutely crazy that nobody's expecting.
Well,
the names on the board at this point are going to be great hits for this New York Jets
I'm just
team.
trying to mitigate the – listen, like I like Robert Saleh a lot. I thought that was a great hire. I actually thought, especially because I believe he's a Detroit native, I wanted him to go to the Lions. I thought that would have been a sweet hire, and I wanted him to go there. And I thought the connection, I was like, oh, he's going to go to Detroit. And then he picked the Jets. I think, so the Jets – the Jets got the 14th overall pick and a 4th round pick in this year's draft, and Minnesota got the 23rd overall pick and then the 66th and 86th pick in the 3rd round of this year's draft. So Minnesota got 2/3 to move up. So good deal for Minnesota. And in focusing back to the Jets, I like Robert Saleh, and I think he's a good leader. I think he's going to be a good head coach. I don't want the Jets to get any better, but with the draft capital they have, I'm just hoping that they pick guys that don't necessarily pan out or maybe take a little too long. I will say them giving up both thirds is intriguing. But now, who do they grab? Is it somebody that's more project-y?
And the Jets were in a good position to give up value in the 3rd round to be able to move up. They've got lots of picks in this draft as well. Good positional picks. And when you're in a position where you now get 2 guys in the top 15, my God, that's a great start for your team in the right direction if you're a new head coach coming into this team. So whoever he gets, he knows he's building.
It's got to be defense. It just has to be defense.
With the board the way it is, it certainly seems that way.
I hope it's Quinn
Unless
Miners.
It's AVT, but even that would kind of be confusing.
I'm just wondering, they're not going to sell the farm like that. That's a lot of picks, and I get it. They've got a ton of draft capital. They're not going to sell that type of capital for an interior offensive lineman.
No, definitely not.
An edge, yeah.
Is it an edge rusher, or is it possible that they go Najee Harris here?
No way. Oh, well.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. Arizona was very much interested in him at 16, and I think there's a chance.
God, son of a bitch. They took Elijah Vera Tucker.
Mother.
But Russ, you just said it. Those are solid. I like AVT a lot. Trading 2/3 to move up. What are your thoughts on that?
Interesting.
Because you literally just you hit it right on the head, Russ. Are you going to mortgage a little bit and move that up for an offensive lineman, an interior offensive lineman? Ooh, I see the question in your face here. What do we think?
Look, it's just because it's the position. It's not like it's a premier position, but it is because you have this young quarterback. And if you look at Zach Wilson, all the time that he had in the world to make the plays, he made the plays. Give him time to make these plays at the NFL, he's make those plays. So I can't fault them. This is their guy. They now have Mekhi Becton, and I don't know their roster offhand from everything. Mac Jones is on the phone. He's going to New England, so go ahead and pencil that one in.
That's fine. I'll take it. So now, and also with AVT, he projects more to guard. He did play left tackle for USC. He's got positional flexibility. Russ, do you see him more as guard in the NFL? Yeah. Do you think he can still project? Yeah, okay, that's what I have as well.
Wow, this was the quickest pickings in, by the way, for the draft so far. They did not hesitate. New England said, okay.
I like Elijah Vera Tucker a lot. Again, one of my dream, realistic scenarios. Again, biggest dream scenario would be oh my God, Patrick Surtain falls to 30. That wasn't happening. Realistic dream scenarios was AVT falls to 30. I like him a lot. He's a leader. He was a captain. He's got positional flexibility. He's got good technique. I like his athleticism. I like a lot of things about him. I am, and as Chris just kind of put up there, that's my only thing. Again, you got to protect Zach Wilson, and especially from the interior. You don't want your young playmaking quarterback feeling pressure directly in his face right off the jump. So you got to protect. And to be able to strengthen a little bit to pair with a guy on the outside like Mekhi Becton, I will say that's a good pick. I am weighing or thinking in my head what the value is for giving up both 3rd round picks, which were 2 top 100 picks, 66 and 86. That's the only thought process in my head, but in a vacuum of just who they got, I think that's a very solid pick for the Jets.
It's surprising, and I want to add this to it, we should have guessed AVT, because if there's any team that knows USC football players, it's Joe Douglas and his front office.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sam Darnold, Chuma Edoga, they had the UDFA Deontay Burnett. They're familiar with the players in that system. So I think look at Mac Jones just getting upset, not keeping it together. He's got to be going to New England, but I mean, I've already got it penciled in here, but
they're doing a whole nother. Goodell is passing the mic to somebody to make the announcement, so we probably got another minute.
It's drained out here, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up. I don't know if somebody else did, but I'm gonna pull up their depth chart real fast and just
pull it up.
I'm
in pure navigation mode, so I'm not even going to my phone as much for Twitter and things. So feel free to pull up whatever you need.
I mean, look, it makes sense. That offensive line is that offensive line is shit. That offensive line sucks.
Right.
Do you think?
And now you have 2 first-round offensive linemen that you've drafted to protect your franchise quarterback, which is exactly what you should do. So for us to criticize it, did they give up too much? Yeah, you could trading up this far to get an interior offensive lineman. Sure, you can criticize that, but what you can't criticize is this is the right approach. You've got a young quarterback. You don't want to Joe Burrow this guy and have him break his leg in the 3rd week or whatever. You need to protect him as much as you can.
And it is official. Mac Jones to the Pats. I wanted to say one more thing about the offensive line thing. This is what hurt my heart even more. The year that the Bills took Dante Whitner and John McCargo, which I didn't like either pick, that same draft, you know who the Jets took? They took in the 1st round DeBrickashaw Ferguson, left tackle, and they took Nick Mangold, center. And they revamped their line in 1 round. And for as much as we talk about those Rex Ryan teams and who went to back-to-back AFC championships and the defense and everything, that line was fantastic. Then they brought in Alan Faneca from Pittsburgh in free agency, but that line was anchored by DeBrickashaw Ferguson and Nick Mangold. That offensive line really transformed some things around. So we could see those potential makings again for the Jets. But here we go. Mac Jones to the Pats. I am okay with this scenario. I wanted 5 quarterbacks taken in the first 29 picks, so more guys fell to the Bills. I liked Mac Jones the least out of all the quarterbacks that were available. He's not Justin Fields. I am okay with this.
Exactly. I'm a little upset that he fell to them and they didn't have to give anything up to get him.
That's
but
fair.
Mac Jones, as I've already said, was my least favorite of the 5 quarterbacks. So him going to New England, I think it's a good spot for him. Obviously, he has a skill set that we said will translate to the NFL. And Bill Belichick has that similar style. I think that fits him well.
Real quick, he did look upset, and Tony he looked like an angry soccer mom with that walk. Yeah, he looked not pleased walking to the podium.
Going to Bill Belichick, your life is going to be miserable. Congratulations. Yeah, so they get him, but the big thing here for us is they did not get Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who on Tuesday when we did the mock, that's who we had them taking, and it was upsetting because pairing a player like that, who's such a dynamic playmaker on defense, with a guy like Bill Belichick who can get the best out of any defensive player, would have been like worst case scenario for the Patriots pick. But here with Mac Jones, I think we expected this. Again, kind of upset that they didn't have to trade up and he just kind of fell to them at 15. And we'll see. We'll see if they can turn him into a star. He might get playing time as soon as, the first few weeks of this season if it doesn't work out, like it did last year with Cam Newton. So, yeah, interesting pick, but kind of expected.
All right, Russ, I would say we know the weapons they got there. Mac Jones going. What do you think?
Well, the Cardinals pick is already in, so that was fast. I'm going to be honest. I think the next pick is going to be Najee Harris.
Really?
But before I get into that, I think just looking at Mac Jones, I think of The Office. I like it. But with Mac Jones, man, I think he's a great fit for the offense. I'm going to be honest. I think he came into the right spot, and even if he went to San Francisco, that was a good spot. If he would have went to Chicago, I don't know. If he would have went to somewhere else, I don't know. He goes to New England, and you saw some of those throws, man. He was putting that throw on the money, and I didn't love Mac Jones. I mean, he was like my 40th ranked player, my 5th ranked quarterback, but there's a lot to work with him, and he throws with great anticipation. He makes every throw on the field. He's not going to do it as consistent as others, but he navigates the pocket well. And I mean, in a sense of, he's not going to operate off script, but he steps up into the pocket. He slide steps. He does what he needs to do. And they put weapons in this offense. And it's weird because for the first time, they signed free agents. They added people that they needed to add. So he can learn a little bit from Cam Newton. If he gets hurt, okay. If not, it is what it is. Either way, he's their guy. And I mean, you guys are gonna have to pay attention to it because he's got some running backs that he can utilize. Whether Sony Michel's knee's gonna fall off or not, they've still got Damian Harris and
best running back in the AFC East.
I mean, whatever it might be. I mean, I think it's a good fit. He's gonna come to work. He's a smart kid. And if there's a place that he needs to stay on the straight and narrow, I mean, it's probably here. I mean, I get it. Trust me, I get it. New England's had some players that have gone off the rails. We all know who I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, Mac Jones, look, I like this fit. I really do.
It's a good fit for them, especially the way, like you said, they signed those free agent guys, especially those two tight ends they got, right? Hunter Henry and what's his name from Tennessee? Jonnu Smith. Those two guys are kind of get them the ball, short pass catch, and let them make a play, right? Yards after catches, get them the ball and let them make a play. And I think that that does play somewhat to Mac Jones's strengths. Now, the question is whether they can make that offensive unit cohesive and work as a whole. But I agree with some of the comments we're seeing in the chat here that it certainly isn't a pick that is intimidating to Bills fans. It's a good pick for the Pats. It's an upgrade for sure. He has a high, a big enough upside that it improves their team, but it's not an intimidating pick where, if they had gotten a Justin Fields who has a much bigger upside in my mind, I would have been a little more upset. But Mac Jones, it's nice and mediocre, and I think that still puts the Bills at an advantage in the end, especially, I mean, obviously rookie year, you can't really depend on a guy in his rookie year, but we're looking long-term here in the competition. I still like the Bills.
And I think the comment there from Jason was good and on point with what you said, Anthony. Like it's a good pick, but it's not as intimidating as it could have been. It's not as worrisome. It's similar to like a Jimmy G type thing. He's a good QB, but you're not deathly afraid as of this point. Okay. So it's fine. And now say, a little bit of a wow here. The Arizona Cardinals take Zaven Collins, a man who, again, I started scouting early in the process. I like Zaven Collins. I don't think he would have been a great fit for the Bills defense. I know a lot of people were clamoring for him, but he's a monster of a man. I think his coverage skills were a little hyped up more than what they actually were when you broke down the tape. But now you take somebody like Zaven Collins and you mix him with a Isaiah Simmons from Clemson, who went to the Cardinals in the first round last year. And you've got two sort of positionless defenders that you can put in rover spots and let them kind of run around and work some magic. Again, I like his versatility. I didn't like his fit necessarily for the Bills defense, given the type of structure and scheme that they run. But Russ, pivot to you here. What are your thoughts on Zaven Collins, the player and prospect, and how he fits into this Arizona defense?
I'll be honest, I like the fit. I'm a little surprised simply for the fact that I didn't know where he was going to go in this first round. I mean, I had him go 31 to Baltimore just simply for the fact that I just wasn't sure where he was going to end up. And I like the player. Don't get me wrong. I think he's one of the most underrated players in this first round when it's all said and done. But when you look at Las Vegas, Miami, Washington, all signs point to those three teams possibly looking at a linebacker. And Zaven Collins, they go out and they get their guy. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you have Isaiah Simmons already. You'd kind of double down on the position, but you have two athletic players that can make the plays that you need them to make. So when he's freed up, he's got the space and the ability, the freedom to kind of get where he needs to be. I think he's going to be just fine. And a player at 6'4", 270 to scrape the way he did, to show that range, I mean, you just can't teach that. So I think he's going to be moved around a little bit, maybe in a sense of how they wanted Isaiah Simmons, and maybe Isaiah Simmons will float to the back half of the defense, play that mid-hook role, play the flats, and Zaven Collins will play up a little bit more to the box and go sideline to sideline. So we'll see.
And then you're adding it to up front with a returning Chandler Jones, a newly signed J.J. Watt, got some guys who will occupy some bodies and some attention up front, potentially contributing to allow Zaven Collins to roam free. I also like that idea of letting him play in that second level and allowing Isaiah Simmons to maybe transition to the back half a little bit more. That's very intriguing and very interesting as well. Anthony, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I actually did the Making the Case linebackers in our Making the Case series for the Hoof podcast that we did early during the off-season stretch leading up to the draft. And this was before I did the linebacker episode before the Bills re-signed Matt Milano. And one of the things that I said is Collins is the guy that I think if he's there at 30, the Bills absolutely pick him no matter what, because he was, coverage. That's his thing. He does well in coverage, and that's what we would miss most about losing Matt Milano. Then once we signed Matt Milano, it was kind of like a foregone, we're not going linebacker here. So unless it's a versatile linebacker, somebody who plays like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who's listed linebacker.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely something that a guy I had my eyes on when I looked at all the linebackers, just his tape in general, coverage being his strength. That's what I looked at and said, all right, this is a guy who's versatile. He looks very coachable, kind of to Russ's point that there are some things he can improve on, which I thought McDermott would be able to do, similar to what he did with Matt Milano, turning a 5th-round pick into a guy who now has a big extension in contract. So, I like the upside of Collins. Certainly wasn't the pick I thought the Cardinals were going to make. More interesting now is the Raiders are on the clock, so everybody's on the edge of their seats for this one. I have no idea what's going to happen. Nobody has any idea what's going to happen here, but this is going to be fun, to say the least, because the Raiders are always unpredictable, and, they could go anywhere with this. Any thoughts on who the Raiders might pick?
Darius Hayward-Bay.
Who did you have them drafting?
I had them taking Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
There is a lot of talk on that hype train.
Yeah,
but part of me says if that's who everybody says they should take, they're not going to take him. So
they need help on defense, and I think someone, especially at the linebacker position, especially someone like Koramoah, who again so versatile, but really would succeed in that second level into like a box type safety linebacker slot hybrid mix. He's fast, he's aggressive. He shoots his trigger so fast. He's got good eyes. He's smart. He's got length. I like him a ton. He was before we signed Milano, to go into your story, Anthony, he was my number one hope to fall and replace Milano. I don't think he's as good getting through blocks as Milano is and a dog around the line of scrimmage, but not that he can't be that. It's just from an initial role he played in college and his size. He's only about 212 pounds. Milano is linebacker built. Koramoah is a little smaller. But he is who I wanted to fall to the Bills because of what he could do in that type of role, coverage linebacker, nickel defense, sideline to sideline, and he could be a strong 3-down player in a multitude of fashions. I think you add someone like that to the Raiders defense to go with Jonathan Abram, and who's a pure thumper but can come up and cover a little bit. Add some speed. You if you're the Raiders, you need some speed. You need to add JOK is the picture in the frame. That's fantastic. I love that meme of
That's a great meme.
At it and you're like, I just think you're playing Kansas City, you're playing the Chargers. Maybe you got to go defense. Maybe with Koramoah, the pick is in the Raider. Wow, Alex Leatherwood.
I told you this was going to be a surprise, man.
I'll take that, man.
You cannot tell where they're going to go. Yeah.
I told you. I said he's my second.
I was going to say,
so
Russ, you got to go with him. I like Leatherwood as well when the draft process started.
It's not a reach.
No. It's just a surprise. I didn't think they were going tackle here. We all were just talking defense. I
agree. I like Leatherwood. He wasn't my second tackle, but I liked him, and I thought he was getting a bit of a bad rap and kind of getting forgotten about in this class. But Russ, he was your 2. Let's talk about him. What do you like? Why is he your 2?
Well, look, I think this is one of those guys that can climb to the second level efficiently, and I'm going to have to pause myself because my stream just went out on my TV. But I'll get through this real fast. So look, Leatherwood, a guy that can, I think, play not every single position. He's not going to play guard consistently as he will probably tackle, but I know some people like him at guard more so. I think at left tackle, right tackle, you can play him. They moved on from Trent Brown. Remember that. And I just think with how the length, you can't teach length. This guy can create separation at ease because of how long his arms are. Meanwhile, he climbs so efficiently to the second level. I mean, he's not going to be Quentin Nelson. He's not going to be, Sewell or anything like that. But but he is going to be efficient, and that's what you want. You want somebody that's efficient, that's going to get after it, and I think that's just what he is. He's a good football player, and he's got a lot of experience, and when you look at this team that the Raiders have built, they go with experienced guys, whether it's a national champion guy. They go after winners. They go after guys that get it, and maybe that's the thing that's hurting them, but they had some good parts last year. It was like, okay, this thing's starting to come together. They've revamped their offensive line, and they're doing it with Alex Leatherwood, my second-ranked offensive tackle. So I think he's going to play offensive tackle for them, whether it's left side, right side. I don't think it really matters, but I love the way he down blocks. I love the way he climbs. So I think he's a great fit. He's got that Raider mentality, Raider look to him. So it's fun. That's going to be a fun pick.
It also makes sense a little. I believe it was earlier this week or maybe last week, and Mike Mayock talked about starting a practice squad guy at right tackle and how they were really excited in his progress and progression and what he could be. And that was kind of like, no, they really can't be excited for that, or like you can't hang your hat on that. So it's a position of need for the Raiders. And
meanwhile, the Dolphins pick is already in here, and we haven't even gotten a chance to talk about the potential here. But one of the names that's screaming out at me, I don't know about you guys, Jaelan Phillips is still on the board here. And, there was talk of him going to Miami in a lot of mock drafts. And he's there for Miami if they want him, or they could go Kwity Paye, or they could do something crazy and pick another position. But this seems like a very hot position for edge. Yeah.
A little bit. And I would be, if they took Phillips or like Rousseau or something, they wouldn't have to move. Special
there
guest.
He is. Hey,
Greg Thompson of the Cover One Buffalo podcast, who was live in Cleveland at the NFL draft.
17th overall.
Yes, we love it. We love it.
Hey, say hi, guys.
Live correspondence.
We're having a good time. I can't believe Alex Leatherwood make fun of the Dolphins pick. I know. Jaelan Phillips, all right.
Is that who it is? Is it Jaelan Phillips? That's who I just said it was going to be.
And it literally just lined up with the stream of me who just showed Greg is getting lit.
I'll be back out for the Bills pick.
Gotcha. We'll see you in a bit, Greg.
He is wilding out there.
He's loving it.
I will tell you this. I've seen that dude like that one other time, and it was a fun time.
He's having a great time, and we love it. I cannot wait until the Bills pick. Yeah, he had to come on just to say Alex Leatherwood.
I know, right? Really?
Let the talent fall. Come on.
All right,
now.
so let's talk about it. I've spoken about him a lot at length this offseason, so I'm not even going to do the lead-in for it. Russ, I'm going to pivot right to you. Jaelan Phillips to Miami. He doesn't even have to move cities. He can stay where he lives now and just goes to this team. What do you think?
Well, it was one of the most, I don't want to say most common, but I saw it come up quite a bit this past week that Jaelan Phillips going to Miami, staying there, makes a lot of sense. And maybe it's because of a comfortability. This guy's familiar with the area. He's not on the West Coast anymore. He's in Miami. And that's where I have issues with him is the concussion issues. Concussions can come up anytime. You could be the third day into training camp and suffer concussion, So I'm a little worried there. And also his love for the game. Where is he with that? Because there was this talking point of, Chip Kelly and him just kind of meshed heads, and that's why he got away from the game. Okay, well, what if he comes in and he doesn't agree with Brian Flores? What if he comes in and he doesn't like his defensive line coach? What if they come in and they go 5-11 or 5-12, excuse me, and they don't make the playoffs, they fire their coaching staff, and you have to get rid of this guy because he doesn't mesh with the next coach, So I like it because there's so much to work with. I mean, he's a 5-star recruit. He's got the length, he's got the burst, he's got the natural athletic ability. But again, just where is he with the love of the game? If I have to question that before I even draft the guy, do I even want to draft that guy? And then the concussions, do I want to draft that guy? But again, if there's a fit for him, it's here with this staff. Brian Flores, he's going to get the best out of this guy. So we'll see what happens. I think he's going to move around a little bit. I don't think you're going to see him left side primarily or right side primarily. I think he's going to go left to right. He's going to stand up. He's going to put his hand in the dirt. He's going to move around a little bit, and it's a good fit. So we'll see. I mean, it's not my top edge rusher. I would have taken Kwity Paye if I were them, but Jaelan Phillips is still a fine pick. And if he can put it together, he's going to be a double-digit sack producer as the 18th overall pick.
And Anthony, I'm gonna pivot to you in a minute and gauge your thoughts as well, especially because you started talking about him. For me with Phillips, it's what you said. You hit it on the head. He could really be great, or he could be out of the league due to injury, or just because he doesn't want to play anymore in like a year. Or even with his talent, he's still raw and needs to be coached up and refined a little bit. He could still not hit his ceiling because of those reasons. So he ticks a lot of boxes from a potential standpoint. And that's why I was more okay with the Bills taking him at 30 because it was later. But in the top 20, I think there was more sure bets and sure things that Miami could have gotten out of that position. But there is a lot to like. Anthony, you alluded to some of those things earlier, and you also mentioned Phillips potentially going to Miami before Miami even picked. So what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I agree with what Russ said, that it just seems like a really good match for him. He's already in Miami, which makes sense. But this is a team, for Jaelan Phillips, this is great for Buffalo in a way, because in terms of the draft, not great in terms of Miami getting a potential great talent who could be a 10 sack a year guy if he lives up to his maximum potential, but great that I've been saying all offseason that I don't think Jaelan Phillips is even on the radar for the Buffalo Bills because of this off the field stuff. If you have to question a guy's passion, Sean McDermott isn't even going to look that guy in the eye. He's not even going to have a conversation with him. Yep. I don't want you on my team or anywhere near it if you can't look at me in the eye.
It's the reason we got rid of Sammy Watkins and Marcel Darius. Yep.
Exactly. So, I mean, we knew it didn't mesh well for the Buffalo Bills, but it does with Miami, as Russ basically defended there for them. It's a good fit for him. You know, if this works out, it could be one of the picks we're talking about 5 years from now, that people are like, oh my God, I can't believe nobody wanted to pick Jaelan Phillips because they thought he didn't have a passion for football, and here he is, the NFL sacks leader for the last 3 years or something. Obviously, that's worst case scenario for the Bills. I never want to wish bad on a guy, but obviously we hope this doesn't work out as well as Miami hopes it does. And again, looking at the board from a Buffalo Bills perspective right now, other than the pick of Elijah Vera Tucker going to the Jets, granted they had to trade up, which is a little bit of console there. The board is looking amazing right now for the Buffalo Bills. A lot of the guys a lot of guys that we kept our eyes on, that we've been waiting for, they're still there, and
including Travis Etienne.
I got him. You're
just waiting for it, aren't you? You're just waiting for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's looking really positive right now. Granted, there's still 10 more picks before the Bills, so we don't know what can happen here. But there's a lot of names that we still love that are on the board here, and a lot of teams that could potentially go in other directions. So the more picks that go this way, the better. Washington football team is on the clock here. Their pick is in. I'm not sure who I think they're picking.
This
here.
is another interesting one.
I don't know what to think here. There's some tackles on the board.
When we did the mock on Tuesday, Eric B from the Hoof had them, and he gave them Rashad Bateman, receiver from Minnesota.
Oh yeah, that'd be a potential here. Wide receivers haven't gone in a while. That'd be another one that I don't think would hurt the Bills if they made that pick. I'm all about it.
I'm also very interested to know that my stream lined up right when Greg announced Jaelan Phillips. So to know that I'm like pretty on point for live, I'm pretty.
Yeah, you're live. You're really live. That's pretty good.
Oh.
I'm definitely.
Oh wow, awesome for the Bills if we're okay with this. Jamin Davis, linebacker from Kentucky.
That's definitely
speedy,
a good pick for the Bills.
Fast, rangy, not someone that we cared about really taking before the Bills. He's got a comp. They're showing it on NFL Network right now, a tremendous comp to Darius Leonard, who's one of the best linebackers in the NFL. He's twitchy, he's fast, he can cover. He's a guy who really is more toolsy, has some good tape, but the last, not even 2 weeks, the last week and a half, he's been rocketing up boards, and you've seen him mock to the Saints, the Packers, and then now we see him making the top 20, going to Washington. Russ, I'm going to pivot to you. What are your thoughts here on Davis going to the Washington football team and adding, hopefully, some second-level prowess to go along with that nasty front that they have in Washington?
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't had a pick right since if overall selection, like placing since 13, 14, I get one right here. I think Jamin Davis,
nice.
I did a lot of research. I mean, and it kind of put some feelers out there. And Jamin Davis was somebody that was constantly linked to Washington and them doing research on linebackers, exactly from Chris M right there. They love linebackers with Ron Rivera, and he wanted to go get one in this draft. He felt like it was a good enough draft to get one. And Jamin Davis was probably the top guy on their board, not named Micah Parsons. So as much as I thought maybe Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah would have been a fit, I had him off the board. And I say joke simply for the fact because of, you look at them at Carolina, they took Shaq Thompson.
Exactly.
And so that makes sense. But Jamin Davis is going to come in, and this guy's going to plug right in the middle. And you've got an athletic specimen at 6'4", 234 with that defensive line. He's going to play free. He's going to get a lot of tackles. So if you're like a fantasy football IDP type of guy, if you want to bet overs and unders, this guy's probably going to hit the over on everything because he's going to be all over the place. But he's also, I mean, he, like you said, he drops into coverage. He does so many different things. So I like this fit a lot. And I know, we talk Washington maybe moving up for a quarterback. They didn't want to alter their board. They wanted to go. They want to build this roster right and then put the quarterback in there. Maybe that quarterback's Drew Lock for them. Maybe they make that trade for Drew Lock, or maybe maybe they do something different than what we're used to seeing. But either way, they got to. I mean, they went 7-9 last year. They bring in Ryan Fitzpatrick. Maybe they go 10-7, and they still win this division because it's just all over the place. I love this fit, and I was late to the Jamin Davis party. Same. I love this fit, though.
Same. Yeah. I was late as well. I had him going to Green Bay later in the first, but I like him a lot. I like the fit. Anthony, I'm going to pass it to you for your analysis. I'm also going to pay the water bill really quick. I will be right back.
Yeah, the thing I like about this pick, because as I mentioned, I did do the linebacker episode, and you nailed it, Russ. It's the tackling that really stood out to me. He's a guy who doesn't miss a lot of tackles. Pretty complete when it comes to that. Another guy that I thought, man, the Bills could use somebody like this who doesn't miss sometimes. I did not originally have him ranked going this high. And again, I think we've talked about how this is a guy who's been going up draft boards since I did that episode, way earlier, a few months ago now. So yeah, a great pick for them though. I think everything you said is true. More interesting for me is now the Giants are on the clock. I want to know who you had originally mocked to the Giants, because Kwity Paye is still on the board here, and I have to believe that he's the pick here for the Giants, and that may be who they would have gotten at 9, which really, really works out well for them.
Yeah, I had them going Kwity Paye at 11. Yeah. So I think if you trade back and you get the guy. Let me get this right. You got a first rounder for this year, you get a first rounder for next year, a fourth rounder for next year, and a fifth rounder this year, and you still get possibly your guy. I mean, look, Patrick Graham's got to be running to the podium saying, hey, like shaking Dave Gettleman, look, we got to take this guy. I can make him a player. This is a great fit if they make that pick. And I think Kwity Paye is a home run if he's here, because at 20, my top edge rusher, top 15 player, in my opinion, you get him at 20 and you move down and you got 4 picks out of it. Well, I mean, come on.
Yeah, this is quite the haul for the Giants.
That would be fantastic if they came away with Kwity Paye and then also got a first for next year. Oh man, that's
I'm telling you.
That's comparable to, I don't want to throw out comps for that, but that's comparable to the Bills getting a first in the next year's draft and then getting Tre'Davious White at the end of the first round in that year, which is very ironic and interesting.
I'm going to restock on a beer. You guys do your thing.
Let's go. Yeah, because we're still waiting. The Giants are still on the clock on mine. It doesn't say pick is in.
It literally just switched to pick is in on mine. But we're seeing that. And
I mean, I'd be shocked if it were anybody but Kwity Paye here, because again, most people had mocked them. Kwity Paye way up where they were originally. For them to trade down.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I think this is reference to me. I 1000% washed my hands. How dare you? I paid the water bill very fast, and then I actually used
hand sanitizer.
No, I used some foaming peach mango hand soap. It's delicious. There was a good deal at the old Bath and Body Works, and I crushed that a couple weeks ago. So it's some foaming peach mango. Yeah, I'm a big clean kind of guy, Nicholas, so 1000% I did. But I appreciate you clocking my movements. Yeah, you got to think it's got to be edge. I mean, I know initially when they were early up, we thought, okay, like Devonta Smith or potential receivers or all these things. And now, interesting. Oh, that's funny.
Pick in?
I love how Danny said, and it's just nitrates and water. That's funny. Interesting.
What do we got? Is the pick in?
Keeping the pick is in, but Goodell hasn't announced it yet. I'm also in suspense. All they're showing, they're just showing Giants fans in the crowd who are pulling their masks down, just going, let's go, like super pumped. I always love the people who are there, who they don't know who's going to be taken. And when the guy gets drafted, they don't know who it is, but they're just like, yeah. And I'm like, you don't even know anything about this guy. Like, that's the crowd that they just showed. And, I like where your head is at, Chris. Get Bath & Body Works on the phone. New sponsorship. I will take that in a heartbeat. Send me all the soaps. Send me all the soaps. All right, the pick is in. I'm trying to think of something. I know defensively, no running back. Maybe safety.
Yeah, actually, they could go more here. That wouldn't be a big shocker necessarily.
Kadarius Toney.
Whoa! Now
Florida.
That is a bit of a shocker. It was a name that some people had going to the Bills, but certainly does not hurt me in terms of like, okay, great, you can have him.
I'll take that.
That makes the next pick fall. So, wow, wide receiver. We knew they were going to be loading up at this position. They've done it all off season. They've continued to add. We talked at the beginning. I said I had them getting Smith originally, the wide receiver. Now they wait this long. They get another speedy, dynamic guy who can play all sorts of positions, who can do all sorts of things on the field. He is a guy you want him to touch the ball as much as he possibly can in a game. So returning kicks, returning punts, give him the ball in space, do the funky end arounds where you toss him the ball and let him do something, because he's the fastest guy on pretty much any football field.
I like this move for two reasons. One, it's another receiver before the Bills pick, so it means guys that we want to continue to fall. So I love this pick. Two, I also like the pick from a Giants perspective. I know there could have been some other things. I would have gone edge, but Toney, like Anthony, you said it. He's speedy. He's dynamic. He can do so many things. Even Eric Turner from Cover One did some film breakdown showing what he can do coming out of the backfield and why he could potentially be a fit for the Bills. Kadarius Toney is a fun player. You add him into an offense with Kenny Golladay and Sterling Shepard and Slayton and a returning Saquon Barkley. And again, I think this is also a move. You've got a quarterback in Daniel Jones who you want to make sure that he's the guy. So you load up on another weapon, a dynamic you don't currently have in the offense, which is what Toney fills. You do everything you can to support your QB, a la what the Bills did grabbing Stephon Diggs last year. You want to make sure he's the guy, and you kind of go from there. I like this pick for them, and I also like it from a Bills perspective.
So
Russ,
nice.
Yep, it's so nice. Russ, you're back. Welcome back. Kadarius Toney to the New York Giants. What do you think?
Well, I will say this. I didn't know when you said I got to pay the water bill. I didn't know that meant you had to take a piss. I thought that meant you were actually paying the water bill. I was like, wow. I was like, look at this responsible gentleman on a Thursday night.
Yeah, no.
And anyways, with that, I like this pick a lot. I did a thing during the portions of the year. I did a scenario Sunday for the Cover One Draft podcast where basically every Sunday after the games would go, at like 7:30 p.m. after dinner and all the games would go, I'd go into the office and I'd do a 15-minute pod and I would ramble. And one of the podcasts I did was talking about the Giants, of how Daniel Jones wasn't the guy, and it just they need to do something different. They're in a position possibly to get a quarterback and hit restart and et cetera, et cetera. Well, here they are. They've spent this entire offseason building around him, and they're doing it correctly. And I like Toney a lot. He was rumored to be he was rumored to be a top 25 pick, and he's a playmaker. You hit the nail on the head. And they got rid of Golden Tate. They needed a slot receiver, and Golden Tate was on the last leg of his career. Toney's going to be on the right end of his career, and he's going to do exactly what they wanted Golden Tate to do. He's going to come in. He's going to make all kind of plays. He's going to play from the slot. He's going to play outside. He's going to be playing in the backfield. He's going to motion, jet sweeps, everything that you want, he's going to do. And I would also like to point out that maybe, and I'm just throwing a guess here, maybe the Giants got a good idea about Kadarius Toney from the Senior Bowl, with him being he's from Mobile, Alabama. And Daniel Jones does a camp down there every single time during the Senior Bowl. I actually shared a flight with Daniel Jones, and it's the weirdest. I'm not trying to puff my chest out. I was just
that is a super random thing to be like, oh man, well, that's cool.
And I was sitting on the plane, and I was like, that's fucking Daniel Jones, and I was like, oh my God, and he was actually doing a camp. He's really, I guess, into the community down there at the Senior Bowl during that week, and he does this camp, and I'm just curious if he got to know Kadarius Toney, and I'm just wondering, did he get any type of pull? But either way, like we mentioned, they got 3 picks, and they still got a receiver. Now Kenny Golladay, Darius Slayton, you got your 2 guys on the outside with Toney in the middle, Evan Ingram running up the seams. I mean, if Daniel Jones doesn't take a step forward now, he just truly sucks. That's just what it is. So I like this. They can spend a lot of other parts of this draft drafting defensive players, and this is a great pick.
Exciting. It is. It's a great pick. Exciting pick for the Giants. I have some family members who are Giants fans as well, and I'm sure they're like, okay, our offense is legit now. We have to be able to compete. And exactly like you said, we're going to find out right away if Daniel Jones is the guy, or we're starting over at quarterback next year. And it'll be an interesting path for sure. Indy's on the board here. And here's another position where I'm kind of holding my breath, but the biggest position of need for Indy by far is tackle. They have to take a tackle. They could trade down and eventually take a tackle, but their first position is tackle. And then maybe you could say, well, they could get a cornerback, a wide receiver, defensive line, whatever it may be. But that tackle position is vacant right now. And there's a couple of guys on the board that they could take here that wouldn't hurt my feelings. So I'm hoping for that outcome. Darisaw is still on the board. Tevin Jenkins, who would be a great get for them, still on the board. It's pretty exciting for them to be in this position, because on Tuesday, the tackles just weren't there at this pick for Indy, and we were kind of like, they would trade out in this scenario. But right now they are there, and man, it's looking good. So
I could also see an outside chance at them breaking some hearts and potentially taking Greg Newsome.
Oh, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to speak it into existence, but yes, I believe that is the other guy.
But I like the idea there of going offensive, especially with the Costanzo retirement is a big one. And you're sitting there now, you kind of have your quarterback of the future in Carson Wentz. He gets to reunite with Frank Reich, who was the OC in the Philadelphia Super Bowl run, who I know everybody likes to make jokes on Carson Wentz and the fact that Foles won the Super Bowl, haha, and all that. Carson Wentz was going to be the NFL MVP that year. He was phenomenal, and he had his best year that year under Frank Reich. You put him in an offense that has a good running game, that has strong interior line play with Ryan Kelly at center and Quentin Nelson at guard. You had Pittman as an emerging wide receiver last year. You brought back T.Y. Hilton. Very interesting to see what they do. Oh, and I like the thought here from Charles. Tevin Jenkins and Nelson is such a good fit. Yeah, that would be a really good fit. Two nasty, mean, physical, technically sound guys on your offensive line. Oh, Quentin Nelson.
With that running back behind him too?
That would be a really good
What
move.
Was the playmaking ability of Carson Wentz, if he can even be half of what he was before, that would certainly solidify that offense. That's why I also like –
go ahead. Go ahead.
That's why I think they have to go offensive line here. It's pretty distant to their next position of need.
And I also like the idea of, again, you're trying to think, how to beat teams and how to do things. They've beaten Kansas City before with the defense that they have. You had another offensive line piece. You grind the clock, you wear down that defense, you lean on them, and then you play good defense behind it. They got a winning recipe to potentially make some noise in the AFC. I feel like the Colts and the Chargers are going to be very good football teams this upcoming year. And I know we're, as Bills fans, we're all focused on KC. Indianapolis and the Chargers are going to be two strong teams. And the pick is in. Oh,
I'm
Colts
curious.
select.
Go ahead. The pick's not ready for me. I'm looking at Carson Wentz in 2017. I was going to jump in and just say, I wonder if they go defense. And with Kwity Paye available, I mean, in my second mock draft, I had them take Kwity Paye.
Is that who it is? It sounds like that is the pick. Somebody said in the chat it was.
They took Kwity Paye.
I have the comments off because they kept spoiling picks.
Yeah, I haven't been looking at the comments because I don't want spoilers either. Yeah, they took Kwity Paye. They took your boy. You spoke about him a little earlier, but tell us why. Tell us again why Kwity Paye is sweet, and continue your thought there, why he's a fit for this already strong defense.
He's a great fit. And when you bring in DeForest Buckner's not necessarily the pass rush specialist, I should say. I mean, he's more going to play at the point of attack. He's going to utilize his length. He's going to win at the line of scrimmage and get to the heels of the offensive line. You get Kwity Paye, he can pin his ears back and he can get after it. So this is a great fit. I think this is a potential steal.
Where is it? Somebody said Russ is the spoiler. You keep getting it right. You keep nailing it on that.
Yeah, you're nailing picks, man. You're doing great.
No, I'm lucky, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's the liquid courage, you know.
Yeah, right.
If we can get Bed Bath & Beyond and Coors Light to sponsor this stuff, that'd be awesome.
Make it happen. Somebody tweet at him right now and tell him to watch this.
How many retweets? No, look, I like the fit, and it's just a great fit overall. With the Colts, they can do so much with him. And I think when you look back at the years past, Dwight Freeney, Robert Mathis, those guys that could put their hand in the dirt, stand up, he can do those things. Maybe he's not going to have this efficient spin move and all that stuff, but he's going to be a great play for them. I really do. I really believe that. I think he could easily be 8 to 10, maybe even more type of sack production. So this is that's a steal at 20.
Yeah, I think when you look at this pick, you could look at it similar to what we talk about with the Buffalo Bills, which is you have to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And how do you beat the Kansas City Chiefs? Well, Tampa Bay just showed us how to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. If you can efficiently get pressure on the quarterback, you can find a way to stop them. You still have to cover, but if you can efficiently get that pressure, that really puts them in a bad spot. And Kwity Paye obviously does that. That's why the Bills were interested in Kwity Paye as well. I don't think many of us thought Kwity Paye would be on the board when the Bills were picking, so this isn't too big of a surprise. Awesome that he was still on the board here. But Indy, it does make sense from the standpoint of, okay, we needed to get a guy that will help us beat Kansas City and be that efficient guy.
Yeah, I think that's all spot on. And yeah, I would have loved a scenario where Kwity Paye falls to 30. I didn't think it was realistic, to be honest. Like we already mentioned, I'm surprised he lasted into the 20s. I thought he'd go top 20. I thought he could go as early in the top 15, depending on who was there and who traded down, traded up, all that kind of stuff. I like that move for Indianapolis. I think it's a strong move to an already good unit. You got playmakers on the back end. You've got one of the best linebackers in the NFL in Darius Leonard. You can make a case that he is the best linebacker in the entire NFL. You got a good defensive line. We saw what they did last year. I know the points total, but there was a significant point in the wild card game against the Colts where they were just shutting the Bills offense down left and right. They're fast. They're athletic. They're well coached. They're nasty. They're technically sound. They're a good defense. And this is another pick added onto that. So good job for the Colts. And I wanted to hit on something because it's being brought up in the comments a lot. And I love Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's one of my favorite players. If he were to fall to 30 or if the Bills were to get him, I would not complain. I love him. But in terms of pure fit for this team, the Bills would have to make more of a concerted effort to find space or time for him on this defense because the Bills aren't, I mean, I guess depending on the matchup, they could run more 3 linebacker sets or even potentially sub out Taron Johnson, and then you're looking more at big nickel. But we saw the Brandon Beane comments, which were big nickel is not a position that they are adding. It's more of a thing like this guy can play big nickel. It's a bonus. Cool. We like it, but they're not looking to add a big nickel. And if you look at the way the team is constructed now with nickel being the base defense, you're probably bumping out Taron Johnson, which also could be a thing. He's on the last year of his contract. He's not signed going forward. So you could have Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, JOK. You could have that big nickel scenario, having a matchup against Travis Kelce and the Darren Wallers of the world. You could go more 3 linebacker sets, but it would be interesting from a usage and a snap count perspective, especially fitting him in with the way the defense is already constructed. So if you see him there at 30 and the Bills don't go with him, I would just keep that in the back of your mind for why wouldn't the Bills take him there. He's awesome. I love him. He's fantastic. I did a film breakdown with Eric Turner in February on him because we love him that much and wanted him to come to the Bills. But I don't know if the fit is necessarily there, but I'd be okay with it. But just pump the brakes on that in case you see it and you're like, what? There are some thoughts for that. And I know his name has been there a lot. Guys. Cam backwards is back.
Oh, wow. That is great.
That is. Yeah, I saw that earlier this week, too. I saw Cam and Mac and Cam. Which one is it? The Titans are on the clock here. Their pick still is.
Dude, there were a couple people who were getting on you for the Coors Light thing. I was surprised.
Hey, you know what's? I live in Denver, and it was the first time here that I actually had it. But Coors Banquet is actually like the cheap beer that I go to. It's. I don't like Coors Light particularly, but the Banquet. That's my jam.
I love that commercial with Sam Elliott. Coors Banquet beer. I was like, okay, all right.
So the Titans are on the board here, and I actually accidentally double clicked. I'm keeping track on my own here, and I drafted them Greg Newsome, which would be painful for us because that is the number one preference I have for the Bills to draft. So
before the further injury concerns for Caleb Farley, my thought was Caleb Farley doesn't make it past the Tennessee Titans. So I could see them going corner here.
Wide receiver, they showed both Moore and Bateman on the screen at ESPN. So apparently they think that they're going wide receiver, I'd imagine, which, again, doesn't hurt the Buffalo Bills necessarily, although Moore was a name that we heard to Buffalo.
Yep, we did. Jonnu Smith was a significant part of the offense. I know we didn't see a ton of targets, but he played a significant role considering how many targets he saw in that run-heavy offense. He was basically the number 2 to A.J. Brown's number 1. They also lost Adam Humphries and Corey Davis. So now you're sitting there looking, who's the receiving threat opposite A.J. Brown, who's a monster. So receiver here definitely could make sense. And I would also be very, very comfortable and happy with that from a Bills perspective. And we got more support for Russ. Danny's drinking Coors Light minis. He's on it. No, and Danny asked, is that bad? No, it is not bad. You do you, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Why minis? What is a mini? Like, are you drinking out of a high C container,
or maybe like one of like the small cans, like when they do like the mini cans of soda?
Yeah, I mean, come on, dude, just do a normal can. With the Titans, I'll say I respect it though. Coors Light, good job. I will say this: Titans. I mean, I think Elijah Moore. That's who I had them taking.
And that's the comment right there.
I mean, maybe Rashad Bateman,
kind of guy, yeah.
Maybe Rashad Bateman 2.0 of my mock draft. I only did 3, but Rashad Bateman was my pick for them at 2.0. I think they're going to go receiver. You lost Corey Davis. You have AJ Brown. You have to make Ryan Tannehill worth that money. You can't give it to Derrick Henry every single time. So I'm going to go with either Elijah Moore.
Who'd they pick?
Sorry to cut you off, Russ. I apologize for my exclamation. Caleb Farley.
Oh, you nailed it. You said Farley would not go past this spot, and you were dead on. That
I just thought the recent news from yesterday and what. Yeah, I appreciate you shouting me out. Thank you, Anthony. Anthony, stick together. I just thought with the recent news again of like the numbness in the toes and a potential other surgery that Benjamin Albright tweeted yesterday. And to Russ's point, Russ, you had him dropping out of the first. I thought he would drop further. Again, I had him to the Titans, or not lasting past the Titans, prior to the news from yesterday, so I could have seen him dropping out of the first. Again, a guy, we spoke about him earlier. If he's healthy, he's a top 5 player in this draft. He's arguably the best non-quarterback in this draft. He's probably the best defensive player, and he's only been playing corner for 2 years. He's got length. He's got aggressiveness. He's got good traits, and he's only in theory going to get better. But that risk is significant. He could be, from a health perspective, he could be out of the league in anywhere from like 2 to 4 or 5 years. 5 years. He might not even see the length of his contract to the 5th-year option. Russ, I see the hand up. What's up?
Yeah, I'm texting Christian Page and CP, and we, whenever our picks come up, we always talk to each other. So earlier, he said when we took Sewell for Detroit, he goes, best Lions pick of your lifetime outside of Calvin. I go, watch it, bud. And I sent a Stafford gift because I'm a huge Stafford guy.
There you go.
I'm looking at his fat head. And then he goes, well, true. Then we start talking about the Titans as, time passes. And the pick comes in and he goes, F me. And I will say, I talk to this guy every day, podcast. I get fired up on the podcast. I swear all the time.
He never does.
He never
It takes a lot
swears.
for him to get there.
And he did it last year with Isaiah Wilson, and he just did it. And I told him to join us. I'm hoping he hops on, but I feel so bad for the guy. But I'm like, the talent is there, and I mean, you can't.
But so is that huge risk.
It's like I said, the risk is there. Like, are you going to get 5 years out of this guy? Because you're essentially signing him for 5 years. So, are you going to get that? Maybe. I mean, he's a converted wide receiver. He's a great talent, and he makes sense for Mike Vrabel. If there's any coach that can get him right, it's Mike Vrabel. But the health is the concern, and I can't look past that stuff. If you have a back injury, that stuff could happen anytime. You go in for a tackle, you're on special teams, you get knocked on your ass. You could have a bad back once again. So
it's so easy to tweak. It's so easy to hurt. And I want to pull up this comment from Danny who said, I've never heard of Russell before February, but now he's my draft guru for life. Hell yeah. Yeah. Russ is fantastic. If you guys aren't familiar, I know a lot of you guys who are here live with us tonight are regulars and you watch live or you listen down the road or you interact with us on Twitter or in Slack. Yeah. Russ is fantastic. And if you don't know, now you know. And yeah, you need to get on that train. He's fantastic. And yeah, I'm very, especially for a team that lost so much on defense. You lost Malcolm Butler. You lost Adoree Jackson. You lost Kenny Vaccaro. Clowney was your thing to hang your hat on last year, and he bounced. You had a changing defensive coordinators last year that led to the defense kind of falling a little bit. And then you also lost some pieces on offense that we mentioned. I would have think they would have looked for a sure thing. I hope Rousseau goes now. I hope go early. Give me another offensive
Minnesota's
tackle.
on the clock. Their pick is in now, so offensive line is a need of theirs. They could also go edge here, but again, the more edges that stay on the board, the happier I am for the Buffalo Bills with their pick coming up. So we'll see which direction they go. That Farley pick was definitely a little bit of a shocker. I don't think anybody would be surprised if a week ago you told them Caleb Farley isn't going to be there when the Bills pick. But picking him in this position after the COVID announcement and all this other stuff that's been piled on his injury history, I thought he was maybe going to fall out of the first round entirely.
Especially for Anthony, you had mentioned this on I think the show last week with Greg and I when we talked about Farley potentially going to the Bills. That wouldn't be terrible because if he has to miss some time or he has to sit and develop a little type of things, the Bills can mitigate that loss a little bit, or a team like the Bills can mitigate that. I don't think, again, Tennessee can really mitigate that. Like, you're hoping you need Caleb Farley to play this year. And there were talks the last couple of days now, especially after more of the reports came out that we've alluded to, that he might have to redshirt this year and not play at all. Again, he could end up being one of the best corners in the league if he's healthy and he plays, which I genuinely believe that. He's got number one corner traits and talent and potential there. But again, like we mentioned, you get a fifth-year option with every first-round pick. He might not even be available to have that option picked up and be on the roster. I just think it's a big swing for a team that lost a lot during free agency and for a team that has a lot of money invested into Derrick Henry, a position that I wouldn't invest a ton of money to. Again, I say that as a person who my favorite player in the NFL is Alvin Kamara. I wouldn't have given Alvin Kamara the contract that he got, and I love him. I think he's phenomenal. But Derrick Henry is getting paid. You got a lot of money sunk into him and Ryan Tannehill. You need to be able to improve that team, and you lost a lot, and you take a guy who may be out of the league soon and may not play this year, despite as much as I love him. And I also feel good for Caleb Farley. I'm glad. I pulled up the comment from Danny. I'm glad he didn't fall too much because he really is a tremendous talent. And I hope
top 10 guy if he was healthy.
Yeah, but it's definitely questionable.
I will say, and like CP texted me, I'm going to agree with him. And normally we agree together, which is probably why we probably need to start disagreeing to create more banter. But, he sent me the last year we draft a guy that hates football and is soft. Now we draft a guy with back and knee problems and he's got the sad face emoji. And that's the thing. It's like, you guys kind of like they missed the last year. Minnesota, or Minnesota 2 years ago, they took Jeff Gladney. Maybe that's a miss now with everything that came out.
Big,
Tennessee might miss 2 years in a row. Minnesota, they move back, they get draft capital, and here they are sitting at 23. Their pick is in. I don't necessarily know which direction they go. Christian Darrisaw makes a lot of sense, but again, they could look defensively as well. I mean, they could look at an edge rusher, maybe Azeez Ojulari, maybe Greg Rousseau, maybe Joe Tryon. I mean, there's so many different directions that they could go.
There we go. Pick is in.
And I was going to say, it announced it about 45 seconds, but I don't want to take away the thunder. Yeah, Christian Darrisaw is the pick. Some people had him as the third best tackle on the board. It is a good pick. He was in Russ's top five. He was fifth on that list, if I remember correctly. But it's a good pick.
Fourth.
I mean, third. Sorry about that. We had him. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Slater who was down more. Oh, yeah. It was technically as a guard for you. Sorry, things are mixing in my brain.
You're good.
The Vikings, I think a lot of us had the potential of them taking Elijah Vera Tucker had they stayed where they stayed. And they move back. They get more draft capital. Again, I think
they still get a big lineman. They still
get a good quality lineman. They move back, get more draft capital. And to that comment there, yeah, I think that is an excellent pick for the Vikings. I hope the Steelers take a running back. I really hope so. Take a running back, take a punter, take another receiver. I don't care.
Yes.
Take something that isn't.
This is the breaking point for running back, right? For me, I've said this for weeks now. If the Steelers do not pick a running back, no running back is going in this first round. And it's that simple. So to answer the questions in the chat, no, my opinion has not changed, and it will not, especially the way this board is falling right now. There are plenty of players on this board that I would love to fall to the Buffalo Bills at 30. So it's not looking good for that prediction that I will not even speak of because it's absolutely insane. So let's just keep moving forward one pick at a time here because the Steelers are on the clock. Their pick is in. So pretty quick.
Yeah, they went quick.
Made their pick here. We know that they love defense. When anybody thinks of the Steelers, you think of defense, right? And certainly that has not changed with Tomlin at the lead here. So it wouldn't surprise me if they went edge or cornerback or something, that they could use in that position. But this is the team that needs running back more than any other team in this draft right now.
True. And I think Najee Harris fits them better than Etienne does. But what's interesting, and you hit it on the head, so Bud Dupree is gone. Artie Burns is gone from their secondary. They also lost Steven Nelson. They've lost players in their secondary, which already was kind of like reliant super heavy on their top guys. I think corner could be a real big option for them. But then at the same time, you're looking at the offense. I mean, who are they really going to roll with? Benny Snell or McFarland, who they took last year, who I know was a decent, I think it was a day 2 pick, I think round 3 for McFarland. That's why I think the running back scenario makes sense. And Najee Harris doesn't have the long speed Etienne does, but he's got good receiving capability. He plays the ball in the air like a wide receiver. He can do kind of Le'Veon Bell type things. I mean, I wouldn't be taken aback by that, or even offensive line. Like Villanueva might not be coming back.
That's right. They do have a hole there.
The pick is in. I'm trying to relist it.
Let's see.
The Steelers select.
I can hear something. That's not good.
Najee Harris.
Is it really? Running back.
Yes, it is.
So this was that breaking point.
Go ahead.
That's a notch in the belt for the Buffalo Bills. This is great.
I'm okay with it.
Please pick a running back. That means more talent is falling to the Buffalo Bills. In my best case scenario, both him and Etienne would go before 30. And this only puts pressure on the teams that are looking to want to get another running back now. If Najee wasn't picked, both of those guys fall to the second round. But now that he has been picked, Etienne becomes more of a priority for the teams picking before Buffalo, or the ones who want to pick Etienne and fear now that Buffalo might pick them because of all the puffing of smoke. Let's hope that works and somebody trades up to get Etienne ahead of Buffalo at 30, and that would be an absolute perfect case scenario for yours truly and the Buffalo Bills.
You want Etienne and Harris to go so they can take Javonte Williams. I love it. Taking another running back.
He's thinking 3 steps ahead. That's the PhD focused in right there.
Yeah. Look, with the
I would be so
Steelers, I mean, I would have to think the Steelers go Najee Harris here. They've been linked to him so much throughout the process, and
no, they did. That pick was.
I didn't think he'd be. Oh, did we already announce their pick?
Oh yeah, now they took Najee Harris.
They took Najee. Yes.
Oh, I muted it. I thought I saw. No, you're good. I muted it, and I was like, okay, let me hear a draft pick because I haven't heard one yet, and I was like, let me see what they do. And
you hadn't seen it yet?
I thought Goodell was walking, and then I guess because of the delay, because remember my shit turned off. Maybe because the delay, I don't know, but I'm just now getting Najee Harris, and I was like, okay,
good fit. He again, I think kind of that Le'Veon Bell mold. Receiving threat out of the backfield. He can be a 3-down running back. He's got a great attitude, great head on his shoulders. He's a guy who, again, I wouldn't have been distraught if the Bills took him at 30. I just would like certain other positions, but he's a guy who what do you want? You're like 5 minutes behind.
I know I'm pretty far behind too, but I'm listening to Anthony, so I
That's funny.
Heard the update there.
I just think the value would be better served in other positions, but everything you hear come out of Harris's mouth is so strong. He's a blue-collar guy. He's a hard worker, great attitude. He's a guy who fits into town or a city like Buffalo or Pittsburgh. I think it's a really good pick. I also, again, like it for the Bills because it helps us with what we're looking for. But I think that's a solid addition. And the Steelers' offense was at its best when it was running that 3-headed monster with Ben and Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell. And I don't think they have that at receiver position anymore. But now you've got Claypool and Juju Smith-Schuster, both of those guys I dislike, and you've got Johnson, and now you've got a nice piece in Harris. I think it's a good pick for them. Again, it's not my cup of tea, but good pick for them.
Certainly, again, they were in desperate need of a running back and a playmaker in that backfield because that offense does not run through Ben Roethlisberger anymore. They might pass more than they run, but they still need to efficiently run more than they pass, if that makes sense. And they just weren't getting that done last year, and that's why they faltered in the second half of the season and into the playoffs. So bringing in a guy like Najee, certainly that kind of type of mold, right? He's a playmaker. 100%. He's going to get the ball a lot. He can take some of the pressure off. Exactly. He can take some of the pressure off of Big Ben. They still need to fix some of that offensive line in order for Najee to thrive. You're not going to throw him in that offense as is and hope that things go well after what we saw from them. And I'm not a believer in Big Ben at this point in his career. So it certainly is a helpful piece for the Steelers. I'm not sure it moves the needle much for me on where the Steelers fall, especially in that division.
For sure. And some interesting stats that are coming through in the chat. I love this. 25% of the picks so far are out of Alabama.
Insane.
That's really cool. And then Field Yates, I guess, said the 2017 Alabama recruiting class has produced 8 first-round picks.
Wow.
I feel like I think
that's unfair. At that point, it's really unfair.
We've reached this point. I mean, Clemson hasn't produced, I guess, the first-round talent to the level of Bama has, but we're in this point where, like, the Alabama-Clemson dynasty has been ridiculous for both. Every year, they're 2 out of the 4 playoff teams, and every year it comes down to them, like, and especially Bama, the run that they've had. I remember when Saban was at LSU, and then he left to go to the NFL, and he takes over Bama, and that was after Mike Shula had been at Bama, and I'd always heard, like, the stories of how Bama was this juggernaut back in the day and how they got their, the Rolling Tide name and what they were, but I'd never seen it in my lifetime. And then Saban goes there, and they're just this year after year juggernaut. You've got guys on Bama who are, I mean, it happens in college football in general, but you've got guys at Bama who are like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on the depth chart, who are never going to see playing time, who were like all-state or hands down best guy in their city or town or team.
Waiting 3 years to play when they could be a first-round draft pick.
It's unreal. And they're just sitting on that Bama roster, and they just keep churning out talent after talent. It really has been such a sight to see and such a sight to behold. And the longevity of it. We've seen a lot of teams get too close to the sun. And granted, some things have hit teams differently. Like, I'm a Miami Hurricanes guy, and those Miami teams in the 90s and 2000s were epic. And then They were middling a little bit after that in the Brock Berlin years, and then they kind of fell down. USC killed it for a while with Palmer and Leinart and Reggie Bush and even Mark Sanchez and that whole
they had
crop.
some scandal in that time too, but yeah,
big time scandal. But then they started to fall, and Bama's just been over here being a dominant force for the last decade at minimum, and every year.
Jaguars pick is now in, so we see that.
Oh, and see, there's the thought from Chris. JOK probably sliding because people aren't sure how to use him. Mm-hmm. Russ, I'd love to get your thoughts on this because I spoke about it as well. Like, I love him, but again, it's deciding like where does he fit in with your team? What role does he play? Because he is this. I've seen a lot of people who have been like, "Oh, he's more safety than linebacker." Fair, but he's going to be more in the box safety. I don't necessarily see right now JOK isn't going to drop into your deep third and function like Micah Hyde as a free safety deep. He maybe could get down there to that point, but he's more linebacker than safety. He's more box and slot than he is deep. But and I would subscribe to that thought with Chris in terms of where do you fit him. Russ, what are your thoughts on that?
I think he would have to go within the next two selections. I'm going to be honest. I agree with the assessment here. People don't know how to use him. I think you're a little bit afraid of the fact that, hey, maybe Simmons, you're scared of the fact of what Simmons has done so far for Arizona, which hasn't been a ton. But again, it's still very early. Let him get his feet wet. Let him figure it out. But here with Jacksonville, they're going to covet speed. Urban Meyer said that he's going to want speed on both sides of the football. And Urban Meyer's got a Rolodex of contacts in the NFL from Northwestern or in college, from Northwestern to Northwest Notre Dame, all the way across NCAA. So I think he's going to probably reach out to a good friend in Chip Kelly and say, "Hey, what can you tell me about this kid? Can I bring him in? Can we play him in our defense?" They need help at linebacker. So it wouldn't surprise me here if 25 was Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. It wouldn't surprise me if at pick 26 he was the pick. I think one of the next two picks is going to be him. If he doesn't go there, then I have no idea where he goes after that.
This
Baltimore
is an interesting,
is also intriguing.
Yeah, Baltimore. So this is an interesting combination here. I think on Tuesday we had the Jaguars going safety here and picking Morrig, and then I have the Browns after this. People are asking, is Barmore in play for the Bills? I think he absolutely is. I have him being the pick to Cleveland at the next stop.
Pick is in. Anthony, you're going to love it. The Jaguars took Travis Etienne.
Look at me.
Oh, but but also.
You see this? You see this? I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm not going to do it because I'm not that kind of guy. I am not going to sit here and tell you I told you so. I'm not going to do it because I'm a bigger man. I am not going to sit here and say I told you so.
Ridiculous. I feel bad for James Robinson.
Oh, cut it. We're done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's over.
Thank you. You're damn right we're done because no matter who the Buffalo Bills pick, it's going to be an amazing freaking pick.
Oh, that is the
bad for James Robinson.
Thing. That's the funniest thing I have ever seen.
Look at me.
Freaking go, baby.
I'm so glad.
Best case scenario. Best case scenario. Go back to my podcast on the running back position. And what did I say? Absolutely no way in hell the Buffalo Bills take a running back in the first round, period. Now, could it still happen? Technically, yes. We haven't made the pick yet, so I shouldn't get too confident. But what I said is best case scenario, both of those running backs go before the Buffalo Bills pick and the talent falls, period. That was the best thing that could happen because I never thought for a second the Bills were going running back. And with these two picks, this is the greatest thing that could have happened to the Buffalo Bills because that talent is now fallen. And no matter who's on the board at that point, there's still a lot of guys I absolutely love at that position that I also in that episode said that I would value much higher than I ever would a running back. And it's looking really, really good for the Buffalo Bills right now.
And now you've got a Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne connection in the backfield there for the Jags. I mentioned it.
Great fit for him too. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And I like the two-headed monster now with James Robinson and Travis Etienne. I do feel for Robinson a little though. He did great last year, coming out of nowhere. But Etienne is sweet. Add him to that backfield. Interesting mix. I'm thrilled as a Bills fan. A running back goes. That's fine.
Amazing.
Give us more things to drop. Very interesting here.
There is an interesting theme going on in this draft, and that is reuniting college teammates here, right? Because now they had their first pick who happened to be the Clemson quarterback, and now it's the Clemson running back. It's an interesting way this draft is falling here. But again, absolutely, the Bills in that draft room right now have already popped the champagne. They've already popped the champagne because looking at this board, there's no way it does not work out in the best case scenario for them.
I am going to snippet your whole getting close to the camera. Look at me. I'm going to snippet that and tweet that hardcore. Yeah, that thing.
Dude, I'm like trying to
for months I have been fighting this battle, and I've just been sick of it. It got to the point where this week, every morning I woke up to 1,000 tags and tweets, and I had the same argument that I laid out very well. I could not be more. And all I heard was, well, I heard they're getting Travis Etienne, and I heard they're trading up for a running back. And, it just got to the point where I'm like, I'm going to freaking explode at this point because it's just not, it was not right. It never was. It was never intelligent information to say that. And the puff of smoke is exactly what the Bills did, and it exactly paid off the way that they had hoped with these two teams picking running back just before they pick.
Very true. And now Cleveland's pick is in. Russ, what are you thinking here for Cleveland?
Well, I mean, it's got to be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, right? If it's not that, then maybe they consider Elijah Moore. I was just looking at where my mock drafts are, or where my mock draft is, and I'm currently, I don't know, I'm up near like the top 10 or whatever. I've only got 9 picks right, which is fine considering everything. But I pretty much can only get 3 picks right from here on out. Asante Samuel Jr. to New Orleans, Joe Tryon to Tampa Bay, and what's the other one? There's one more. Rashad Bateman to the Packers. So all of those are very much alive. We'll see. I mean, is it Rashad Bateman here? I think they could go offense. I'll be honest. Maybe they try to move OBJ or Jarvis Landry, try to get rid of one of those contracts, or just try to add to it. Maybe OBJ is not the same. But again, if Joke's available, they need that linebacker. I thought maybe they would move up and they would go after a Jaelan Phillips if he was available. I had him at 21. So here that's done. So I don't know. Maybe it's Greg Rousseau. Maybe it's Azeez Ojulari. Christian Barmore makes a lot of sense as well. They let go of Sheldon Richardson. So I know I'm throwing a lot of names out here, but
no, it's good.
I mean, because they could go in a lot of different ways. There's not really like one set need. If it were me, I would probably go defense, but I would
stop spoiling picks in the chat.
Greg Newsome.
No, don't tell me that's the pick.
That's the pick, bro.
God damn. Really?
I'm gonna have
that was again. Newsome was my number one preference for the Bills at 30. So, although it was not my prediction today, we have a little bit of a bet going on in the Cover One podcast group, and so it's like whoever gets the pick or closest to it, we all picked a different guy, and my guy has not yet been picked. So we'll see. Newsome was not one of the guys.
Just because Twitter is early doesn't mean you have to forward it on. But I appreciate the effort and the thought, but
I don't.
Man.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Oh man, now I hate Cleveland. Now I'm just forever upset because.
Welcome on board. Come on that train.
I know you're already there because of Baker. Yeah, you're there. I don't want to do this anymore. If you guys can keep going if you want.
I like this pick. You guys can get. I think you guys can personally get the better corner of the two, and that's Asante Samuel Jr. I'm going to be honest.
At 30?
Okay,
that would be shocking.
So let's pause on that then, and let's shift the conversation because I think Newsome is better, but Asante Samuel Jr. is my favorite corner, my favorite player in this whole draft. Go ahead, Russ. Elaborate on Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah, so I'll start with Greg Newsome because he is the pick. It's fresh on our mind. He's incredibly fluid. Lower body is fluid. It's all good there. He's got the arm length to play through the catch point. You love seeing that stuff. I think he can mix and match a little bit between man coverage, zone coverage. I don't think there will be an issue there. I don't know what his primary role will be. Will he be more of a man corner? Will he play a little bit more of, a zone coverage type of deal? Whatever it might be. I don't think you're going to ask him to be a press man corner. I don't think you're actually going to ask him to be a physical corner because he's not that physical. He really isn't. You watch him in press situations, he gets blown off the ball. You watch him try to come up to tackle, and I think he's very hesitant in that area. Now, he's a good tackler. When he makes tackles, he wraps up, he's got the form, all that's good. But when you look at Asante Samuel Jr., the dude's a dog. He's fluid in transition. You talk lower body fluidity with Greg Newsome. He has it, but Asante Samuel Jr. also has it. He can play through the catch point. He gets after it. He gives effort on every single play, and he doesn't give two you-know-whats who his dad is. He's out to prove himself. So if you can get this dude at 30, you guys need to buy the jersey now because the opposite of Trey White is going to be phenomenal. And I said it since September. This team in Buffalo needs a CB2. And if Asante Samuel is the guy, that home run, that's one of the best picks of this first round.
Ooh, I like it a lot. You're preaching to the choir.
Wow. I know that's your guy, Ant. So this is wow. I'm shocked to hear that from Russ because I was expecting Ant to give that speech, and here it is, Russ saying it, and he said buy the jersey. That's how confident he is in that pick. That is some good confidence there. And I tell you what, if that is the pick, you just made me feel a hell of a lot better about it because I like the guy, but I've been saying all along I wouldn't mind picking him in the second round, but I think it might be too early to pick him at 30. I'm not going to be mad if they pick him at 30, but it would be, I thought he was better fit for his second round. But that speech just told me, and there's a lot of stuff out there saying that McDermott loves him and he coached his dad and all that. And so it wouldn't be a shocker, but that was the ringing endorsement. What, you have anything to add? And you got that was wow. That was damn. Drop the mic on that.
Shut the stream down. It's over. If you've followed me on Twitter, I have been literally regurgitating all of those points along with film clips and all 22 breakdowns. I love everything he does. I firmly believe that if Asante Samuel Jr. was 6 foot, 195, he would be a top 20 pick in this draft. Nobody would bat an eye. He's smart. His pattern recognition is tremendous. His ability to process combinations and have zone responsibility and who to pass off to, like just the beauty of what he does on the outside. And that's also part of it too. I've seen people talk about how, well, he's like a nickel guy. Maybe he can play outside. Watch him on the outside on the deep third when he's got number one coming at him and number one goes inside and he passes off number one and he stays and reads number two and floats out and reads the quarterback and plays with anticipation and baits the QB. He's a smart player. He's so willing to come forward and make plays. I recognize some of the ball tracking things that you'll see on tape, but his coverage is great, and exactly what Russ said, his feet, his hips, his stickiness, his trigger.
I have to ask then, because the biggest knock on him is his size, right?
Correct.
He's a tiny guy.
He checked out.
But exactly. So it seems like, again, somebody like me who's just watching the film and says, this guy can do it. That's all I want. I don't care if he's going up against a 6'10" guy, for God's sake. If he can play defense and he can show that he can do it against tough competition, then, he's the guy for the job. But the size is what, the people who know X's and O's more than I do tend to say, well, that's why he's second round instead of first.
Yeah. And that's
you guys are not convinced that could knock him down.
No. And that's a great, and I know the arms are short, or like people like to say, but there's a great point from Jason. Asante Samuel Jr. is 1 inch shorter than Trey White and 8 pounds lighter. Is that really what's going to prevent him from being a good NFL player? Seems like a weak argument to me. I would love, in a perfect world, sweet. Give me the corner who's 7'5", 300 pounds, and runs a 4.5 40. I would love to have some monster, physically dominating corner. Those do not grow on trees. The Patrick Petersons of the world, guys with great technique and length and weight and height and speed and agility, those don't really happen. You got to figure out what to do with what you got. I think Asante Samuel Jr. ticks all of the boxes. I would like his ball tracking to be a little better and some of his plays on the ball. But to Russ's point, he fights through the catch point. He competes for everything. And again, if he was bigger, if he was the Patrick Surtain size or the Caleb Farley size, he's a top 20 pick easy. You can make a case that he's a number 1 or a number 2 or a number 3 corner in the draft. And again, he can flex inside. He can play some nickel. I've also seen the Notre Dame tape is great. He plays some safety at times in that game, especially down in the red zone. He can do a lot of things, and he's so smart, good pedigree. He's also been interviewed multiple times by the Bills staff.
A scenario we haven't yet talked about here that I think is important, especially for a guy like Samuel, if that's the guy you're targeting, can you now discuss trading down back out of the first round into the beginning of the second maybe to get that guy that you still want? Because I think that has to come into play now. Again, looking at this board, there's a lot of guys on this board that I would absolutely love if the Bills draft. So if that's the case, you can now propose trading back into the second round. And in every one of my most ideal scenarios, we end up with 3 or 4 day 2 picks. 3 picks in the second round would be like, absolutely send it to the bank. I'll sign up for that all day long.
And that's the thing. Like, can you take an edge here and then still get like Melifonwu in round 2 or Trey Williams in round 3 or Paulson Adebo and all these guys that people have talked about. And that's the thing too, but I just don't want to wait and be like, well, we could get this guy at 61 or he could go at pick 32 or any one of the picks in between. It's just, you don't know, and you can't hang your hat on hope with that. And speaking of hanging your hat on things, the Ravens selection has been in. It was announced about 30 seconds ago.
Yes.
Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota.
I really like this pick. I knew they were going to go in a combination here. They have these 2 late round picks, and so they went wide receiver first. They're probably going to go edge with their second pick, but that means the Bills are picking ahead of them, and the Bills will still have their choice of edge on the board before Baltimore does, which is an interesting scenario in this case.
So now we're sitting here. I think Bateman, actually, we'll talk about it for a bit. Russ, you put your head down.
You didn't like this one?
I like Bateman.
I like Bateman. I like Bateman in the first round. I like Bateman going to Green Bay because of my mock draft. I'm just thinking of my score at this point. But I'm glad he goes to Baltimore. I don't have to worry about him on Sundays playing my team. And look, this guy can play inside. He can play outside. He's such a natural releases, is so fluid. And it looks like almost like Keenan Allen in a light version of it. And he's a terrific route runner. And he just is so good in space. And I love everything about him. And beyond that, he can track the football. He's got body control. So I think, truthfully, this guy can come in and play as a true number 1 receiver. And it's actually a great spot because we mentioned COVID and getting his weight situated. Once he gets everything figured out, he doesn't have to be this impact player. They got Sammy Watkins. They've got James Prochet, Devin Duvernay, Marquise Hollywood-Brown, Mark Andrews. I mean, I could go on and on about the weapons that they have. So Rashad Bateman comes in and he's going to figure things out, and next year's really when he's going to take off as that true number 1.
Saints just shot their pick in. This was now the quickest a pick has been put in. Literally, the clock still said like 9:58. So that's insanely fast. I wonder if they had somebody. Obviously, there's a guy on this board that they really were like, wow, and that could be maybe that's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here. But they were also connected to the wide receiver, which I think is why Baltimore decided to go Bateman here, just in case that's who New Orleans was looking at. Elijah Moore is a name that comes to mind here who would be a great fit in this position. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but that was insanely fast. Pick is in. So there's clearly whoever this pick is, New Orleans is sold on them.
Yeah, no, I mean, Elijah Moore makes a lot of sense now that the receivers are kind of moving around. Asante Samuel Jr. makes a lot of sense as well. And that's who I have them selecting. I had them
over the Bills. Oh yeah.
I had them moving up to 23 to take Asante Samuel Jr. because just so much of the signs pointed to them taking a corner and that they wanted a corner. So I'm curious if ASJ is the guy for them. But if not that, I mean, you said Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I think that's a great fit. They lost Alex Anzalone. Yep. They need a little bit of a speedster there. So I think that would be that's a great fit. You can have him covered, CMC out of the backfield. Anything that Atlanta throws at you, that guy's going to match up against Kyle Pitts. So that
Mike Davis coming out of the backfield now.
Yeah, I mean, that might be your fit. And again, you don't know what Tampa Bay is going to do just yet, but OJ Howard, Antonio Brown running around. They've got Chris Godwin, Mike Evans. They've got the possibility of maybe taking Javonte Williams at 32, which I love that fit. If they take him, I'm going to be pissed if they take him because I didn't select him this year. I've been saying it all draft season and they didn't take him. Yeah, we'll see what the Saints do here. This is going to be a fun one.
I like the defensive side for them. I would love them to take JOK. I think Owusu-Koramoah makes so much sense for them. I also think, Nicholas mentioned it as well. I don't know if it's in reference to the Saints or to us. I think Trevin Merrick makes a lot of sense for the Saints as well. Let him patrol that back third or even come up and man. He can do a lot of those coverage things.
Versatile player, skill. So it seems like we're leaning more toward versatile, athletic, defensive player. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is one of those guys. So is the safety. I mean, this is prime position for them.
I see who. Okay, I'm just going to say apologies if I don't pull up people's comments. I'm no longer looking at the chat because I keep seeing spoiled picks coming through. That's completely fine. If you guys want to do that, go ahead. But I'm not looking at the chat because I don't want to see any spoilers. So if you make a good comment and it doesn't get pulled up, apologies. But that's because everybody keeps throwing in who's getting picked. And I saw who the pick was. We'll see if it's confirmed. But I'm no longer looking at the entire right side of my laptop.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it works, I guess, in our favor. I just think the Saints would have to go defense. And I guess let's as the pick starts to get announced, and potentially, Anthony, if you've seen the spoiler as well of who it is, let's start to focus towards the Bills. There is a lot of things.
So much
that we want. I'm fine there with Asante Samuel Jr. I'm on the same boat of I'd love to trade back and grab him at like 35 or 42 or whatever and get more picks. But I have no problem taking Asante Samuel Jr. at 30. I also have no problem taking Jason Oweh at 30. I have no problem taking Owusu-Koramoah at 30. I like Ojulari. I'm a little concerned about the knee issue reports that people are coming through right now.
Even Barmore is there. I mean, I wouldn't say no to him either.
Even Barmore. Even, you know what's even crazy? I mean, I question his ability to potentially kick inside. I know people have talked about it. I wouldn't be crazy with taking Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah,
at
he's
30.
Still on the board. He
is still on the board.
And he could play guard.
This
board
is potential there.
This board is amazing for the Buffalo Bills right now. And that's why the first thing I do is wait for somebody to call me or maybe even call them. Hey, anybody want to come up to this spot? Because if there's 10 guys on my board legitimately right now that we just went through that I can pick at 30, and I'm not necessarily more in love or higher on one guy than the other. Specifically, I'm looking at the three edge players here right now. Olajari, Tryon, and Oweh are all still on the board. I think Baltimore is going to pick one of those guys, and they pick right after the Bills now. But that still leaves two of them on the board going into the second round. So if one of those teams toward the beginning of the second round wants to come up and pick Tevin Jenkins or pick Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or a cornerback or whatever it may be, I mean, I am making calls at 30 at this point because it's time to trade down if you can. And that's not always a scenario, where you can. And if they do draft one of these guys, by all means, this is absolutely amazing for the Bills.
Yeah, for
sounds
sure.
Like,
and we
sounds
see,
like the pick is in.
Well, the pick's been in for about a minute or a minute and a half or so. I'm guessing, Russ, you just finally saw it now too. Payton Turner to the Saints.
Wow,
very interesting. I get it, I guess, but I don't love it considering what was there and what they need. Especially I would have liked them to go with Koramoah or even Trevon Merrick, just some back end coverage aspects. But I mean, Turner has been rising up the boards for a lot of people. But based on your look there, Russ, what are your thoughts?
I mean, you have Cam Jordan, you have Marcus Davenport, and I'm not faulting the pick because Zach Hicks and we got to talk to Payton Turner. We interviewed him. He's on the Cover One YouTube page. If you want to go back and watch our film session with him, great dude. I mean, I've talked to some prospects over the last couple of years where they're just like, they're not into it because I'm just some average Joe. And it's like, that's fine. But Payton Turner was about it, man. He was smiling. So I'm rooting for this kid. Don't get me wrong. And at pick 28, maybe they're thinking he can be a better version of what Marcus Davenport was supposed to be. I mean, let's be honest. Maybe they're cutting their losses, but with his length, with his size, he's got a great motor. He's going to play in a bunch of different spots. He can play as a 3 technique. He can play as a 2-eye, a 4-eye. He can play as a 5 technique. So he can do a lot. That's not the direction I thought they would go. I thought maybe they would go corner. I thought maybe a receiver. So I don't know. I mean, that's a surprise pick for sure.
Quick peek behind the curtain here. I mentioned that the Cover One guys have a bet going on. We all picked somebody and where they were going to go.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to take who I wanted, so I was
Elijah Vera-Tucker was already taken. But the bet is whoever gets closest to the Bills' pick wins. So it's minus a point for every pick where your guy goes. And Payton Turner was the pick of one Eric Turner, believe it or not. And here it is, 2 picks away from the Bills. So right now, he's kind of in the lead. I will say at least 3 of the other guys are still on the board here for the Buffalo Bills coming up. And Green Bay, the pick is in. That means the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. So I think we need to shift here to say, who is Green Bay taking that will eliminate one of these players from being on the board for the Bills? I think it could be Tevin Jenkins. I think it could be Elijah Moore, who are the 2 that were, most closely associated with the Bills. I'm not sure defensively. If they pick a defensive player, I mean, their quarterback is going to go through a wall. So they have to do something on offense at this point. I mean, we already know, unless they really want to spite him and piss him off, they'll go defense.
I've got pure butterflies in my stomach now for the Bills pick, and I took my notebook that I write things, and I literally covered the right part of my laptop where the chat is, so I have no opportunity to get spoiled whatsoever. I don't want to know anything, so I have hidden the chat physically. Green Bay's is interesting. They're, especially now, again, Anthony, you mentioned earlier, we didn't even talk about it. Now the Aaron Rodgers drama thrown into the mix, they're a team that could use, as good as Valdez Scantling is, and Alan Lazard, and Equimanius St. Brown. I think he's the other long name receiver for Green Bay. Despite that, they could use a wide receiver number 2. Their offensive line is always getting hurt. They took a big hit last year when Bakhtiari went down, which sucked for them. They've always gotten banged up. They lost Corey Linsley. Yep. Good call, Pete.
Bills. I'm watching the clock in the background. It's 6:43, 6:42.
I'm pulling up no comments. I can't even see the chat. I got nothing.
I'm going to see your reaction first, though, so I don't know how this is going to work.
I'll hide it. I don't want to spoil it for you. So
or should you turn on the sound so I can at least hear it?
I don't know if we're allowed to do that.
Yeah, I know. That's
why I'm not. Oh, good pick for the Packers. Corner, Eric Stokes out of Georgia.
Oh, my God. Aaron Rodgers just shit a brick. I'm telling you, he's packing his bags. Ooh. He's not even showing up to the facility.
Yeah, I'm definitely done. I'm not coming back.
I love this pick.
I was gonna say, break him down for us, Russ. He was somebody who I watched the film and I was like, okay, there were some things I liked, but I didn't love. Then I saw him run the 40 and I was like, okay, because I didn't think he played that fast to me. I went back, I watched more games. He was someone, the more I watched, I liked him more and more. And I watched a lot of, between Ojulari, Tyson Campbell, and Eric Stokes, I watched a ton of Georgia defense tape. I like Stokes. You obviously do too. Give us your thoughts on Eric Stokes and, again, his fit in the Green Bay defense.
My 4th ranked corner, and one of those guys that I fell in love with early in the process, and I'm really pissed at myself for not putting him back in the first round right now. As I look at these scores that are coming up on my screen. But no, look, he's a press man corner. He's got the long speed. It doesn't show on tape, but he tested well, and it's gonna translate to the NFL. You'll love his physicality. You watch that blitz right there where he wrecks the Tennessee quarterback. I put that on my Twitter page. That was when I was like, okay, this dude's for real, because you don't see corners make that tackle, and he did. Mm-hmm. And so I love this fit for the Packers. They love these physical type of guys. Jair Alexander, they're going to bring him in, and they're just going to press down the corners or the receivers in the NFC North and across the NFC. So I love this fit. The Bills, they got 450.
I know, right? I'm watching the clock. It's ticking down. I'm not going to watch the spoilers. I'm going to pull up.
I'm at 4 minutes here. Right now. I'm at 358. 357.
It's incredible. The Bills are on the clock. We got to go through these names on this board right now because it's insane. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is the one that jumps out the most. Jason Oweh still on the board. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really. anything could happen. Christian Barmore is still on the board. Aziz Ojulari, Elijah Moore, who was one that the Bills have been talked about a lot. Certainly multiple positions the Bills could go here. And I'm holding my breath because I'm just waiting.
Don't pull up the chat. Don't pull up the
spread.
chat. Don't pull up any comments. Put it away.
We haven't seen it yet.
I will guard the chat. I will do everything for you guys in my power.
Pulling up the other screen.
If you guys need to mute things,
I might take my headphones off just to. I can still talk to you, but I can't hear you. So
real quick before they make this pick, thank you.
I've got 338. Awesome. I don't know where you guys are
Justin.
at, but
tremendous. No, I'm at 304. I won't. Anthony, can you still? I don't think Anthony can hear me.
I can hear you a little bit through because I have the headphones.
I'm just gonna hide my face. I won't make a move or a sound until you've seen it.
So I won't see your face.
I'm not gonna look, so that way you have no.
This is amazing. This is real life reaction here.
So can I react with my face if you're not gonna look? Then
can you at least tell me if the pick is in? Because I still see on the clock if one of us sees pick is in. Again, the Bills. If I'm the Buffalo Bills, I'm waiting until 30 seconds is left on this clock.
Yeah, it's still not in. What do you got, Russ?
Trading down is the best case scenario.
I got 310 left.
I got 227.
I'm probably the farthest behind. I just want you guys to give reactions. I will announce the pick when it pops up for me.
Okay.
And then we can all react
we'll
together.
Get back together. That sounds good.
Because I cannot get this thing to go any further. I have fast forward as far as I can. I don't know why it's so
I'm at
far.
240, 239, 238. Come on, it's Christmas, baby. Let's go.
So, look, I'm going to be honest, guys. I think we could see, and they're standing up, so they got the pick. They're just waiting for the ticket to come in. I think you could see Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here. I really do.
Greg's on TV. Woo! They're showing Greg.
Oh, Greg made on TV. All right, keep going, Russell. So we got J.O.
They showed Greg, yeah. He's going to hop on with us right as they pick. This is going to happen.
That's awesome.
Once it goes, the pick is in. I'm taking my earpiece out, and it's all on you, Russ. But Russ, keep going, Russ. We got Jo because we were talking about this a lot when you stepped away as well. So we talked about a lot of the guys that could come through. So we got JOK. Who else you got? Pick is in.
You got JOK. We talked about Asante Samuel Jr. Love that fit. Again, I mentioned, and I was joking around with you guys, but Javonte Williams, I love that fit. I do. I think.
Yeah, but just not there.
It's not splashy, but again, they loved the running backs. They did a lot of research on these guys. Maybe Javonte Williams. Again, Christian Barmore. It makes a lot of sense.
That's fair. I am,
and I'll be honest. I'm gonna go with just two. I'm gonna go two last ones.
My stomach is in knots right now.
Go ahead, Russ. Give it to us.
As the pick is in, they're still talking. They're showing Louis Riddick. So I'll say two edge rushers, Jason Oweh, Aziz Ojulari. I love both guys to be in this spot. I think because that's a great fit for them to develop. But again, we don't know what they're going to do. So I feel like a kid on Christmas. I got knots. I got to announce this pick for you guys.
Go, baby.
Russ, I am, if we're on the boat right now, we're on the bridge. Here you go. Here's the steering wheel.
Side of my screen right now. No
do your thing. I'm going to pull. I'll pull my headphone out. I want to hear
waving his hands, and that's all I see here.
Oh boy, the pick is in. My man is sleeping on the couch. Maybe. I don't know who that is.
I'm going to throw up.
Jason Oweh. I'm going to assume the pick
about Jason. Okay.
Oweh. I'm assuming that's the pick.
Whose
Maybe
name
not.
is this? I don't know.
I love the stress levels. I love the stress levels.
I know, man. This is crazy. It's exciting. There's no way this is a bad pick. That's
Mac Jones.
Oh, somebody's making the pick for Buffalo here. Nice.
Oh, good. Okay, Goodell is walking. That's what I have. He's passing the
there's
in the chair.
A guy in the chair who's making the pick, it seems, for the Bills.
I already heard it.
Okay, well, I'm not announcing nothing yet. He's getting to the podium right now. Probably going to say something. Buffalo Bills.
At the podium. Wow. Woo! Gregory Rousseau. I'm assuming I'm the last one.
Select Gregory Rousseau, edge rusher, Miami.
Wow, that is a bit of a surprising pick for sure, but it is the right kind of move, right? Edge is what we needed. Edge is what we got. Clearly, they were high on Rousseau. He's a guy who was, questionable where he would fall in this edge class. But the pick is Rousseau. What do you guys think?
Russ, you can lead off.
No, go ahead, dude. It's your guys' team. It's your guys' floor here.
I did not have him ranked as high as I did Olajari or Oweh. So I'm a little bit surprised that he is the pick. But at the same time, this is the same move, just different guy that McDermott and Bean had confidence in than maybe some of the tape. And that's fine with me. This is an edge player. That's what the Bills needed. Clearly, they're looking developmentally. This is going to be a long-term answer. Next to our pick from last year, we now have two legitimate pass rushers that can learn from the guys we have in the building. Edge is the position I coveted most in the first round because of the depth at cornerback. I think they can get that in rounds 2 or 3. So it's not the edge player I was expecting, but it is the position I thought.
I think it's a similar spot. You're going for the boom bust type of thing. Also, ironically, similar to Jaelan Phillips, also from Miami. You're looking at somebody who didn't have a ton of production. He opted out of the 2020 season. He was killer on tape in 2019. He's another person. We talked about him last week on Disguise coverage in the way too early 2020 mocks. He was a top 5 guy, not just for edge rushers, top 5 guy for the entire draft. That's where people thought Gregory Rousseau was going to go. He's got positional versatility up front. He's got size. He's got length. I personally would have liked to see, I think it's another high ceiling, low floor kind of thing. I would have loved to have seen him get another year of some polish at the college level just to see what he was going to kind of round into. But again, you said it's a position in need. He ticks a lot of the boxes. I personally would have rather had, if we're going to go edge, I would have rather had Oweh. Personally,
Oweh was my pick in the selection thing that we're talking about.
Right.
I thought Oweh would be on the board. That was who I thought the Bills would pick. He was still here. He was not the pick, but it's still edge, and that is important. So yeah, sorry to cut you off.
And he's no, you're right. He's got all the physical tools. He's 6'6", 266. He ran a 4.6 40, which is really good for his size. Again, I would have gone Oweh, or I was still pulling a little for Asante Samuel Jr. because I wanted corner, and he's still my guy. But again, granted, the corners that potentially could be there in round 2. Rousseau ticks a lot of the boxes for edge. I would have rather had Oweh, but position in need. Russ, what do you got?
Guys, I'm going to be honest. I'm letting you guys spew your knowledge out here, but I kind of like the pick. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like this pick.
No, I'm not disappointed.
No,
I'm not disappointed.
I'm happy we went edge, and I'm confident in the guys that McDermott and Bean chose here. I just had other guys ahead of him, but he still was in the conversation when we talked about the top 5 edge rushers in this class on the Hook podcast. Gregory Rousseau was one of those guys we talked about. So for us to land him, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. I didn't win the money in the pool, but I'm happy. So
no, yeah, you're right. And that's one of those things. I mean, I have edge rushers in front of him as well. I mean, I wasn't as high as him. His tape's not as impressive as you'd like to think, but he interviewed well. And I said that earlier when we talked about him possibly with like maybe the Jets or with another team. He interviewed incredibly well. And I think he's one of those guys that he might be able to talk himself into a job, and he honestly can play himself probably into a job. He's versatile enough. So he brings something that I don't think this defensive line really has. You guys don't have somebody that can play maybe every single alignment on the defensive front. He can. And he's going to do that. And he fits the threshold. The Bills' threshold is 6'5", 265 normally. He's what I say, 6'7", 270 or whatever.
6 5/8.
Yeah. So the guy is massive. So if you look at wanting to get after Zach Wilson, maybe Mac Jones, Tua, this makes sense. And I think maybe their board altered a little bit with maybe the different dynamics that have now happened in their in their division. I mean, Elijah Vera Tucker was going to the Jets. Nobody thought that. So I like this pick. I mean, if you can get him going, I think it's a great pick. And he, again, he was listed as a top 10 player before the season started. Then he opted out.
Yep.
And now everybody was like, oh, he's 60th overall. I was in that same thing because his tape didn't impress me as much in 2019 as some of the other guys, but that doesn't mean 2021 can't be impressive. So Jerry Hughes, he'll be 33 in August. His contract's over at the end of the year. This is your replacement. This is your stopgap. AJ Epinesa and Greg Rousseau. I like this.
And the team has shown, I mean, McDermott, we know that he likes talented players to come in who can mold them a little bit and teach them, right? He doesn't want somebody who's going to come in and say, I do it my way kind of thing. And I think Rousseau fits more of that mold where they can teach him a little bit how to make him ideal for this defense. And he does still have all of the skill sets you would want in a pass rusher. So it's certainly, I've seen a couple people in chat, at least one that said, they don't like the pick. I'm going to need an explanation there, because if you don't like the pick, either you just don't like Rousseau at all for some reason. But in terms of edge and what this team needed, we knew what our top positions of need were, right? And edge was number one on most people's list. People might have desired cornerback, but edge was number one on most people's list. And go ahead.
Where is it? Sorry, and I wanted to pull up to your point there.
I'm sorry. I'm just clicking everything.
Oh, no, you're good. Go ahead. You could go. I just want to pull this one up real quick because it goes along with what Bean said. And the great comment here, Bean said he wanted to draft for the long term, not the short, so it fits. Exactly. Rousseau, again, somebody who you will, and I think this is also a similar case for Jason Oweh, somebody who you let them play more of a situational role in 2021, and you take them because of the ceiling, because of the traits, and then you mold them, develop them, because to Russ's point, as we move forward, Mario Addison is older. Jerry Hughes is past his prime, and you're looking at contract things for both of them, especially Jerry Hughes. And then all of a sudden you're looking like, okay, what do we look like in 2022, 2023, so on and so forth. Rousseau fits that long-term, not necessarily the short-term type of thing. I still think he can make an impact and be a player in the short term, but he's a guy that definitely, I mean, you're, again, not to compare him to Jason Phillips, but it's a similar type of thing where you're sitting there going like, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. I mean, Rousseau could have impact in 2021, but he could be a guy in 2023 where everybody's sitting there going, I can't believe Gregory Rousseau lasted to pick 30. Like he should have gone top 10 like everybody thought he would prior to him opting out. Even just, I remember the talk from Miami fans, the Hurricanes, when, that's a very good comment. Rousseau, Oliver, and Epinesa in 2022 could be fun. The thought from Miami Hurricane fans when he opted out was like, great, our season's done. Like, he's a killer. Oh, man, he's done. And, like, that's a cool thought from Chris there. Yeah, I didn't hear what he said because I lowered the volume back down after the pick was in. I'm going to go back, watch what he said. But, again,
I got to watch.
It fits a position of need. It ticks that box of more long-term than it is short-term. He's a character guy.
That's what they love. We talked about that, the opposite with Jaelan Phillips.
And I like Russ's point as well of him being able to rush from almost any and every technique, like, which is something tremendous, especially with how the Bills want to rely on their front four. In order to do that, you have to be able to do multiple things. We thought Quentin Jefferson was going to be that. It kind of didn't work out because of Star opting out. Rousseau can wear a lot of hats, and he could potentially do them all very well. Russ, go ahead. Give us your thought.
Well, and I was going to say, imagine when they sugar the A-gaps and they've got Tremaine Edmonds up there, and standing next to him is 6'7", 280-pound Greg Rousseau, and Greg Rousseau's the one dropping into coverage, and Edmonds is the one blitzing. He gives you versatility, and now Jason Oweh just went off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. So he just went back. So we see this back to back. And look, I know we kind of got away from the draft talking about the Bills, and rightfully so, right? Because we're so Bills oriented, and we should be. And we got the pick in already for the Buccaneers. That was maybe the fastest time so far.
Wow.
So I mean, they're
going Elijah Moore. You think?
Maybe, but look, I like again. We're talking Rousseau. I like this pick. Maybe we do something tomorrow, breaking it down some more. Maybe we break down some of his film or something, but. I'm super pumped for Bills fans. I hope they're not looking at this the negative way. If you could have one of the Miami edge rushers, I'll put it this way. If you could have one of the two, would you have the guy with the concussion problems and maybe the lack of love for the game, or the guy that just opted out and has some okay tape? You know, what would you rather have? I would much rather have the guy with the semi-okay tape because I know I can develop that guy. And again, I said this time and time again when I was on the Cover One Buffalo podcast. This team can do whatever the hell they want.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what they did. They went to the guy that was the highest on their board at that point. They were not going to get Greg Rousseau at 60th overall. There was no way. So they were going to get him here, and we'll see what they do tomorrow. They're going to, I honestly, guys, I think they're going to move up. You look at Seattle.
It sounds like that with this board. I mean, I've been talking about it for a few picks now. There's like 10 more names here that the Bills are really could have drafted at 30. If they're still on the board at the top of the second, I don't see how they don't trade.
I think the thought there is you got wow. So I was gonna say, so there's that comment, and where I wanted to comment on where
thank you, Charles.
There was another boom, there you go. There's another comment as well. It's similar to the negative one about Rousseau that you just pulled up first. Oh, actually, we'll do the Buccaneers pick is in. We'll just announce it, and then we'll go back to talking about Rousseau real quick. The Buccaneers selection is in. They took Joe Tryon from Washington, so 3 straight edges. Good pick for them.
Ended on a positive. There you go.
Nailing that mock, Russ. I think what you get there with a lot of fans for the edge perspective from the Bills is guys wanted someone who was going to make an immediate impact in 2021 because they anticipate there being the Super Bowl window now. They anticipate the Bills competing for a championship now. So the thought process is, well, we want someone who can help us win a Super Bowl right now in 2021. And I get it. I would also love that. But you also got to still think of the future and what's going on. And the Bills, knock on wood, should be around for a very long time. And you don't want to haul everything towards 2021 and not set yourself up for anything in the future. And also, again, with Gregory Rousseau, if you're going to knock it, that's fine. To each his own. If you think he won't make an impact this year, I'm not saying he's going to come out and get 15 sacks this year, but he's a very good football player.
Exactly.
Again, I would have loved to have more tape on him. I would have loved to have him play another year in 2020. I would have loved to raise that floor a little further, but he's got a tremendously high ceiling. And it's also, I don't want to make comparisons again, but it's very similar to the Josh Allen pick. Super high ceiling, really low floor, trying to figure out what's going on. I think Rousseau's floor is higher than Josh Allen's was as a quarterback for him as a defensive end. But he ticks a box. He's got size. He's got a great attitude. He's got great character. And you got to trust in the coaching staff to be able to coach him up and get what you want out of him. And again, you're looking for somebody who's going to contribute situationally this year. I don't think there was anyone, maybe potentially a corner there if somebody fell. But I don't know if there's anybody right immediately at 30 that you're grabbing and you're like, boom, plug and play starter. He's the guy 100% right now. He's seeing 97% of the snaps. We just got way better. Boom. I think he adds at worst, he adds depth and versatility to this defensive line in 2021. And at best, in the future, he could be one of the best defensive players in the league. And that's what it is.
I do want to bring up this point again from earlier because this is going to be super important down the line here. The Bills went with Gregory Rousseau. And right after that pick, 2 more guys went. Edge rushers went, right? And we cannot, again, I said this earlier, you cannot fall into the trap of, in his first year, Rousseau only had 2 sacks and Oweh had 5. So Oweh is a bigger star and the Bills screwed up by not taking Oweh. No, you cannot say that at all. First of all, of these 3 who were picked last, Tampa Bay has by far the best defensive line of those 3 teams, I'd say. And Tryon's probably in the best position now to rack up some stats because those other guys are going to be covered and out there. So, you can't fall into the trap of, I don't want to hear 6 weeks into next year when we know that McDermott and Bean tend to let the rookies learn before putting them into action and kind of ramping them up as the year goes along versus, Tampa Bay, who might be throwing Tryon out there in pass rush situations, knowing that he's going to be open compared to the rest of the guys they got that need to be covered. So don't fall into that trap of comparison in here. Same thing with Oweh going to Baltimore. Talk about a team that is known for its defensive development and pass rush. Oweh went to a great situation in Baltimore, and I expect him to play well there. But if he all of a sudden starts lighting up the stat sheet, I don't want to deal with this in week 6. I know there's going to be people who say it. The Bills wasted their pick on Rousseau when they could have had Oweh. No, what we really will know is going into the next season, again, everything McDermott and Bean told us was true. They are planning for the long term, not for the short term. Will Rousseau get playing time in this season 2021? Yes. But going into 2022, he's going to have a much bigger role in that defense by default, because this is a position where we're getting older and losing guys, and he will be there next to AJ Epinesa, and they're going to have the time to develop and get better together. So don't fall into the trap of comparing this Bills pick to the two guys who went right after, because, that's not going to be fair. Now, 5 years from now, if Rousseau is no longer in the league and one of these guys is getting a huge second contract, then we may have that conversation, because, history has written itself. But let's give it time to develop. That's what the Bills decided to do here. We knew this was the right thing to do. When you're developing a football team, you pick for short and long term. He can contribute short term because it was a need and he'll get snaps, but long term is really where they see his potential and getting the most out of him. That's what good teams do. And that's fine for the Buffalo Bills in this spot.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm excited to go back and grind more tape on him. I want to see more of the bend. I want to see how he retraces in the pocket. I want to see, awesome. These are the same comments I've seen about how we should have selected Rosen instead of Allen. I'm going to go back and grind the tape more on Rousseau now. Like I started to mention and alluded to, I want to see the bend around the edge. I want to see how he retraces the quarterback in the pocket. I want to see what moves and technique he wins with compared to just being physically dominant. There's a lot of things to grind and see, but I think for anyone who is throwing it out there right now, and who cares who his agent is, everybody who's throwing out right now about that this is a horrible pick and it's a terrible pick,
I don't understand that at all.
Like,
you know who those people are? The same. You know who those people are?
That's the comment. We don't need Rousseau ready week one. If he develops by the playoffs, boom. You don't need him to come out.
But you know who's saying this was a bad pick? All of you idiots out there who thought we were going running back. Okay. All of you who believed the hype that the Bills were going running back were wrong. Yes, Russ. Look, I was pissed off at Russ specifically when he was on the Cover One podcast with Greg and Aaron, and they picked a running back, and I said, I cannot do this. I'm out. And I left the chat and said, no, I'm done. That's it. That's wrong. I'm sorry. I have been adamant about this. And the people who are saying Gregory Rousseau is a bad pick are the ones who wanted a running back or something else at this position. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but McDermott and Bean are smarter than you are. All right? They know what they're doing at this pick. They decided to go for this long term, and running back was not the answer, and it never was. So I'm sorry if that people believe that hype, but this is the answer here. An edge rusher, a cornerback in round 2. We're not going running back. I'm sorry.
You're just losing it. I like the what Doc is losing it. Laugh out loud. I think, again, I don't think you can take anyone from the draft and give them a concrete thing right now. We talked about at the beginning, the first draft that I ever really watched that I loved, everyone said, well, it doesn't matter who the Colts take at number 1 because Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf are both going to be amazing. Exactly. And then the Chargers took Ryan Leaf, and it was like, okay, no loss for the Chargers. He's amazing. And then what did he do? He came out and he was great. And then everything fell apart. And I'm excited now to grind the tape hard tomorrow and flying off the handle for everybody knows that Anthony Romeo brings the passion.
I'm not necessarily knocking and saying those people were completely wrong who said, they were in terms of getting the pick right, who said we were going to go running back. What I'm saying is it's wrong for those people who had their heart set on running back just because they were wrong to now turn around and say Gregory Rousseau is a bad pick. That is what I'm infuriated about now, because I know that's exactly what's happening now. Just because you had your heart set on trading up for a running back, which was never really in play and never would make sense under any circumstances, and now they ended up with an edge rusher that might have not been your guy, that doesn't mean this is a bad pick. And that doesn't mean you have the right to say, oh, now it's a bad pick because I think so. They didn't go running back.
I want to pull up this comment. Our D-line picks have been dirt so far. Are you referring to like the last several seasons with like AJ Epinesa and Ed Oliver?
I strongly free agency maybe.
I'm okay if we want to like where we want to go. And granted, they haven't been complete stud all pros. AJ Epinesa was very strong down the stretch, and he's got some potential for next year. And I'm going to continue to fight everybody in the Ed Oliver thing. The dude had to play a position that he's not meant to play. He had to wear Star's hat, and he's not built or made to wear Star's hat. So did Quentin Jefferson. I really wanted Quentin Jefferson to stay because I was excited to see what he can do. I don't think, I don't want everybody to be too
anything about that.
I don't want everybody to be too reactionary here. Oh, yeah, he was referring to that. I'm excited. So let's start to shift things forward to tomorrow, both holistically for the draft and for the Buffalo Bills. So we're sitting here. Not even just from a Bills perspective, there's a lot of good talent that is left on this board heading into day 2.
Oh, my God.
We saw trades. We saw teams move up. So the board's going to change a little bit in that regard. But we've seen we got a lot of good guys left. Even just one, I know a lot of people wanted Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I did not think he was going to last till the second round. So JOK is there. Asante Samuel is still there. I thought he had a chance to go early round 1. We still have a lot of talent. Russ, we'll start with you. Barmore as well, 1,000%. Russ, we'll start with you. What do you think the storyline is going into day 2, and what prospects? I guess no, we'll shift that. What prospects do you have your eyes on going into day 2 that you think could be real quality picks, whether in round 2 or round 3, based on how the board is shaped up so far?
Well, I actually just tweeted this out, and I hope you guys can hear me okay. My AirPods died, so
no, you're good. I saw you pull them out, but we can hear you fine. You're great.
Yeah. So I just tweeted it out. Some of the players that are available for tomorrow. I mean, Tevin Jenkins, Joke, Christian Barmore, Elijah Moore, Asante Samuel Jr., Terrace Marshall, Javonte Williams, Azeez Ojulari, Trayvon Morig, and Dylan Ray-Dunes. I mean, it's a pretty deep group of guys in this second day. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. I'll start at the top, though. I mean, Asante Samuel Jr. being available, I thought he was going to be off the board already. I thought maybe it was the Bills. I thought maybe the Saints, maybe even the Packers. So Jacksonville's got the first pick. We saw it a few years ago. Kyler Murray was the first pick of the first round, and they went Byron Murphy with the very first pick in the second round. I think that would be a great fit. I mean, they need to kind of replace Jalen Ramsey in a sense and just get that defense better. So I think that's a great fit. I mean, he's from the state of Florida. So, I mean, that one just kind of makes a lot of sense. But overall, I mean, you got Tevin Jenkins, who I didn't have in my first round, but I thought overall he had first round potential. I think he's a still very talented player. And really the run of offensive tackles that we thought was going to happen didn't end up happening tonight. So we'll see a run tomorrow at some point. I mean, again, maybe it's Jacksonville. Cincinnati is in a great spot now because they can get their guy in Tevin Jenkins or Dylan Ray-Dunes. Again, I think it's going to really work out for them. And then obviously Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Where does he fall? Is it Jacksonville with that first pick? I mentioned speed for Jacksonville earlier. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I think there's going to be the conversation of a run of receivers at some point. I mean, a Terrace Marshall, Elijah Moore, De'Ami Brown.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot
Terrace
of
Marshall was my favorite player who had been moving up my draft board. I thought he would go before Bateman because, you know, watching his tape, he was just – I would love it if the Bills somehow found a way to nab him. But with the teams that are above them and the players on this board, I don't think we could go wide receiver. Even if we trade up, it's probably for – a cornerback or, you know, depending on who's still on the board. There's just so many names here. I think the Bills have to trade up within the first 10 picks of the second round. What do you guys?
Yeah, there's some quality players that are still left there, like to really take advantage of. I could see a trade up. Again, I've been a fan of that whole model that Greg laid out earlier this offseason of all like the trade up, trade back scenarios to get 5 picks in the top 100. I would love to potentially do that if that's a possible thing. Again, especially with the talent there. Like, I really like, and I'm not even looking at it from a Bills perspective, I really like Tevin Jenkins. I like Ojulari a lot, and then just the knee injury, so that's a little murky with him. Again, Koramoah is there. Asante Samuel's there. I didn't think Trevin Merrick would make it out of the first round. He's a really top-notch safety for what he can do. I think that's really interesting that he's there. At Barmore, there was the potential of him going to Cleveland, but now he's there in the second round. He's a playmaker. All the defensive tackles are there. This second round is really, really shaping up to be interesting. I wanted to pull a couple. I didn't want to keep going back on it, but I wanted to pull a couple things just to clarify some things. So this first one here, Rousseau is a good, talented dude, but why is he better than JOK? Sure, we aren't desperate for a linebacker, but he's too talented to pass up. This was also related to Tyler's comment earlier of, please explain to me why before this pick you would rank Rousseau over Owusu-Koramoah. I would have taken JOK instead of Rousseau. I know there's a comment later as well, if you would have taken him over Oweh. For me personally, I would have taken JOK and Jason Oweh before I took Gregory Rousseau. That being said, that doesn't mean the Rousseau pick is a terrible pick. And like I said, I'm going to go back, grind more film to see maybe there's something potential that I missed. Oh, I appreciate you, Tyler. You're welcome. Yeah, I would have taken, and I'll see what your guys' thoughts are on these questions as well, because I think that's where everybody's coming in now. Who was on the board versus who we took. I personally, and then we'll go to Russ, and then we'll circle back to Anthony so we can bookend it with the Anthonys. If it was between those three, if we're looking at, even if we throw Asante Samuel in the mix, if it's Rousseau, Jason Oweh, Owusu-Koramoah, and Asante Samuel Jr., I would have taken all three of those guys before Gregory Rousseau. That being said, I don't think Rousseau is a terrible pick. I'm not distraught, but there are others I would have liked ahead of that pick. But I mean, it is what it is. But Russ, what are your thoughts there? If you had to like rank those guys going through, seeing how the comments and the chat are kind of going through, where would you have taken Oweh or JOK or Asante Samuel Jr. ahead of Rousseau if you were the Bills there?
I mean, I probably would have, just going off of what my board is, but I probably would have taken I would have considered Azeez Ojulari. I think if you're talking similar from a height weight perspective to Jerry Hughes, that's your guy.
But he had some issues that have caused him to fall, right? Ojulari, some things came up this week that I forget, was it a knee or something?
Yeah, it was a knee from high school. He had a knee injury, and it's just never really been the same. And I think that's why when you watch him, he looks a little bit tight in the hips. He looks a little bit limited with his lower body. But there's a lot to work with him, because Georgia, when they needed a play to happen defensively, he was the guy. So I thought maybe that would have been the guy. I thought Jason Oweh, just simply because of the athleticism, I thought there would have been a lot there from him, and everything that he did.
Super chat, Chris.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And a smart comment as well.
Coming in here at the end.
Especially for, and I'm not trying to like pull or whatever, but there's a lot of effort that goes into the draft process just from our end, let alone imagine what the professionals like Bean and McDermott and co are doing. And I know I'm decently connected at this point. I know how hard it was for me to get all 22 film, and that's really how you need to grade people. I just want to know if everybody who's really raking Rousseau or anyone over the coals, what have you seen from them? Was it just like a YouTube clip of some highlights, or just something that you heard from something else? And that's fine if that's what it is. I was in that very same position, because that's a lot of the only access you can get. But it's fine to not have something be that way, and that's one way or another. I don't think at this point, regardless of what the pick is, we should be concretely saying this is amazing or this is terrible. There's so much toss-up things, even for Trevor Lawrence, as amazing as he is. We don't know. Things could be absolutely terrible for Trevor Lawrence, and maybe he doesn't work out. There's a lot to go with for these guys, let alone someone at Rousseau's spot who has a lot of question marks, both positively and negatively, in terms of where he can go. But again, I think it's fine to have wanted something else. That is fine. But to completely dismiss the pick and just, oh, woe is me, this is terrible, it's awesome, and it's okay. And see, this is where, true, you don't have to be GMs to know football and assess player talent, but you have to see things from a holistic lens and a holistic perspective. Yes. If you think Rousseau is terrible, that's fine. I would love to know like what you scouted from him.
Tell me, what
traits does he not have that don't translate? What games did you watch? Did you watch any all 22? Was it just highlights? And what was it? You don't have to be a GM to know football and assess player talent, but you need to have a large sample size and as holistic of a perspective as you can in order to kind of go through things, or at the very least to make such a concrete statement. If you're going to go full tilt one way or the other, this guy's amazing or this guy's terrible, or this is awful, one of those two things, I would love to know. Tremendous Will,
super chat. Will.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for that. The donation, and just, again, this warms my heart, especially the fact that we've been going for 4 hours and 21 minutes, and
This is
the
incredible.
chat is still strong and the donations are still strong. Amazing. And good comment here. Rousseau looks super versatile and can play from a lot of positions on the line. Just like Russ said, it's the perfect McBean formula. I think that's what it is. Russ alluded to it earlier, as did I, as did Anthony. You're looking at a guy who, if he hits his ceiling or gets closer to it, very athletic, very strong, good length, good size, and can play multiple techniques across your front and across your defensive line. I think that's what you're banking on. And again, even so, I like Jason Oweh a lot. I liked him back in February. He was one of my first edges I scouted. That being said, Oweh still needs polishing, still needs coaching. He's got a big retracing issue that he showed a lot in 2020. He would get around that edge, and then he'd get into the pocket, and he would attack the front shoulder or take the wrong angle to the quarterback, and he would miss out on a sack, and he would miss some things. So I still would have taken Oweh ahead of Rousseau, but by no means was Oweh a surefire flat pick. Also, to the people in the chat who said Oweh didn't have sacks in 2020, fair, but don't let that that's not the whole story. You got to take pressures into account. That's a big time thing for me with Jason Oweh. But
and how many times he was double teamed and all that.
So much and schemed against. There's a lot to but see, all right, so okay, maybe we're just gonna do this. JOK is more of an impact player. There's your sample size. One, saying he's an impact player has nothing to do with sample size. That's got nothing to do with sample size. Two, he is an impact player, but you also got to think of what the scheme fit is and where does he play. Exactly. If Matt Milano was gone, fine, bang it, give me JOK. But even in that, he's not a holistic replacement for Matt Milano, let alone filling him in now, because I like what he can do, but I don't think he's an every down nickel corner like Taron Johnson is. Oh man, I keep getting these. Gregory, thank you so much. He said, thanks, guys. Love Cover One content across the board. Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you for staying up with us. Thank you for the donation. Tremendously appreciative for that. Thank you. But to go back to JOK, again, this is a person I love, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I love him. I don't know what his every down impact is for the Bills because of where he's playing. I think he can play in the slot. Do I think he can cover in the slot as good as Taron Johnson? No, I do not. Do I think he can have a bigger effect or impact potentially on Travis Kelce than Taron Johnson? Yes, I would like that. Does he play safety better than Poyer or Hyde? No, he does not. Does he attack the line of scrimmage and fend off blocks and anticipate things the way Matt Milano does? No, he does not. But he does a lot of things very good, but you got to figure out where he goes and where he falls and where he plays. Thank you. That's
Tyler, thank you for the super chat here, but I'm going to butt in and say, this is a wrong question to ask, right? Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate that. But there is no such thing as this question, right? There's no such thing as being X player away from a Super Bowl. No, you're not.
If we would have gotten Travis Etienne at 30, it would have been. No,
how much do we have to preach that when you're a good team, you don't draft for, we're going to win the Super Bowl this year. You draft for, we're going to maintain this team and stay a good team and work on our weaknesses and make them strengths. And that's exactly what this is. Edge rushing was not our strength in 2020. Getting an edge rusher in the first round helps this team. And it's going to help them long-term, not necessarily in the short term. But how did Tampa Bay beat Kansas City? It was with an elite pass rush. They had good coverage and elite pass rush. And that's how they got over Kansas City. And if the Bills want to beat Kansas City, they have that formula. I know a lot of people wanted to go offense, but you're not going offense for offense with Kansas City is saying we want a 50% chance to beat them. We want to go score. That's not good enough for me. You want to build a team that is better so that you have the advantage when you play a team like Kansas City. Now, going back to the original question about Rousseau, I've already said he was not my guy on the board. Now, we talked about him on the hoof. I think I had him 4th in my pass rush, my ranking of edge rushers. So he was a guy that was definitely on my radar. Oweh was not above him on my list then. Oweh was who I thought the Bills were going to end up with now. Even if Rousseau was on the board, I would have thought they would have picked Oweh. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I expected him to be long gone. So I'm surprised they did not pick him over Rousseau. But that tells you, again, what they are thinking. When Brandon Beane said, we don't have a big nickel position, so he would have to either be a linebacker or a safety or something else primarily. And they said, no, that's not who this guy is. Now, that doesn't mean they don't value him and they're not going to trade up to the 5th pick in the 2nd round and pick him right there, because he could still be a valuable piece in this defense and they could still see something for him. But they made the decision that edge, and specifically the talents, again, for me, I think it's more about the skill set, the talent they have, the ability to mold him and fix what they see that they can make better. And I trust this coaching staff to certainly do that. They've shown that over the years. So Rousseau, not my ideal pick. JOK, I probably, if it was GM Anthony Romeo, I would have picked JOK in that spot. Oweh would have been my first edge rusher. If I said I don't like JOK because he's positionless or whatever, I would have gone Oweh over him at this point. But back when we did the rankings, I had Rousseau at 4th and Oweh at 6th. So I obviously I did have him over. This pick overall, it makes me happy. Bills fans should go to bed very happy tonight. All right. We won the day.
I've got questions about Rousseau's change of direction in his bend, but certain things, I want to pull up this one now. You're making a lot of assumptions here. Bills can go back to a 4-3 defense, which is their natural strength. Why is it their natural strength? We were terrible in coverage over the middle and run stopping up the middle. The run stopping up the middle was also related to Star Lotulelei. Yes. Run stopping up the middle doesn't have anything to do with JOK. Come on, guys. You know JOK was the pick. I love Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Yes. That being said, I don't think there was ever – Sal Capaccio also said a similar thing. I don't know if JOK was ever really on the Bills board because of what the fit is. I think JOK is an impact player. I love what he does. But there was also the comment earlier that I wanted to bring up about, there we go. This is a good comment from Kyle. JOK is playing a specialty position. He's a chess piece. It's a better strategy to spend a first rounder on a cornerstone position. That's the thinking there for Rousseau. I love JOK. But I don't know if he was ever – what do you mean thanks for the – I've been honest this entire time. I've said it back in the early parts of the draft. I love JOK. But that position that he fills isn't necessarily like a regular thing. Added into the fact
Bean
of
didn't
what –
lie when he said
correct.
That.
Big nickel isn't a thing. And why – oh, boy. I can't –
and if you pick it for a linebacker, that means you're playing him over the Klein at best. Right? If he's our lowest linebacker. And Klein isn't on the field a lot.
And also,
so you're picking this guy who's not going to be on the field a lot.
Correct. And also, just to go back to the original comment, the Bills 4-3 defense is not their defense. They're a nickel defense. They're a nickel defense. And if you can get a hybrid guy who could play a nickel linebacker role, awesome. That's fine. But with the current way this team is constructed, I don't necessarily think – I feel like Russ is just pulling up comments to just like start fires. The thought there, I don't know. That was my biggest thing with JOK because, again, I love him. I don't necessarily know what his fit is. And I think to this comment right here, and this is something Russ spoke to earlier, there must be a reason JOK dropped out of the first round. It's that fit aspect. Russ alluded to it earlier when you were talking about Isaiah Simmons, who was a stud above studs coming out of Clemson last year. And if you watch the Arizona Cardinals this year, I did a lot because I had Kyler Murray in fantasy football. I'm talking like a lot of regular season games, not just the primetime games. Simmons didn't see a lot of snaps until roughly like week 11, week 12. They had to figure out what his role is. You have a similar thing with JOK. Now, if you want to make the case that the snaps that JOK was going to have in 2021, even though they're limited, are more valuable than the snaps that Rousseau was going to play, that's a different conversation. But just coming in and saying that JOK was going to be an instant plug-and-play guy, I don't think is necessarily the thing on this defense with how they are built right now. But all that being said together, I still would have liked JOK there, but I just don't think it's fair to completely holistically knock what Rousseau can bring. If we can, damn, this was me. We could pick Shakatoni if we want a terrible Penn State player.
Come on.
I also hope that's not in reference to Oweh because he's better than you think. Go ahead, Russ. Sorry.
Oh, I mean, I think Shakatoni gets kind of the short end of the stick.
Agreed.
To be honest, I mean, this guy's a straight speed rusher. He explodes off the ball, and I mean, he gets after it. And sure, he's not going to be as physical as a guy like Rousseau, who's 9 feet tall, but he's going to be one of those guys that, Shakatoni might come in and get you 5 to 7 sacks just simply because if you give him one specific role, he's going to be great at it. So. I don't know. I think he might be a sleeper at some point in this draft. And if the Bills end up with him, I'm not going to be disappointed with it by any means. So, and I wrote about him. You can find it over at cover1.net. I broke down his film and it's up there. So if you want to check that out, go ahead.
It's a definite watch for Bills fans. I spent a lot of time watching Oweh tape, and it's hard to watch Oweh tape and not see Tony flash. And then I just started going down the Tony rabbit hole there. This is an interesting, not that this makes the pick better, but this is cool.
I didn't know this.
Gregory Rousseau's mother lived in Buffalo from 95 until about 99. He says his brother was born there. Gregory knows all about family, was so happy when he was drafted by Buffalo. And that comment here from David. Thank you, David. And that, I guess, came from and was reported by Matt Perino. Let's just everybody take a breath. I know it's disappointing to a degree, but you also got to think of what your expectations are. Again, the JOK thing, I know we are. Oh, we talked about earlier. He might be the Josh Allen of defensive end.
Super high ceiling, low floor.
You got to know what your expectations are.
Again, that skill set, you can't teach athleticism and skills like that, right? So they have those raw talents, and McDermott and Bean clearly believe in their ability to develop this guy into the best thing he can be. They've shown that throughout their career here.
Hold on, time out. Why are 3 linebackers are better than 2? Why is that a thing? Tell me why 3 linebackers are always better than 2. In what way? If you're playing it, what?
Teams play 4-2-5.
I was gonna say.
There you go. Nickel. Yeah. Nickel is almost the new base in today's NFL, let alone for the Bills. And Koromoa, I know very well we played it. He can pass rush, play the slot, and play safety. I want to see what safety he plays. Do you mean like around the box? Because that's different than playing safety holistically. I love JOK.
And they told us they want to fit him in a box. They don't care if he can play everywhere. They just said we fit our players into the positions. That's why we don't pick them. If you're not a linebacker, if you're not a safety, we're not going to pick you to be a linebacker safety. That's what they said. Bean literally said that in his press conference. Also, so I don't know what you were expecting. JOK is a dynamic player. He's athletic. They can find a role for him if you draft him. Whatever team gets him, that's great. They're going to be there, and he's going to be a good player for them. But you can't be mad at them for picking Rousseau in this spot over JOK. By the way, I didn't get a chance to mention, I saw on Twitter that people
I appreciate the donation. Thank you so much, Thomas.
JOK for me I already said if Anthony Romeo was the GM, I would have picked JOK. I don't know what more you want from me there.
I just don't
think
that
was my pick on the board.
Here's the thing. I'm more, if we're talking about just fit, like again, I personally, I don't know which Anthony you're referring to. Oh, that's also a good point from Chris there as well. JOK is a rotation player as well. I love Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yes.
But if we're talking about the need and the fit and what was the more realistic pick, I'm more upset that Asante Samuel wasn't taken than I am JOK. I don't know if JOK was ever on the board for the Bills, considering the position that he plays and whether or not he was going to be there. That's the big thing. That's why I knew it was going to happen. I tried to head this off at the pass at like pick 20. Everybody was clamoring for JOK. I don't know if he was ever a fit or ever on the radar on the board.
There's also something to be said for all the other teams that passed on him. Every other team that picked in round 1 passed on him. Yes, he's an athletic guy, but there's something to be said if we pick, he was mocked to the Raiders, to the Patriots, who I thought were a really good fit for him. Now he's in the second round because those people who evaluated him, every GM that picked in this round said we value something else more than this player at this time.
Yes.
Even though he could have been a good fit.
And you got to look, that's a great point. And you also have to look at the fit. So I'm more upset that we didn't take Asante Samuel than anything for that in that conversation. But if we didn't have Matt Milano and we took Rousseau instead of JOK, I'm 1,000% on that bandwagon of, oh my God, we should have taken him. Why didn't we take him? What the heck? I'm completely on board with that. But you got to see the direction, the fit. There's a lot to digest. It's not just simple,
right?
There binary.
I saw on Twitter, I didn't finish this thought earlier. I saw on Twitter that Ryan Talbot reported that there was at least one team willing to trade with Buffalo at 30. And obviously Buffalo did not take. Now people were freaking out. Oh, they should have traded out. They should have traded out. I was pounding the drum saying they could have traded out. But the fact of the matter is we don't know what team that was. If somebody was offering a late second round pick and they were like, look, there's 10 guys we like. We need one of the top 10 second round picks, not the 15th second round pick or whatever it may have been. Then they just said, okay, we're not going to do that. We're just going to pick our guy who we think is here. Because I do think, and this is the other thing about picking who we did. The draft board for Rousseau was all over the place, right? There were times where I saw him in the top 10, first edge rusher off the board, first round definitely, late second round. I mean, he was all over the place. So you don't know when that guy was going to go. And if he was truly somebody that they evaluated and said, of these edge players, this is the one we like, that's why they picked him there.
True. I'm going to pull up some. Yeah, Nicholas's comment, down payment on y'all's Rousseau jerseys, much cooler to have added since his rookie season than tagging on the bandwagon as Defensive Player of the Year season. And then also, this is an interesting one from Brandon. Well, first of all, Nicholas, thank you so much for the super chat and the donation. Yeah. Brandon, same thing. Thank you very much. Love having you with us. I will bet dollar for dollar Oweh and Tryon will outplay Gregory Rousseau if we, quote unquote, had to go edge. One, I would like to know how you define outplay. But I like the dollar for dollar. Again, I'm not going to sit here. I'm not big up in the pick for at least me personally. Like I'm not, it ticks the need, right? And I recognize the ceiling. I would have preferred other players both at his position and holistically than him. Oh man, I'm loving that we're getting the super chats right now, still this late into the night. I was thinking we need to wind down, but now I'm like, do we need to just continue for another 8 hours? Rousseau is essentially, wow, that's big comparison, comparing him to Javon Curse, who was a monster. He can rush his strong side defensive end or inside. Guy was 6'6", 250 with 15 and a half sacks at Miami as a 20-year-old, ran 4.69 at 267 with 34-inch arms and 21 bench press reps. At the end of 19, was top 5 to 10 guy. He will be amazing. I really hope that he is. I'm still concerned. And Russ, I know you've been starting to just scroll the old Twitter and go through the thoughts. My biggest concerns for him as we continue talking here, his change of direction, his bend a little bit, especially, I mean, you're going to worry about that with any guy of that height. Also, John, I don't know if I said it, but thank you so much for always tuning in and for your donation. Thank you so much. You're always going to be concerned a bit with some bend and some flexibility issues for a guy that's bigger, but his change of direction concerns me a bit, as does his bend a little bit. Those are my biggest concerns, along with opting out and really only have 1 year of tape and 1 year of production against some talent that it's not like he was going up against SEC quality talent and things like that. So I do have valid concerns. My biggest are the change of direction, the bend, and obviously only the 1 year of tape. What would yours be?
I would agree with that there. I don't think he really has a set pass rush plan. I think there's definitely times where it's just, hey, I'm going to trust my length. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to get after it. But I want to bring this up for Bills fans because I'm seeing it's very, very bad. His get off is terrible. I don't like this pick, etc. We're betting dollar for dollar. Look, go to Twitter, find Calais Campbell on Twitter, and go find his tweet where he gave Greg Rousseau all the props in the world. And remember, Calais Campbell, 6'8", 300-pound, 92 career sacks. This guy's supporting him. Why shouldn't you? It's your team. Support your team. And again, I've said it time and time again, you guys have the luxury of doing whatever you want to do. If it would have been a running back, you would still be pissed. So the people that are just going to be mad, that's fine. And I get it. Greg Rousseau, nobody wants Greg Rousseau because you're on Twitter looking at what the consensus says of, hey, this guy's not very good. He was 58th on my board. I don't care. He wasn't going to be there at 58. He wasn't going to be there at 61. You were going to have to move up to get him. Mm-hmm. So would you have rather moved up to get him, or would you have rather taken him and then get 24 hours to try to put something together between now and tomorrow and move up to, let's say, 45, where Jacksonville's picking. You put something together and you go up and maybe you get Tevin Jenkins if he's there. Maybe you get Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Maybe you get De'Ami Brown. Maybe you get Javonte Williams. I don't care who you get, but maybe that's when you move up. But it doesn't really matter. You're getting a player, like I said, is versatile enough to play in any spot you need him to play. And the ability, the guy is 20. I don't even think he's 21 yet. He's not. He's got the ability to be so good. If he's not even 21 yet, do the math. Just do the math. You get him for 5 years. For 5 years, a rookie deal for 5 years. He might not even tap into that true potential until 25. Who gives a what of what the contracts are going to look like in 5 years? You can manage that when it comes. At that point, you're talking about a 21-year-old edge rusher that you can make into anything you need him to be. If you trust the process of his team. I mean, you guys had J.P. Lossman and Trent Edwards. You guys were at the bottom of the barrel. Trust me, I know. I tried to rebuild your teams in Madden.
It's hard.
You have Greg Rousseau, who you might be able to get it right. I mean,
what the hell is this?
I disagree.
Have you not been following the Buffalo Bills? Edge has been our number one need. Edge, cornerback, offensive line. Those were edge. Edge was the one in everybody's conversation.
It's definitely up there. And I also wanted to
what
pull.
Team you're looking at, but the Bills needed edge.
Also wanted to pull, not to continue to go back to it. This comment here: who's going to cover the tight ends and slot wide receivers? Who's been destroying us? Not Milano, not Taron Johnson, not Edmonds. We've been getting exposed for the pass in the middle of the field. I just want to pull up. Greg Thompson had a great comment with it before.
6 other rounds, by the way.
First of all, there's that. Also, the tight ends. Like the tight ends we got killed by, right? I know we weren't great holistically, but like everyone was like, oh, we need someone to cover Travis Kelce and Darren Waller. Can anyone right now in the NFL cover Travis Kelce and Darren Waller? And you're just assuming this rookie, who again, I love Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, but the assumption that he comes in and he shuts down Travis Kelce right now. That's a big assumption. No. And just assuming that he's going to stop all of the tight end problems that we've had in terms of coverage or stop everything over the middle, those are just very, very, very large assumptions when you're coming to everything. And Tyler, awesome. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the donation. Rousseau is so tall. Are we worried that the lake effect wind might affect him? Will his giant hands turn him into a human parachute? You know what? I have to go back to the tape and grind the mileage per hour of the wind for all those games and see how it affected him. That's a
home
tremendous
field
statement.
Advantage. If the wind is at his back, he's already set.
Oh, he's getting flown forward, but his giant hands, he goes to rush and he puts his hands up and he gets blown back and it stops all this forward momentum. That's a tremendous comment. Oh man,
I can't believe people are saying that edge is not a need when you.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry. If you don't think edge is a need, where the frig have you been? The Buffalo Bills, as soon as free agency started, they were going after defensive linemen.
Hold on here.
What have you been watching?
The Bucs did it. Or if you're referring to Kelce, the offensive line issues for Kansas City in that Super Bowl allowed Tampa Bay to just get pressure within like a second and a half, 2 seconds. Second of all, what they did, and this was highlighted during the broadcast by Romo, and he did a really good job of it. The Buccaneers behind that front four pass rush played they played man with too high. They were playing man coverage with safeties over the top, and the reason they can do that is because they have tons of speed at linebacker and corner, which would be nice to have, but they played man with 2 safeties over the top, and that front four just ate. That was a perfect storm scenario of defense. Trying to recreate that, again, would be awesome, but the sustainability of that is tough to kind of create and have going forward. Also, some of their linebackers, again, Devin White, Levante David, are 2 of the best cover linebackers in the NFL. If your assumption is, we'll take Koramoah and he can do that, that's a tall task. That's like for the fans who said, well, the Bills took Tremaine Edmonds, he's going to be the next Luke Kuechly. That's a lofty bar to set, and those are high expectations. I would love to have that, but I don't know if that's necessarily the thing. John, thank you so much again for the donation. Bills gave up 600-plus pass yards to Indy and KC combined and 6 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. Need a pass rush. Maybe Oweh and Tryon will prove better, but I love the Rousseau bet on greatness. I think, and one, again, John, thank you so much. And also good comment there. I think that speaks to what we were talking about a minute ago. The need for edge was there. We're older at the position. We didn't get a lot of sacks. Jerry Hughes had a really great year in terms of pressures. After that, we didn't really have anybody threatening off the edge. That's what, from the combination of talent and youth and depth and going forward, you needed to get more out of that. And also, really good point for that. Kelce had 8 catches and 133 yards in the Super Bowl, by the way.
So they didn't cover him very well. And Tyreek didn't have too bad a day.
This is a good comment. Anthony, you are not allowed to destroy my land of make-believe. There's definitely someone in this draft that can cover Kelce and Waller. I apologize. I take it back. I take it back. Yeah, those are that's just a lot to heap and put on and go forward. And I would love to get a corner 2 on day 2. I'd love to potentially get some interior O-line or even any potential great offensive players that are still available, as we've highlighted. There's going to be a lot of moving and shaking on day 2, not just for the Bills, but for the these comments now are really getting to me. Rousseau is the best French pass rusher since Mark Gastineau. Yeah. Oh man, Rousseau. That's very good. I don't think we're anywhere near obviously seeing what Rousseau is going to be and what this defense is possibly going to be come 2021. There is a lot left to go in terms of who's available on day 2, what we can have.
These people are cracking me up. Yeah. We took an edge in the first round. Did we?
No, we took him. We took AJ Epinesa at 54.
We took Stephon Diggs in the first round last year, buddy. We didn't take anybody in the first round.
I also like again, with Epinesa, I know he didn't start day 1, and I know he didn't tear it up. He played very well down the stretch, and he's also someone he didn't get an offseason last year because of COVID. He didn't get a preseason. He didn't get a real camp. Let's see. Ooh, Russ, this is for you from Chris. Is this the Calais Campbell quote? Gregory Rousseau is going to be a problem, straight up beast. I hope and think he will be better than me. That was from January 7th, 2021.
Way to come through with the quote, Chris. Yeah.
Very nice. Appreciate that. Thank you for the comment there. Oh, got it. AJ is garbage. I love the analysis and the take. I appreciate it. That's great. That would also be super fun. This is also good. Imagine if we draft JOK and Kelsey gets 152 TDs next season against the Bills.
Oh,
yeah. And this is again also where it comes through. Hughes isn't getting younger, so we need to think forward. Also, look at your edge talk, right? Even if we want to go through it, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who their pass rush was good last year, and granted, it helped in the Super Bowl that the Chiefs were missing a lot of their offensive line. They've got Shaq Barrett. They've got Jason Pierre-Paul. They've got Vita Vea up front. They've got Sue back. They've got some guys. They took Joe Tryon in the first round because you have to keep replenishing that thing because edge is always a thing. And I'm seeing more comments coming through. They're just kind of trolling at this point, so I'm going to leave that for now. But this has been – oh, man. I honestly don't want to stop, but I'm starting to get exhausted. I see Russ's eyes, and they match how I feel inside. And
I'm trying to read some PFF stats on Greg Rousseau.
Oh, I'd love it if you want to bring some of those through. Yeah, Danny hit it too. It's all been so civilized for the past few months, and tonight it goes south. It's funny how easily divided we are. And I have to pull this up.
Let me tell you.
This is the thing. This is a comment. Not sure how I feel about this pick. Concerned about a potential proletarian revolution. Also, thank you for the donation.
Thank you for the donation.
Really appreciate it. Anthony, go ahead. Sorry about that.
All I was going to say is I've been as kind as I can be over the past few months with my outlining of why the Bills would not go running back in round 1. Anybody even post running back anywhere near me, and you're going to get owned, all right? So don't do it. That's all I'm saying. Don't mention anything about these running backs to me because you will get owned. I'm done. You brought me to my breaking point. I was as nice as I could be all the way up until both of those running backs were off the board. All right, so I'm just done with that storyline. It was stupid on day 1. It's still stupid and wrong now. Not that the people who said the Bills were going running back are stupid. There were some viable reporters, some trustworthy people who I liked, not Todd McShay, because I joked that I think Josh Allen told Todd McShay that the Bills were going running back, so he would report that and look like an idiot again because of the way he treated Josh Allen in that draft. But anyway, I digress. The point here is it was never going to be running back. Never. Not even a hesitation or a thought in McDermott and Bean's mind was we're going to get Travis Etienne. They might have done their homework and evaluated the player, but they were never going for a running back here. There was just too much other value at positions of need. I outlined every single point, pillars and pillars and pillars of points that people constantly ignored for months that I had to keep repeating and posting it again. And I will post that. Trust me, I will post that episode again tomorrow and comment and say, anybody who thought the Bills were going running back, here's a great explanation of why that was a bad idea and why it was not going to happen. Because I'm going to be nice, but somebody says they should have drafted Travis Etienne, you're going to get owned. That's it.
So not Najee Harris? My bad, bro. My bad.
That was my live reaction. I don't know if you even saw me in the chat when you were on the show doing the mock draft with Greg and Aaron. But as soon as you guys went running back in the first round, I blew up. I'm like, you guys are the draft experts for cover 1, goddammit.
One, Nicholas, thank you so much for the donation, Nicholas. And I love it. You'll never convince me that Bean wasn't calling Jacksonville to trade up for MVPTN. I love that.
Right there.
I love you, Nicholas.
That's fantastic.
Thank you for that.
That's fantastic. This has been man, I kind of want to just, whatever you click, go ahead and pull out that comment again. Appreciate you guys. I have some highlight videos to watch. Yes, we will be on again tomorrow live. Round 2 starts at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. We'll be live here again. We'll also have some more people on the crew. I believe Greg Thompson will be on tomorrow night. So we will be back locked and loaded for round 2, round 3.
Lots to talk about. Yeah.
Lots to talk about. A lot to break down. This has been, I legitimately wish and the appetite is there. I wish we could continue for another 2-3 hours. And oh man, that it was just such a great night. I want to thank everyone another super chat coming through. Oh, sorry, we double clicked. Jaret Patterson will be a Bill, 5th or 6th round. 1. Thank you for the donation. 2. Interesting theory. I like that. I wouldn't be minding a late. Yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't mind a late round flyer, and that'll be interesting.
Love the guy. Think he will be successful wherever he goes. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure he fits with the Bills given the Zach Moss Singletary situation at this point, but I wouldn't mind it. Wouldn't hate it.
This has been a hell of an evening. Everybody, the super chats were fantastic. And I thank you guys so much. The regular just chat and engagement and thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, everything. Thank you guys so much for anything and everything that you brought tonight. This is funny. Could the dude on the top right get angry again tomorrow? He probably will. Anthony brings a lot of passion.
Oh, I've already made it. This is it. This was, I mean, I'm telling you, for all the stuff that I've dealt with for the last 3 months of this talk and putting my argument together in as respectful and as laid out way. I wrote a thesis. All right. I wrote a thesis on why the Bills were not going running back. And people still, and that obviously this week it all escalated with legitimate guys we trust in the news blowing that smoke, saying, yep, here the Bills are going Etienne. And it was just smoke. And I kept saying, this is great. The Bills are blowing that smoke. But people bought it. And then all of a sudden, every Buffalo Bills expert, everybody you can name, anybody, pick a Buffalo Bills expert, Joe Marino on his last one today, picked Travis Etienne going to the Bills. It was wrong then. It's wrong now. I'm glad it didn't happen. Whatever happens tomorrow is icing on the cake. The falling the board the way it did, freaking amazing. So whatever happens tomorrow, I'm going to be happy. My prediction right now is that the Bills will trade up. The number 1 player I'm looking at in round 2 is Afitu Melifonwu. I'll admit that I'm biased there because I'm a Syracuse fan. I'm a Syracuse guy. So I want to have Afitu Melifonwu. But we'll see how it all works out. Let's get at least 2 second and third round picks. I want at least 3 picks tomorrow.
To be fair, Greg Rousseau was off the board for me when I did my mock draft. So he was never going to be a Bill. That's why I went Travis Etienne. But no, this was a lot of fun, guys. It was, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. A lot more picks tomorrow, and I might even dress up for it. Screw it.
Oh, well,
I'll have another suit for tomorrow, and we'll be suited up again tomorrow.
I'll probably, let's see. I don't know what time the Bills store opens, but I got to get my Rousseau jersey. So whatever time I can get that done there. But yeah, this seriously, again, everybody watching live, being with us live, we've been here for almost 5 hours, and the views and the engagement and the energy has not dropped one bit. You guys are awesome, and we tremendously appreciate it. Whether we agree, disagree, fight, whatever, it all comes from a good place and all comes from the love of the Buffalo Bills. Really appreciate everyone for everything that they've done tonight. And again, the super chats literally warm my heart to a ridiculous, amazing level. And to Anthony and to Russ, oh my God, it honestly felt like we just started, and here it is almost pushing 1 a.m. This was an amazing ride. Russ, this was the first time you and I have ever interacted. It's the first time you've been on Disguised Coverage. You deserve so much credit for everything you've done tonight, but just also in draft prep, your board that you put up on Cover One, which everybody still needs to go and check out. If you haven't already, go take a look at that and get yourself prepped for day 2 and see what the boards look like and where we need to be going. But obviously, if you guys rode with us tonight, or if you're listening later, whatever, you got a small taste of how knowledgeable Russ is and everything that he knows and what he's able to break down for anyone and everything. You were just a tremendous asset to have on tonight. I greatly appreciate you coming aboard, and Anthony, you too as well. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you guys tonight.
Yeah, I think are we all going to be back tomorrow? Are the 3 of us all going to be back? tomorrow? Are you coming
I
back?
am. Russ, I believe you're available tomorrow night as well, yeah?
I think I'm signed up. I mean,
Nice.
I have
On and off.
some serious XM stuff to do, but
Very nice.
I'll log in, log off, do my thing. But I think we got a full house tomorrow, so
It is.
it's
Yeah,
gonna
it'll be a fun
packed one.
rotation.
Be
Some of us are going to be the whole time. Some of us are going to be rotating in, but we are going to be live again tomorrow night, right at the start. So what is it? 7 p.m. tomorrow.
Yep.
We'll be here again. Come join us. Have a good time with us. We're going to be analyzing every pick just like we did tonight, talking about how the board falls, where the Bills should pick, if they should trade up. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. And I appreciate everybody throwing up the great feedback and the kind wishes. Thank you guys all so much. Russ, since this is your first time being here, why don't you tell the good people of Disguise Coverage where they can find you, what to do on social media, how they need to interact with you, all that kind of stuff, and what you do.
Yeah, find me on Twitter at Russ NFL Draft. That's pretty much the only social media that I do. But yeah, find me there, smash the follow button. You can find all my work at cover1.net. And if not that, you'll find me on a radio station somewhere talking nonsense. So appreciate it, guys. It was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Fantastic. Anthony, same for you, man. Tell the people should know by now, but where can they find you and what you're doing?
At Anthony Romeo NY on Twitter, of course. The Hoof Podcast, we're live every Tuesday, and then we have the recorded pod on Friday. We've got some good stuff coming your way, and obviously we'll all be here tomorrow night. It is a Hoof night technically, but we're going to all be rotating on and off. So no recorded pod tomorrow because we're having the live show for the draft.
Fantastic. Yeah, we got more coming, well, I guess tonight now, since we're already into Friday on the East Coast. We're also going to have some stuff coming Saturday for day 3 of the NFL draft. I, of course, I'm your regular host here on Disguise Coverage, Anthony Prohaska. Find me on Twitter at pro__ant. That's pro 2 ANT. Got more great coverage coming tonight for night 2 of the draft. That is rounds 2 and 3. Again, I will always continue to say it. I cannot possibly thank everyone enough for listens, downloads, views, likes, good word to friends and family and all that kind of stuff, and especially the super chats. Thank you guys so much. You genuinely have no idea how much it means to us. It's tremendous. We're all just trying to grind as best as we can for something that we put a lot of time and blood, sweat, and tears into, and to have the feedback and the engagement that you guys give us, it means the world, and it allows us to do what we do. So thank you guys so much. Hope everybody stays up. For everybody who has to get up for work in the morning, hopefully you guys can get some sleep and rest well. Again, thank you to Anthony Romeo. Thank you to Russ. You guys crushed it. Everybody in the chat, thank you guys so much.
I'll be on WGR tomorrow morning with Howard at 8:35.
Oh, nice.
By the way.
Look at
Very
that.
nice.
Look at that. So everybody
you can tell them
local
how
in
much of a
Buffalo.
blast you had with us tonight.
There you go. Everybody in Buffalo, get on GR in the morning. 8:45, you said, right?
Yeah, 8:35. So I hope I don't oversleep.
I know, right? Because you're too wiped. So everybody check out Russ on WGR tomorrow. That's going to be amazing. Appreciate you. I know we had a lot of disagreements tonight, but I love that engaging show. I enjoyed you guys. Have a good night. Appreciate you, Juan. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Great times. Get some sleep. Stay positive. Watch some Greg Rousseau tape. Feel free to tweet at us in any way, shape, or form in order to get some things that you need answered. We appreciate you guys more than you will ever know. Hope all you and your family and friends and loved ones stay safe. As always, Godspeed, good night, and as always, go Bills.
Go Bills.